All right, everybody, please give it up for a team that has helped make the Dead Wars possible for the last 3 years. They're going to be telling us a little bit about the lore behind the Dead Wars and what it takes to make this happen in the real world and in the game. Thank you.
Hey!
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining, and for any of you joining on the live stream. My name is Andrew. I'm the mad scientist behind all this, and these are my really good friends who've helped make this possible. I'll start over here, Janie.
Hi, I'm Janie Eastman. My involvement with the Dead Wars started the first year. I played Eldath, the goddess of peace. It's early. At the first event, and now I'm here with my actual playgroup role models.
My name is Wyatt Eastman. If you notice that we look alike, it's because we do. We're siblings. My involvement is that I've known Andrew for like years, and I knew this when it was a pipe dream and was kind of just cheering him on the whole way. You may also recognize me as Eos and Skotos from last year, so that's been my involvement.
He was both of them. That wasn't two people.
Yeah.
Yes, I was two people. Yeah, no.
Both
It was me in a wig.
It was actually Janie in a wig. Yeah.
And then I'm Spencer Anderson. I've been involved similarly to Wyatt, where we talked with Andrew about the early drafts and ideas around this kind of event for a lot of years. And then 3 days before the first event, he came to me and said, "Hey, will you do sound?" And then I
Was
did.
it only 3 days?
It was something crazy
Oh
like that,
my
where you're like,
goodness.
"Hey, I have these 3 speakers, and this weekend I'm doing a thing."
I'm so...
And I'm like, okay.
That's horrible.
You'll notice an overarching theme is things happening within the week.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
With love, with love.
I'm definitely a mess.
Not
but-
this year. Not this year.
Oh, this year was, yeah, this
Better.
year was
Yeah,
very
every year
well
has gotten
played.
a lot better, honestly, than the previous one.
Yeah.
So,
That first year was crazy because I just opened the store and I had the idea, hey, I want to do a world record game. And that pretty much was all I had. Like,
Yeah.
sure, I had napkin notes of like fun D&D lore, but I didn't really have anything else. And so I approached you guys very much in the final inning as I had just put out marketing first, and I'm like, we're gonna do it. And then I rented a bunch of tables and chairs, and I said, all right, it's happening. And then that's about it. That was the start of the Dead Wars. So then I reached out to Janie. Janie, I knew you as an aspiring actress, and you had done a lot of stuff. And so I had approached you. I think maybe you even recommended Janie. I can't
it's
remember.
possible. There was, at that time, you were working at Evermore, weren't you?
I was.
I don't know if we're allowed to say that.
The E word.
The
Yeah,
E word
bleep
live
that.
here.
It's like, bleep that
Later.
out.
Yeah, give us a little bleep.
A
But,
little cursed. but-
and so it was really right up your alley to do this kind of thing. And so you were perfect for Eldath.
Yeah, I have like so much professional LARP experience because of Redacted that when you came to me, I was like, oh, absolutely. And it was a really fun event to come work. I got to get stabbed and scream and die on stage, which was a dream of mine.
By the way, we had a mom come up to us this year and say, are you guys going to have a violent scene on the stage? Because I had to take my kids away after the lady lost her eye. And so you definitely did a good job selling the pain there.
Wow. We have to put a
A
parental,
disclaimer.
like,
Yeah, this is a PG event, not
Yeah.
G-rated.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I want to talk a bit about kind of the first year, kind of the whole lore behind it. I had originally envisioned, I wanted a big enemy that everyone could fight against. Everyone loves to rally against a villain, and we decided Vecna. And we've since changed the name lore-wise because, well, Vecna is Wizards of the Coast and, you know, that kind of thing. But that was kind of part of our advertising is like, we're going to get 1,000 people together, we're going to fight against Vecna. And everyone was actually really excited. It's an iconic villain. People want to fight against that. And then I knew we needed some I don't know, extra level to like bring it all together. And that's where Eldath came into the picture, because Eldath, being a goddess, would allow us to bend the rules of reality a bit. To kill Vecna, we had to have every single table attack Vecna at the same time. And that's not realistic in a battlefield. You don't have 1,000 people around one person all punching them at the same time. Maybe anime, but not like realistic for D&D. So Eldath was the one who made that possible. And it was, it was really cool.
Eldath also served as sort of a in-game realization of the whole concept that we've tried to create with the game, because I remember when we were first talking about this, we were saying, well, it's not actually practical to have one person in the middle being the DM and 1,000 people around them. You would never get through a single round of combat, right? And so we had to figure out, okay, how do we subdivide the main DM into regions of sort of
groups of warriors.
Well, yeah, groups of warriors, but they're like there's like a mini DM that reports up to the main DM, and then each of those DMs have their individual tables that all have DMs. And so we kind of turned it into like this pyramid scheme, if you will. And Eldath in the game served as the tip of that pyramid scheme, which was a cool way to solve the problem, I think.
Eldath had a really good connection with people. Like, people were sad to see her fall. People were cheering for her. I mean, it was 2 years ago.
Spoilers if you haven't seen Dead Wars 1. Eldath's
Dead
gone.
Wars, we're telling you.
Yeah, wait, we should ask, for the people here present, how many of you attended the first year's event?
Oh, yeah.
One.
Nice.
You did a bad
You're
job
a real
because I
one.
lost my eye.
Eldath died, but so Eldath, the goddess of peace, was wounded by Vecna, and Vecna was able to steal some of her power, and he almost became a god. And luckily, all the players banded together in the final inning and worked with Eldath to bring her down. And we honestly, we gave him 20,000 HP, and I had done rough calculations, and I'm like, there's a very real chance that it's not enough, and so we'll see what happens.
It was actually kind of tense there at the end.
It
what we were trying to figure out.
And
but in the end, didn't they like blow it way out of the water?
It was 26,000.
Oh, that's
damage.
Closer than I thought it was.
I mean, yeah. So they did 26,000 damage using Eldath's spear. They all connected. They were all able to slay Vecna. But using that power, Eldath unfortunately perished.
Yeah, it was sad, but it was really sweet because people did come up to me after and they were like, I was so sad when Eldath died.
They're like, I
And that
miss
was
you
sweet.
already.
I miss you already. As I'm there leaving in my sweatpants after the event, like,
Yeah. When Eldath gets to take a me day after that.
yeah. But it was funny because it really was up to the players. There were multiple paths that the event could have taken, just like this event. And I remember I was walking around and I didn't have pockets because I was wearing this dress, and I had like a little sticky note that had all the different pathways of things that could happen. And I was just kind of on standby for someone to run up to me and be like, okay, they only were able to do X, Y, and Z, so we're taking path B. And I was like, okay, so I'm gonna lose my eye, but not my foot. And like, it was a thing, but it was really cool to see people get so excited and invested in the story and have it really pay off.
It also showed me the connection that we D&D players connect with, like, experiences. Like, bringing on an actress for Eldath was Dax from Dungeon Master Directs. He really pushed for that.
Because he was the DM that year.
He was the head DM that year. It wasn't me. I was doing all the book work behind the scenes, and so it was him who wanted to bring on an actress.
And that was a fantastic idea.
That sounds good. The video wall's still up, so we're fine.
Yeah.
Nothing's fallen. Yeah, I think that like
No.
one of the most impactful aspects of having Eldath is that she kind of served as an avatar for all of the players, just on stage, kind of culminating all of their actions together, which was the most logical step for us in the first year.
And that moment was one of the coolest like nerd moments of my life. When we actually like counted up all the damage. I was on this stage a little bit farther up there, and there was like every like D&D fan for miles around was up here in these balconies and around the stage, and like the Guinness guy was in the back desperately counting everybody, and Dax got up and announced 26,000 damage, and the whole place went wild. And it was just really cool to be a part of it, because there was an energy that transcends D&D in a way, where like not only were we all here playing D&D, but we were also like all united and on the same page and excited.
It was like
about
nerds getting to experience sports for the first time.
Yeah, it was
yeah,
awesome.
my G.
Yeah, exactly. And so I'm burying the lead a little bit, but we're gonna go ahead and kill that energy this year while we pitch everybody against each other rather than together. But
So that was the first season. Definitely much flying by the seat of our pants, figuring things out last minute, and as desperate and of a struggle it was a miracle that it all worked out, and amazing. So then we stepped into season 2. And we realized we definitely need to take this a lot more seriously, and we need to plan a lot more. And so I had the idea of bringing on a twin villain, and they were canonically like demigods, children of Eldath. And this was Eos, the Divine Prince, and Skodos, the Divine Prince.
Dark Prince.
Huh?
Scotus was the Dark Prince
you're right.
version of
Eos
it, right?
Divine,
They were kind of
Skodos, Dark Prince.
dichotomous that way.
Yeah, and they were supposed to be like two sides of the same coin. And in fact, the way I wrote it was Eos, even though he was the angel, the divine one, he was actually the more evil of the two. And Skodos was definitely the much more sincere one. They both were villains in their own way, but Skodos was a tragic villain, while Eos was like the villain.
Well, and we added an extra layer of the lore in the second year by bringing on players for an actual play series that we were also all involved in. But it helped us develop the lore for the story for the previous several months leading up to the game. And as a part of that, one of the big twists in that show was that Skodos was actually like one of the player characters.
Yeah. So let's go over to Wyatt now. Thanks for waiting for a minute.
Yeah, let's talk about that. So the way that developed behind the scenes is apparently I radiate evil when I play games with my friends. So Andrew said, "Do you want to be evil on stage?" So naturally I said, "Yes, of course." It approached me about being Eos and Skotos, and we kind of hashed it out and collaborated on some of the themes that ended up coming to fruition, though Andrew does take credit for, like, I would probably say 99% of what happens. He did a lot of the work. I just flavored it a little bit. But after that decision had been made, Andrew asked me to be a part of the actual play series. And one of the complicated parts about that was, okay, well, if I'm going to be the villain and I'm also supposed to be dressed up as the character in this actual play series, what do we do?
Furthermore, we had intentions of having all of the player characters from the actual play series be in costume at the event, walking around, because then anybody who had seen the show could come and be like, "Oh, that's," I suddenly can't remember a single
the
name
hero.
from that year.
Eris Murder Darkness?
Yeah, Eris Murder Darkness. What was Reese's character?
Moondor
Sharp
Sharpeye.
Hide.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then people could just like recognize that, and it's an added sort of Easter egg if you're that much invested in the event.
Story.
So yeah, we did a real play. How was that, playing with me? You guys can be honest. There's people here, so you can dig the dirt on me. Just kidding.
Honestly, I had a really great time. I always just love playing D&D, especially with a bunch of really, really cool people, some of my closest friends, like recording it and just trying to make it extra theatrical and entertaining. Like, how can you go wrong, right?
Yeah, I was really excited to come on, and Andy was a really fun DM, and it was fun to kind of spin this story that connected the first year and the second year. I played a cleric named Eris Murder Darkness, who was essentially a Swiftie for Eldath. So she was like a mega fan. And
She looked just like her.
She looked just like her. I wonder why. But I was so excited, and then you guys were like, oh, your brother's gonna be there, and then I was really bummed. Just kidding. I like Wyatt. But it was really fun, and I thought, you know, if you're someone who likes world building and lore, and you attended the first event and you were psyched to come to the second one, it was a great way to show, like, okay, the aftermath of what does it look like when there's a horde of undead in a village, and what does it look like rebuilding that. So I thought it was a fun way to connect the two.
Yeah, something that I think we should even touch on, the first episode of the actual play series we did was kind of inserting our player characters as characters at the conclusion of the first Dead Wars. Like, what were we doing? Why were we there, right? Which was a really interesting hurdle for each of us to come to grips with, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Logistically, it was an interesting project for a lot of reasons. But the first one that I wanted to bring up is it's not like we like held auditions for the casting of it, right? Like, it was literally just like 6 people that we knew, and we got them in a room and sat them down, and just it turns out they just happened to be pretty entertaining to listen to.
Yeah.
And watch play D&D.
I'm very fortunate.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. We've all been to those tables.
Definitely could have been. But yeah, it was really cool. And also, as frustrating as it is to be a dungeon master, your players always change the narrative on you, because I think the first plot was we were going to kill Skotos, and he was going to die, and that was going to be great. But Wyatt played such a sympathetic character.
We accidentally fell in love with Skotos.
Yeah, as the story evolved, I was like, man, if I kill this character, that's brutal. And he does die in the game.
Spoilers
Spoiler.
again. Yeah, if you weren't there for last year.
Yeah, wait, we should ask, how many of you were here for last year's event? One more.
Who's this guy? Thank you so much
Yeah.
for being a real
No more fan. One
No
more.
offense, you guys
Two
are
more.
great.
And we see the shirts. We see
Oh, yeah,
you
yeah,
wear
there
the
they are.
shirts. Yeah.
Fantastic.
And if it's your first year, then next year when we do this panel, you'll be like,
Yeah, exactly.
We give out badges.
Yeah.
We should do badges. Anyway.
Later.
you can see the mind at work behind all of this right now.
So the Friday Saturday game was really interesting. So Friday's game was written by Johnny, and Johnny had written last year's Dead Wars as well.
So
The
he had done
adventure.
first year and half of the second year.
Yeah,
saying.
so like he wrote the adventure packet. We sat down and I'm like, here's the story, here's kind of the mechanics I want, and then he did all of the grunt labor, and he did such a good job. And of course he adds his own flair and style to it.
And Dax was the DM
For Friday.
for the story that Johnny wrote, right?
Yep. And so Friday was about Skotos was forced to take a nearby kingdom and hold it hostage to kind of force the players to attack him. And Skotos did this because he knew the way the princes worked, and the way mechanically it worked, the only way for them to die was for both of them to be killed canonically at the same time. So we had a Friday game, we had a Saturday game, and timeline-wise, they were happening at the same time. So Friday's game, while they were going and fighting Skotos, Saturday's game was at the same time, another army was going to fight Eos. And both of the princes, if one of them lived mechanically, the other one would resurrect. And so Skotos, kind of knowing that his brother needed to die, decided, I'm going to invade this kingdom. There's going to be a lot of bloodshed, but it's going to kind of force everyone's hand on invading and putting an end to me, which will hopefully allow them to kill my brother as well. Am I remembering that correctly? I believe that's kind of...
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely correct. I would describe Skotos as like a legendary level hater of his brother, just like top tier. Like, we're going down together. That's
Yeah.
how it's got to be.
Bad sibling blood. For
And
sure.
one day that'll happen between us.
That's how we'll go, yeah. Actually, in real life, if one of us dies, we'll resurrect if the other one doesn't die. I don't know if you knew that.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mom never told me.
Did you not see that on the birth certificate?
No, she never told.
That's okay.
So that was Friday, and then Saturday the players were invading Eos's realm. It was like an angelic realm, a perfect realm, if you will. If it was run by like a tyrannical monster who wanted only wealth and power and thing. The angels were really interesting because they were all like bird-like. I used kind of more of like creatures for the angels, which was really fun, inspired from many different things. I love the angels in Bayonetta, I'll say that. So
Oh, yeah.
definitely involved some of that style there. But that was the Saturday's game. And I was the head dungeon master for that. That was my first time. I finally felt confident enough in the system to work that I could step away from the paperwork side and be more of the dungeon master side. That was really interesting.
We also that year, behind the scenes, decided that it was going to take a lot more equipment to turn the event into what we kind of wanted it to be. And because we had that first year, we had 3 speakers, and we are in a mall, and 3 speakers is
Not enough.
it's a little bit few.
A lot of it few.
And so Andy and I got together leading up to the game, and we said, okay, let's figure out what we're going to have to do here, because we have 2 constraints. One, a giant mall that's hard to get sound to, and 2, a budget that we realistically can't put hundreds of thousands of dollars, which would have been easy to do, honestly, to get the equipment that we needed. And around this same time, we ran into Josh Halverson of 51st Productions, who decided that he was just going to go whole hog on this thing with us and help consult and plan the second year and make it significantly better, I think, than the first one.
There's so much work that goes into the execution of this, from gameplay style, having 200 dungeon masters just volunteer their day to run a game, to the people who show up the night before to set up tables and chairs, to the people who are on their hands and knees taping down every single wire so we have a safe space. It's just an insane amount of work that goes into it, and I'm so fortunate to be able to work with not only talented people, but people who share the passion and who are also doing it basically for free, because like you know, this is a game store who doesn't have $100,000 to throw at a project, and the first year you're like, all right, I guess I'll just take your 3 speakers and figure it out. And it's been really cool to see you guys grow alongside my business with that. And so I do just really appreciate Spencer at Desert Penguin Audio, and Josh at 51st Productions.
Yeah, can we get a clap for our unappreciated sound guys?
And AV guys, seriously. The camera guy, thank you.
Him, them, him.
Yeah, there was like 1 second before this panel where I was going to do the whole thing. Like
He
mix
was
the
going
event
to do
while
the
talking.
sound while he was up here on the panel. So that's how ragtag we are. So that, I don't know. I think I kind of want to, open up for questions in 5 minutes and let people ask questions. But is there any other thoughts or topics, fun trivia from the past 2 years?
Do you want to move in at all to talking about this year?
Well, I can talk a little bit about this year. Yeah, absolutely. So this year is the Battle of the 5 Factions. So after the Twin Princes died, Kingdom Grand kind of got divided. What happened is first off, a lot of people didn't like religion. We had 2 gods claiming to be, their saviors, coming down and being oppressive.
Is that referring to Eos and
Eos
Scotus?
and Scotus.
Because Vecna was also seeking godship.
Godhood.
Was that true?
Mhm.
And so it's like for 2 years in a row,
Yeah,
all these
Eldath
folks
dies.
are coming around wanting to be gods and destroying the city and like causing all these
And,
problems.
and the one god that does help dies.
Correct,
So,
yeah.
so first off, in Kingdom Grand, which is where we're basing the battle today, religion has been dying. So there is a core group of believers, and they're the protectors of the old gods, and they're pretty much keeping their gods alive because people have forgotten or chosen to turn away. And so the few clerics and paladins left are the final believers of them. So that's the protectors. And then there's the Arcane Registry, who are the studiers of magic. And they want to categorize, collect, and observe everything magical.
And in the void that's sort of left by the lack of faith among the people, the reliance on magic sort of became more prominent in part of the groups, right?
Well,
It's kind of like that's kind of how you can subdivide the factions, is like the ones who believed in the gods still, and then the ones who chose something else to believe in
Instead of gods.
the space that the gods were.
And that's how the factions arose with this power vacuum. So you have the Arcane Registry, you have Nature's Pathway, who want to strike a balance between life. They're not like really aggressive, like they're not doing demonstrations and gluing themselves to the Mona Lisa, but they want to.
The fantasy Mona Lisa that we have in
but,
the Museum of Eldath.
But they push really hard that human or mortals should not overwhelm nature. So they want to strike a very good balance with nature. And then you have the industrialists who have turned to technology for power. And then lastly, you have the Unbound, and I felt like the Unbound were a very interesting fifth category because the Unbound are kind of the people who don't have anything to believe in. They don't have nature or gods or magic, so they have to believe in themselves instead.
And their community, it's really like the power to the people type faction where their belief is in their strength together as a group rather than some sort of external power or entity for them.
So yeah, and so with the power vacuum, these five factions have grown. And what we've done to kind of further the story is every week we're writing a new adventure in our store. We're publishing those adventures for free on our website, but we're also playing them with our dungeon masters in our store.
And after this, those will continue to be available, right? Like if anybody who's participating in the game or joining in on the stream wants to take part a little bit more in the story, those are still options, with the ending obviously being spoiled.
The really cool thing is the players who are coming into the tavern, and we'll see this in tonight's game, they've been scoring points for their factions already. And so there's going to be some factions that have an advantage right out the gate because these players have been playing so long in the store. Now, it's not going to be like game breaking, but it's going to be an advantage. There's one guy who's played every week for Nature's Pathway alone, and he has scored more points for his faction alone than anyone else. So he's carrying Nature's Pathway on his back.
Fantastic. Yeah. Keep an eye out for that guy. He's going to be the one you need
well,
if you're
I might shout him out. All right. Which faction would you be part of, personally?
Personally? Oh, that's so hard. Probably. I was gonna say the Arcane Registry, but I'm so type B that I think if I step one foot into a magic library, they'd be like, "No, you need to get out of here."
Are you lost?
Are you lost? Are you okay? So I think honestly, I would be in the Unbound. They sound like they have the most fun.
They're the party faction.
They're the party
right?
faction.
We did another actual play series leading up to this event, and Janie and Role Models sort of took on that project, but sort of reimagined it in the sort of vibe of what Role Models does. Because we talked yesterday about how Role Models is kind of the pink sparkly princess version of D&D, and we thought, how do we translate that into this pretty high fantasy setting of the Dead Wars and Kingdom brand.
And so it came to me, we were talking about doing a series. And I was like, how can I do these 5 factions, but how can I put role models on it? And we turned them into, for the sake of our series, 5 different sororities is what we did. So if any of you are familiar with the concept of Bama Rush, it honestly, like, it's almost like anthropology to me. I love it, like watching these Bama Rush videos, because it's these very, very rich girls trying to get into sororities, and they're like, okay, and my jewelry today adds up to $2,000. Do you think that'll be enough money for them to let me into Alpha, Beta, Skata, Buddha? And I just love it. I think it's awesome. They're having a great time. So we turned the 5 different factions into sororities, and it was so fun to play. There was a Kahoot. We did origami. I'm a bit of the mixed medium DM. I like to keep things interesting. So if you're interested in seeing something like that, check it out. But
It was really entertaining. It's a fantastic group of
Yep.
people. Wyatt was also on the
Wyatt
cast.
was there.
I was there too.
Yeah.
Wyatt was playing an Arcano currency, bro.
Yeah, I was playing an Arcano currency, also non-touchable token.
Yeah, yeah.
Wizard named Chadwick Stockton, and it's exactly what you think it is. So
It was fabulous.
But it was goofy and fun. And the Unbound, we turned into like a party frat house. We turned the Arcane Registry into like
Like the nerdy
the
library
nerdy
kids
library
and
kids. The Nature's Pathway were the plant lovers.
Yeah, they were the ones who like
College camp-
mood altering
Yes,
things. and- yeah.
indeed. And then Protectors of the Old Gods were the goody two-shoes.
Yeah.
And
The industrialists were like also kind of nerdy in their own
yeah,
way.
but they were a little bit more tech bro-y.
Yeah, they're kind of like nerdy how I'm nerdy.
Yeah.
they're kind of like the STEM majors, you know?
STEM
Yeah, that's a great way to
majors,
put it,
and
yeah.
then the Arcane Registry was our humanities.
Yeah.
So it was really fun to play. So if you want to see a different perspective on it, it's on We Geek Together's YouTube channel. And thank you, Andy, for letting me DM that.
Thank you. Wyatt, what faction?
So that's also a hard choice for me. It's like honestly based off of the very, very nice faction dice that there are this year.
Oh, okay.
Let me
Plug.
plug for
Let's
you.
just
Let
chill that
me
a little
plug.
That rocks.
They're liquid core.
Here's your guys' pay, by the way. I need to pay you for
Lol.
showing all this stuff.
No, okay, but like honestly, based off of just those, I'd probably go with the Industrialists. If you haven't seen those liquid core dice, they are gorgeous.
They are.
But in terms of like who I am as a person, probably the Unbound too. It just would make sense. They're just good. I like community and I like believing in yourself.
I like
what can I say? I like having fun. Yeah.
What about you, Andrew?
I can't say. I'm the one who
That's a
made
good
them all.
point. He's going to be
That's like
standing
a
in front of
favorite
everybody.
child.
Pick your favorite child,
I
Andrew,
Yeah.
right now.
What about you, Spencer?
So I'm probably kind of a mix, maybe like the blue, red, green, or like the black, white faction, or the
That's Magic the Gathering.
Oh. what are we talking about?
Blue, white, green?
I'm just
What
playing.
is that?
I'm just joking. Yeah, I don't know. I think
Industrialist, probably?
maybe industrialist.
Just
that
with your
seems
line of
right.
work?
Yeah, I'm like kind of a tinkery little guy, and that sounds like it'd be good. Industrialist or Arcane Registry?
It just came to me who you've always reminded me of.
Oh no.
You look like one of the boy Tinker Fairies from the Tinkerbell movies.
Yeah, that's me.
Blocked.
Oh no. You've ruined
I
me
mean
for
that
the rest of forever.
lovingly. It's okay. One time someone told me I looked like Ducky from Land Before Time, so I would gladly take one of the Tinkerbell berries.
That's a very interesting
Cut, yeah.
comparison.
That's a deep cut.
I don't see it. You're a little less
They did.
dinosaur-y, but
With 11 minutes left, I think we'll open up for questions.
Yeah.
If people want to ask more about the Dead Wars, any of the lore from the world, these are the leading experts.
If none of you raise your hands, it gets really awkward. Andy, where do you see this going in the next
Boy,
handful of
well,
years?
I genuinely hope you guys are still part of it. That's definitely a thing, because I really like working with you guys.
the truth is actually after we get off the stage, Andy's going to sit up here with a couple other people and talk about literally exactly that. Is that true?
The future of the Dead Wars. But I'll give just a quick teaser. I love this, and I love the community, and the biggest focus for me is supporting the community and making a great game that we can all share and love, and having the players be the center of the story. That it will always be the main motivation, and so everything we do moving forward will service that, just to make that even more. All right, I saw one up there, and then I'll go over to here. Yep. Yep. So numbers
We need
wise,
to repeat the questions
Oh,
for
okay.
the people
yeah,
on the
okay.
live stream.
So the
Yeah,
Oh, okay, go on.
that's not the question.
Okay, great question. Okay, so the first year, the question was, you set the record the first year. The second year, you beat the record, and then the third year, hopefully, we beat the record. Is there a point where we outgrow? So the first year, Guinness officially ratified it. Great.
The Guinness guy was hilarious, by the way.
I loved him, by the way.
I was sitting in the back room with him eating a sandwich. He was great.
However, Guinness is definitely a promotional, a PR business. So they cost $20,000 every time you want to get a record. So I will probably never break my record in the Guinness World Book unless someone purposefully breaks
us.
my record to
Yeah.
take over my space.
Because there's just a lot of things that we can do for 20 grand.
I mean,
that-
20 grand can pay for, like, our whole entire speaker system was
I mean, that's
half
how much
of
it
that.
cost for you guys to get me here today. So
That's true. It's like, we can't keep doing that.
So on paper, our first record will be the record. Second year, we beat it with attendance, but
It was across 2 days.
it was across 2 days. This year, we're close to breaking 1,000. We'll see how that goes in the final few hours.
But the question is, what happens when
If we
like,
When we get
outgrow,
too
yeah,
big.
at what point can the mall no longer handle attendance?
So the mall, I love this place just because they're so accommodating to us. The
It was
Provo Town
cool
Center
because
is amazing.
They kind of had it like when you came in and wanted to do the world record, it was kind of an interesting time for the mall as well. It was a perfect opportunity for the both of you to collaborate and create this cool thing.
And also, the mall is it's like I have my coming to mall-dom. Like, I love malls because I live here. I'm a mall rat now. But there's a plan to do a convention center one day in the far future if that's needed. So
If you all bring your friends and just blow our attendance out of the water.
yeah, back to pyramid scheme. If
Yeah,
you
exactly.
tell 10 friends,
Exactly. And they tell 10 friends.
All right, question over here. So okay, that's a great question because in the game,
Well,
oh, to repeat the
one
question,
more.
Oh, okay.
what is
So-
the modifying, oh
The
my,
unifying motivation of each faction in the game.
what is
Someone
each?
get that
got you,
girl a
Mila.
glass of water.
I actually need that coffee sitting over there
Oh,
for me.
Each faction has a goal, an end game, and I'm not going to say it here on the stage because players for the first act are discovering what all of the enemy end goals are. And so it's an arms race today. What's going to happen is your faction has an end game that you're trying to accomplish. In fact, here I'll sneak peek since you guys are the early fans, and so I'll give you a little treat.
Ooh. I think we found him.
Are you the guy?
Found the guy.
Here.
Oh,
Oh.
an exclusive.
Just a little sneak peek.
Little teaser.
So I have 5 envelopes here with each faction's logo, and this is their end game. And so if they are one of the remaining factions, I will open this up and we'll see the results of whatever their thing is. And these end games are like some serious world-changing stuff. Well, we'll equate it to like the nuclear bomb kind of level, how that kind of changed the world. The consequences of each faction's end game for this game can change Kingdom Grand.
So are we saying that the industrialists are conducting Project Manhattan right now?
I am not saying that.
But in essence, the factions are basically like, this kingdom ain't big enough for all 5 of us.
They've noticed the other factions moving to achieve their own goals, and so it has just become an arms race where each faction is quickly trying to push their own goal to hopefully shut the other factions down.
Would you say they're trying to kind of be in charge or sort of be more powerful than the other ones, or is that?
It's some factions might be trying to take control. Some of them might be just trying to keep the peace, and some factions are purely they have their own existential goal that will create peace in their own way.
Gotcha.
So, that will be revealed in the game.
So just be patient. A few more hours, we'll have the answer to that
I'm
question.
excited. Great. We've got 4 more minutes. Any other questions? Yes.
So the question was, will alliances between the factions be possible? And it's a fantastic question because it's one of the parts about this year's game that is unique and interesting compared to previous years, and I'll let Andy talk about it.
So this year's game, there will be alliances. We have captains who are going to be working with every table, and the captains are going to be your voice on what you want to do. So if you want to align with a faction, if you want to combine forces. Now, allying with a faction does expose you and your forces to being betrayed. There is a betrayal mechanic as well. So if anyone has ever played Diplomacy, I've kind of taken the game of Dungeons and Dragons and then put Diplomacy on top of that with the captains and all the tables acting as the armies and the squads moving around, and the captains working diplomatically with each other. So it's insanely complex. Like, we have so many spreadsheets and flowcharts and different game scenarios. So I'm super excited. I have no idea what's going to happen. Like, yes, I have some endings for some end goals, but like I honestly don't know who's going to win and how that's going to really change.
Andy's like
Grand.
that meme of Charlie Day with all the stuff pinned to the board with the red.
That's been me for the past
string.
like 3 months.
But basically, yes, alliances, what's the opposite of an alliance?
Betrayals.
Betrayals, things, all of those are elements that are going to work into this game and hopefully add another layer of interesting gameplay for you guys today.
So look around. These are your friends or maybe your enemies.
Yeah, exactly.
This kid gave the most dubious smile when we said chose you, Dr. Pepper. I know. Yeah. So he's a backstabber. Watch out.
Uh-oh, watch out.
All right, 2 minutes left.
Yeah. So the
How
question
long
was-
did it take to write this year?
How long? So we've been learning every year we need to start sooner.
In fact, at the end of last year, we were like, okay, we're going to start right away. And then a month later, we finally recovered from all the craziness.
No kidding.
When we started talking about it.
I got out of the hospital from stress.
Yeah,
and
indeed.
it literally almost killed me last year.
And so we decided to like put a lot more structures into play for this year, which was very helpful, I would say. There's definitely still a lot more that we would need to do. But yeah, it took about
We're in trouble.
11 months.
So yeah, the story itself, since we're writing these mini games or the small adventures in our store, we've been writing it all year. The packet that we're playing has been in development since, like hard development, since October, November. That's the game we're playing. It's been October, November. So
Josh Halverson wanted us to say that it took
too long.
too long to plan all this.
Yep.
But
And I'm already, like, that's what this next panel in 15 minutes is going to be about, is the future of Dead Wars. While we have no clue if Kingdom Grand will even be standing after
Who
today,
knows?
we already have ideas that we want to bring in to next year.
So realistically, as soon as we finish up, we'll probably jump into plans for next year. And so yeah, let us
And
know.
also, thank you guys for coming, because
Yes.
if you guys didn't show up, there would be no next year.
That's
Really true.
yeah.
And so thank you for showing up.
For the players and the dungeon masters, this is amazing. Thank you. Where can we find everyone?
So I'm Spencer. I own a company called Desert Penguin Audio. We kind of talked about it a little bit. I like to put on events and do media and music production. And you can find me at desertpenguinaudio.com or on social media, Instagram, Twitter, different things. Same name.
Sweet. Janie?
Like I said, I'm the creator and DM behind Role Models, which is a TTRPG podcast. We are right at the top of the escalators with the really pretty fairies and flowers. We're giving out free stickers if you follow one of our social medias. So come get a free sticker, come say hi. I promise we're really nice. Only the goth fairy bites. So come say hi.
Yeah, so I'm on pretty much all the socials at Wyatt Eastman to some variety. I'm also part of the Role Models crew, so I am tagged on most of their pages. So if you check Janie's pages out, you can also find me, 2-for-1 special.
He's my Nepo baby.
Aw.
You can find me upstairs.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
where you can find me. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thanks for
Thank you,
coming.
everyone.
All right, let's give a round of applause for our panel. Thank you. Our next panel is going to be about the future of the Dead Wars, and it is coming up in 15 minutes. We will see you at 11 a.m. Thank you. This is a test to check to see that the microphone is working properly. Check, check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our panel for the future of the Dead Wars will be beginning in 5 minutes. Please make your way to the main stage. 5 minutes. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now beginning our 11 o'clock panel about the future of the Dead Wars. Please give it up for our panelists as they introduce themselves.
Hello. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Whoa. So,
Yeah. So my name is Reese Nielsen. I am head over the D&D program for We Geek Together and a dungeon master myself.
yeah. I'm Andrew. Hey, if you were here from the last panel, I'm the mad scientist behind a lot of this.
My name is Michael Overby, and I am a DM here, and I will be writing season 4.
Yeah. So we have a lot of ideas with the future of Dead Wars. And while we don't know what the story is going to take us today, we don't know what factions are going to win, what factions are going to lose, who's going to be surviving, if there's alliances or betrayals. That's all in the player's hands. But boy, do we have fun ideas for the next year.
Yeah. Every year we learn and adapt and continue to grow the Dead Wars just because it becomes bigger every year. Like, it continues to expand. So we need to make sure that we can account for all that growth.
Yeah, I want to touch on kind of the story elements first because I think that'll be like the easiest thing. But then I also want to talk about like the systems and the ideas and the motivation kind of behind the future of the Dead Wars, because I think the reason we do it all is because we want to have a fun time playing RPGs, and so
It's all about the fun.
yeah. So all right. So Michael, you're helping do writing for this season. You're going to be writing a lot of the in-store adventures and the online adventures, that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
So-
for those of you guys who don't know, in the store you can play one-shots, and those one-shots lead up to this big game.
Yep.
So we spend a whole year kind of working week by week with a new adventure, and those adventures, you will have a character that will eventually slowly progress and learn more of the story to lead up to this game. But if you just come and hang out, it's just a one-shot, but there's definitely a bigger picture behind it.
yeah.
Yeah, this year's defining one shot really upset every single player when we decided to kill Nathaniel.
Oh man.
The catalyst that launched this whole Dead Wars into becoming the giant faction fight.
Yeah, this is a recurring NPC that we've had since
Years.
the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we decided to kill him.
It's really interesting because I kind of view this event, the Dead Wars, and the in-store games, while they are together because you tell the much more in-depth and involved story. For the people who just show up in the store, or no, for the people who just show up at the game, they don't know all of the context and all of the stuff there. So it's really interesting. It's almost like there's two different versions of writing that is going on. We have the really deep stuff, which you're going to be helping with, and then we have 1,000 people all playing together, which itself is a thing.
And I mean, like, for season 4, one thing that we've discussed a lot is doing a time skip, jumping 100 years into the future.
Yeah.
And just letting it kind of reset a little bit and come up with some new premises and some new fun, entertaining ways for players to interact with Grand and maybe interact with, like, Khador and Evenfall and get more into those.
Yeah, this allows the factions to kind of evolve and change potentially just a little bit, because I know that the Arcan Registry has been around for a while.
Yeah.
And so this is going to be a very interesting change with this Dead Wars and the kind of jump that we're going to make.
Yeah, and I mean, with the surviving factions will probably change a lot more drastically and probably evolve into maybe even their own nations.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm one of the people who's pushing for the time skip because these past 3 years, I feel like we have.
There's a lot of trauma between
There's a lot of trauma. There's characters who've lived through all 3 wars, and so we've learned so much. And here's the real thing: is like when I went in on the first year, I didn't know what I'm doing. I just wanted to do a big game, and so the lore and the story was very secondary. And then so we've built it up now, and now I kind of want to go back to it with everything we've learned and say, okay, if we had a time skip that allows us to carry over the important things that have happened, but we can lose a lot of the minutia,
Yeah.
and we can focus on the best stuff of
Kind
the
of give the
game.
lore, not necessarily a reset, but give the lore an opportunity to kind of expand on its own, and so that we can kind of come up with some new stuff that will kind of help with the lore that we've already established, while the stuff that we never really settled on, we can get rid of and be like, okay, this is not important, and it's a little detail, so we're going to change it so that it flows better with the overall lore, and then that way in the next season we'll have a lot more entertaining, and I feel like a lot more just general fun adventures to have.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, so I wrote a ton of the adventures for the first year myself.
I think you wrote all of them, didn't you?
For the first year, I wrote a lot of them. And then for the second year, I passed that along to Reese and the other Dungeon Masters.
Yep.
Yeah, we actually like took a break for a bit. We did a system called the Golden 10, where we had 10 adventures that people could play in the store, and they weren't connected to the Dead Wars, which kind of gave it a little bit of a break to kind of settle. People try something different, and then we realized people really love the lore and everything, and so that's why we brought it back.
Yeah. We're recommitting to have Dead Wars all year.
Yep.
With your help now, Michael. Yeah. And Reese and I have done the grind, and you're about to do the grind, so good luck.
I was gonna say, I helped write a lot of season 2 as well.
Yes,
so
you did.
I'm pretty familiar.
You know what you're getting yourself into.
Yeah, I'm very aware of the amount of crazy that can happen while we're trying to establish everything.
We have some great players that have been here since the beginning, the opening of the store, and are committed and dedicated to everything as well. And I know that they have a lot of say in what they want to happen, and we are trying to give everyone the best results for
Well, and I mean,
the
with
Dead Wars.
those players too, I mean, those will oftentimes become like the VIPs that we have at the table upstairs, as well as like they helped influence some of the lore just because they were like, oh yeah, we really want to do this thing, and at some point, whoever was writing was like, oh yeah, we could definitely do that. I mean, one of the Spear of Eldath name came from last year's Dead War, or the first Dead Wars, because after the guild got destroyed, Andy was like, hey, let's take a poll of all the players who want the name, and that's the one that everyone chose and stuck with.
Yeah, I know that's something we definitely want to incorporate more with this next season, is working with more of our players and what they're wanting to be able to actually influence the games that are going on.
Yeah, and have it evolve from there.
The cornerstone always is fun.
Yes.
Player choices matter, and bringing more people into the RPG scene. And that's kind of something we're really going to take seriously this year. I mean, we've always taken it seriously. But man, do we have so many fun ideas for our upcoming games. So one of the new things we've done in our adventures, and I think this was your idea, Reese, was the Wheel of Loot. Is that you?
Yeah, so I don't know, like we were trying to bounce around ideas of what to make games more fun and incorporate them more. And so we got this spinning wheel, and at the end of every adventure, players can spin the wheel to potentially get a really cool legendary item, but there's also a few kind of mundane random items that you can
Pirate
get in there.
flags, rusty spoons.
Yeah, like a bag of
Pink
pixie
dust.
dust.
Yeah.
I have a player who has so much of that pink dust right now, they just throw it up whenever they enter a room.
I love how much kind of the DMs have taken to themselves, being like, oh, the picture of a goblin, oh, now it's like this whole goblin family, or this is a funny pose that they're doing.
Yeah, like when I had a player who's like, oh, I've got like 7 photos of a goblin. I was like, well, this one's unique because it's a sexy goblin. It's like, what makes it a sexy goblin? Like, that's for you to decide.
Yeah.
The fun things about the weekly games is it allows players to like really experiment and push like the world and do funny things like that, because at these big games there is some comedy written into the adventures, because I love comedy, but like you don't, unfortunately, with 1,000 people, you can't really capture those stupid silly moments that you capture like in less serious games.
And I feel like it's also like we've had so many players that have done multiple characters in those campaigns.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like I'll have a player come in for a 4 o'clock game. They'll play one character, and then they'll stay for the 6 o'clock game and play a different character,
Yeah.
and stay for the 8 o'clock game and play another different
I was gonna
character, which
say-
is amazing. Like if they're enjoying the game that much, to build 3 different characters around it, that's incredible.
That's
I would
really
say
cool.
Sean is one of those that has, I think he now has like 3 characters that are all maxed out. And
Birdsong. I love
yeah,
Birdsong.
Birdsong, yeah, is amazing. I'm trying to remember the Meryl is the other one that's I've played a lot with, which is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And it's cool to see players really enact, like, or reenact characters that they're like, oh, I've always wanted to try this out, but never wanted to do it on these other long forms that I've had done with others. But like this is one of those moments where you can be like, I want to try a ridiculous, silly build and just see how it works.
Yeah.
And then you end up loving it more than you would have loved one of the more serious games.
Actually, speaking of trying stuff, I know that we're also wanting to try new systems as well
Oh, yes.
with the Dead Wars. So not just having Dead Wars be a Dungeons and Dragons format. We were wanting to expand into the Stormlight Archive. We want
Yeah.
to expand into the Daggerheart.
Yeah.
We want to expand into different systems to kind of show people that We Geek Together isn't just formatted to one type of RPG system. We want to incorporate all walks of life.
Yeah. And I think one of the big things we're pushing for is to step away from D&D, as in like Wizards of the Coast D&D. We really want to have our own world and have our own unique thing. And using other systems or even writing our own supplementary systems to add to
Yeah.
that.
With that, because we want the factions to be very integrated, and even much so to like be a part of the character that you're playing, like
Yeah.
as your
Like almost like a background.
as a background, exactly.
Background, class abilities, that kind of stuff. We want to be better than Adventures League.
Yes,
Yeah.
we want to replace Adventures
We
League. 'cause
want to
Yes.
replace Adventures
I don't
League.
believe it kind of exists at the moment.
No,
I mean,
No.
it really doesn't. And so the idea of like a reoccurring story, a story that changes every week that you can go and play and experience and be a part of and help change the narrative is such a cool, nerdy idea.
and at any game store, because
Yeah.
I know that we've already expanded to level 1 gamers, and we're approaching other game stores to have this same kind of ability, because we have people up north that are wanting to come to our store, but they're like, oh, it's like an hour drive, we can't make it down.
Yeah.
And so if we get into those game stores, they can play at a game store they trust with a dungeon master they trust up there, but it's through a We Geek Together one-shot.
Yeah.
And eventually get to a point where it's like they can just come to any store and be like, this is my player, and then hopefully with some of the stuff that I hopefully will get built out completely, we'll be able to be like, oh, this player played at this store, this is their kit, this is what they've got on them. So you'll be able to come into, from up north and then come to We Geek Together and be like, this is my character, and we'll be able to be like, yep, here's all your, don't worry about all your stuff, you're ready to go. And I think that will be even better than what Adventures League tried to do.
And then we have it be like kind of like separate the valley, like the North
Yeah.
Valley versus the South Valley.
Man.
That would be so
Instead
cool.
of the Dead Wars just being a battle at the mall, it's
Yeah.
a battle across 10 different malls around the world.
It's the west side versus the east side.
Man, we like that's just what makes me so excited. Is like I love RPGs, and I think people are starved to be like playing in person, and I feel like we can offer an opportunity for anyone to start playing RPGs,
Yeah.
to start rolling dice, and let's make that as fun as possible. Let's make that as great for dungeon masters, because that's another really hard thing. Is dungeon masters have to do so much work
Yeah.
to be able to do this, and so we pay our dungeon masters, and we want to have our dungeon masters full time, where it's like a full time job
Yeah.
for a dungeon master.
I know most stores do store credit, which
Yeah.
I don't know how anyone can survive off of store
Well,
credit,
like,
getting snacks and board games.
You can't survive off store
Exactly.
credit. You're just doing your day job, and then this is a hobby of yours that gets you some free stuff every now and then.
Yeah.
But I want the best dungeon masters.
Agreed.
I want great dungeon masters who are going to tell you a great story and you're going to have a great game with. And the only way you're going to get great people is if you're paying them a good wage that they're like, this is worth my time.
Yeah, and we get a lot of people that come into our store that want to be part of We Geek Together, to be Dungeon Masters, but we do have a low acceptance rate, not because of bad Dungeon Masters, but just because we are looking for that quality and that experience. Because a lot of people say, oh, I've been DMing for like a year or two and I want to be a DM. I was like, well, we need you to actually have like a lot of experience, because like, how do you deal with a problem player? You know, how do you deal with these kind of different situations?
Well, and I mean, I feel like it's not even necessarily just how many years of experience. It's also their general demeanor and experience, because you could have 40 years of experience, but if your immediate idea is to be like, we only play one type of game, or we only play it in a certain way,
that's true.
You're not going to have it. I tell people all the time, the difference between a pro and an amateur DM is the fact that the amateur is more focused on like the general crowd of who they're with, and the pro DM is like, no, I'm about to take you on a wild ride. I'm your entertainer. I am the kooky voice dude on the stage that's about to make a fool of himself.
Yeah,
so
you actually nailed it
get
on the
ready.
head, that we are no longer Dungeon Masters, we are entertainers.
Exactly.
And
And that's what We Geek Together hires. We hire entertainers, not Dungeon Masters.
Yeah, and so
not just Dungeon Masters.
yes. Yeah, I'm super excited about. So yeah, let's bullet point some of these to make these approachable. We Geek Together. The future of Dead Wars is full-time paid dungeon masters.
Correct.
Quality, great dungeon masters, so you can have a great time.
In multiple stores.
In multiple stores, so you can play it anywhere in your convenience.
And including online. Online has been our most difficult to expand because most people want to play in person, which I'm fair. I want to play in person too.
I do too.
However, like, not everybody has that capability or accessibility, and so we have reached out and gotten subscription services for online video calls and things along those lines to make sure it's possible and doable.
Yeah, and I mean, like, the online stuff I think is great, but we're still struggling because people know about it, but they also don't know about it. Like, they're like, oh yeah, we want to really get online. It's like, funny enough, we're already there.
Yeah.
But then it's kind of crazy. But yeah, and then I mean, like, story-wise too, we want to start delivering a story that's going to be like cohesive, but also is going to be in players' hands before even the Dead Wars is like fully flushed out, so the players can be like, oh my gosh, I know everything that's going on, and now I can do it. And I mean, like, you guys are coming up with some of the ways to get more of the story and more of the events into players' hands.
For sure. And speaking of in players' hands, I know that one of the issues we're still running into is players coming up to us and be like, hey, what do I get after the adventure? Because we have changed it so many times. I want to really streamline it to keeping the rewards kind of just the same and focused, so that way people don't have to be like, oh, are they changing it again?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
What's going on?
A meaningful reward system, a meaningful currency system. Some of there's a lot of like bookkeeping in D&D, and we've unfortunately haven't really implemented that. We've been focused on experience, which is great, but you know, downtime tracking and money tracking and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's stuff we are going to build systems for.
Yeah, and I've already kind of, like, we've talked about some of the stuff. Like, one of the ones is the idea of the different rankings. Like, so they can kind of maybe, it's still in development, but they can maybe rank up and you know, do specific quests that might help them rank up, and they can really feel like, oh, this is the Adventurers Guild.
Yeah,
I need
like,
to do some guild quests.
I like that. Like, it's tiered between, like, oh, you're still a young adventurer. You need to get some more experience before you take on these higher quests.
Yeah, and
like,
there will still be a story that they can be a part of, that they're going to have to, like, be a part of. But potentially, if they have a higher guild rank, they'll have even better chances at even greater glory.
And one thing I know we tried to do, and I want to try to jump back to it, is having the quest actually post on the wall. Because that way it kind of builds that hype of like, whoa, these are all the tavern quests.
Yeah.
And also bring our regulars back up on the wall as well for completing X amount of adventures, because they're the real reasons why we can continue running these games and doing what we love and being here for the Dead Wars.
We have campaign players.
Yes, the campaign players are a huge priority of what we want to focus on, because they come every week or bi-weekly to games that have that continuous story, and to have that potentially connected with the Dead Wars would be something really cool.
Yeah. A lot of the VIP tables this year are our campaign players.
Correct.
Because the campaign players are kind of the back, like the cornerstone of us being able to do this stuff. The fact that I can hire so many dungeon masters and now pay a rider and have a Reese full-time as a dungeon master is because we have people who actually want to support this and utilize it. And so providing the best value for that. And that's the third thing, is like, we want to have a good enjoyment. We want it to be entertaining, but we also want to have like great value with the D&D games. So you walk away and you're like, not only was that a fun 3-hour game, but I also now have a miniature that I get to paint, and the atmosphere of the tavern is really cool, and the digital maps that they're using, I want to be the gold standard of like the funnest, like the things here on the stage that are painted here on the stage. These are things that we have run some of our games on, and I'd love to get to the point where it's like, this is the quality of game we're always running. So when you go here, it's like, these are the coolest games of D&D I could ever play anywhere.
Yeah, and it just goes to show that it's working. We are providing that quality that players love. I know that players are joining multiple campaigns just because they can't get enough of it.
I've got a couple that have like joined 2 different campaigns, and I've got, now that Daggerheart's on the horizon, I've got several who are like, so when are we going to have that going? And I'm like, as soon as I can get the book.
Yes.
So
we've talked a lot about the systems and kind of the value and entertainment side.
Yeah.
Let's pivot back to the lore side, the Dead Wars side. Some factions are going to possibly get wiped out today.
Yes.
What of the remaining factions? What's going to happen to them?
So some of the surviving factions are, like I said, most likely they're either going to fracture and move away from Grand, depending on who wins. But a lot of them are probably going to establish themselves as their own separate entity. Some of the ideas that we've kind of thought about or tossed around is like, if like the Arcane Registry, they wanted to become their own nation. So they became a wizard nation, and they moved beyond the Dwarven mountains that kind of separate Grand from a wasted area.
That's if they are alive.
Yeah, that's if they're there to do it. The industrialists, raising a city, doing a city or castle in the sky kind of system, where they go into the sky and they're just like, you know what, screw all this, we're doing our own thing. Nature's Pathway, just like, you know what, we're going to take over the Fey Woods, and we're going to just overrun the Fey Woods, and that's going to be our sanctuary.
Just have everybody living in the trees.
Right.
And
yeah.
And then like the protectors are like, oh, we're gonna take over, maybe they're like, we're gonna take over Grand, or maybe they're gonna move to like Evenfall and establish themselves as like a holy empire type situation.
I mean, because if they get what they want, the gods are going to be back interacting.
Yeah. And like the Unbound, maybe if the Unbound flourish, maybe they'll establish as just kind of like a trade union, or maybe an idea is like maybe they become something more sinister potentially, if maybe if they, depending on player choices during the Dead Wars, they may go down a darker path. But like stuff like that, I feel like is going to be a big part of it. And then just like we said, like a ranking system where adventurers are going to be able to feel like that adventure. Do class or not class, do rank missions and things like that, and then maybe even include things that are more, I would be considered would be like traditional high fantasy. Like maybe have some other guilds that they can interact with, not just the Adventurers Guild, but maybe there's now a Fighters Guild like we got in Elder Scrolls, or like a Mages Guild, that kind of thing, and just kind of have some fun stuff going on.
I'd love to be able to visit. We've for the past 3 years we've been stuck in Kingdom Grand.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I'd love for
expanded a little bit northward.
Expanding
And
anywhere
we've visited
besides Kingdom Grand.
2 countries 1 time.
So it's the first year I approached Andy and was like, hey, we don't have a world map. I think it'd be cool to have it on the wall. So I opened up like a map maker and made it. and that has since changed. We'll say just because it's battle scarred, worn land,
I mean,
it's been torn apart.
Yeah, we haven't ever cemented the outside world outside the kingdom.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, we had one mission in the first Dead Wars in that season that led to Kador, which was just you going and finding out that Kador got destroyed.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, look, it's gone now.
It's
You
not
visit this
here.
country, it's not here anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And then
And-
you go to Evenfall during the second Dead Wars, and that's the first time anyone stepped foot in. Like, oh, this is a new place. It's also destroyed. Congratulations.
That being said, I don't think it was the wrong decision just to focus on it, because
Yeah.
it really allowed us to like figure things out. If we
Yeah.
had been like super ambitious and like, here's our entire world, like even Matt Mercer hasn't fully revealed his entire
Yeah, I mean, like, it
world.
took him, what, 2 campaigns to... Their second campaign
over like
to
10
go-
years.
Yeah, to get to like Wildmount, and then even now he's going into a whole new region. And
The moon.
yeah, he's going to go to the moon.
So yeah,
So I mean, it's
I-
crazy.
I'm not sad that we haven't expanded. And
We're not going to the moon anytime soon.
Yeah.
Well, now I really want to.
Right. I was gonna say, do we? Does
You
Grant
said
have
that now,
one
Mike.
moons?
Now
or do we have multiple
it-
moons?
That never established. Yeah. How many moons?
Do we have how many suns do we have?
Yeah.
Are we like Star Wars?
See, no.
Yeah, we're Tatooine. We got 4 suns going on.
I think one sun. I've
Yeah.
referenced the sunset enough times that it's one sun.
Nice.
So that's a peek into the future of the Dead Wars. There is there any highlights from the previous 2 years? Any adventures or things that you were like, man, this is super fun. I'd love to get back to this, or I want to revisit this, or now that I've learned more, you know, is there something that we can recapture or redo from the previous 2 years?
I mean,
I've got one.
Yeah, I mean, I've loved all the adventures. Like, there's obviously ones that have like a place in my heart from the beginning and whatnot. But I mean, it's really the players that have made it, because I've ran the same one shot like for multiple people, and it's been different every time. I think though, if I had to choose a favorite, I had a group who was trying to hold a castle from some orcs, and they're like, "Can we imitate that a dragon is here?" I'm like, That's a big
That's
statement.
really cool.
And they worked it out. They're like, we're gonna get all this smoke and water vapor. We're gonna have like people doing dancing lights and make it look like the eyes. Somebody's gonna create some fire, and it's gonna make it look like a dragon. And they pulled it off. It worked.
That's awesome.
I
What about
have-
you? Is there anything you want to revisit, or
I have 2 that are probably my all-time favorites. One is a Siege, the same, but not for the same reason. It's we did it in season 2, and it was they're trying to make a peace between the Drow and the Dwarves, and they get attacked by goblins, and it's not a difficult mission, but the goblins are super tricksy. So one of the funniest things that the goblins did is they had backpacks with like 2 steps on them, and the players were like, what? I don't understand. And so the goblins just ran up to the wall, and they just sit at the wall, and then another goblin would run on step on top of them, and they would just slowly make a ladder onto the
my
wall.
goodness.
And the players would like blow the goblins up, but the goblins would just die all as a ladder. And the players were like, this is the most frustrating thing, because it doesn't matter. They're gonna keep getting there. And then they would launch goblins and barrels onto the wall, and the goblins wouldn't even be very threatening, but they'd just be so numerous, and the players they're like, this is hilarious, but also really annoying. But at the end of it, we had so many players coming to us that were like, that was hilarious.
That's
the other one,
awesome.
though, which was one that Colton helped write, and he wrote it as a changeling murder mystery.
That was really cool.
Where everyone looks
creating
the
some
same.
cool lore behind
Yeah.
how the changelings work. I did really like that. I
Yeah.
think players don't realize how much they actually like role playing and the kind of mystery side of
Yeah.
D&D. Because I think we get boggled in the combat, but I think our players actually really do like that side of it.
Yeah, the Changeling murder mystery though is still to this day one of my favorite, and a lot of my players too, just because they're like, well, which Changeling is it? Like, all of them look the same. They all wear the same things. None of them look different. You have to figure out which of these people that all look the same are trying to murder the king who looks like everybody else.
Yeah.
And they were going nuts over it, and it became one of the most hilarious, but one of the best like missions that we ever wrote.
So I have an adventure that never got finished, and I would love for it to get finished.
Oh, I know what this is. I know exactly
So we
what this
had
is.
a character, and we wrote him in the first season, and his name was Abner, and he was captain of the
Yeah.
Adventurers Guild.
Yeah.
And then suddenly he vanished. And not only did he vanish, but like all of the NPCs forgot he existed. And so we put in a hint that there's this special monster in this world called the False Hydra. If any of you know the D&D lore, the False Hydra, when it devours a victim, it erases their existence from all known memories. And
Yep.
the only way you can ever like find evidence of it is if you have like
It written
maybe a
down,
handwritten
yeah.
note from the person. Because you won't remember they existed. And so we killed off a character, and it
Yep.
was so funny because players would be like, where's Abner? And we taught all of our dungeon masters to be like, who? Who's Abner? And so all the dungeon masters knew, and a few players were like, this is so weird. Where's this NPC? And then we never developed it.
We never
So
did.
we
And
never
so
did the adventure.
we got worried that we false hydrated ourselves.
Yeah, and like a year later, I'm like, didn't we? I found the art for it, and I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, that False Hydra adventure.
What's funny is
Who did we kill for the False Hydra adventure? And we sat there for like 5 minutes, and we were like, wait, who was it? We couldn't even remember the NPC.
because I believe Abner's season 1.
Yep.
Yes.
And then what's funny is in season 2 we did the same thing with Aeon, who was the Adventurers Guild. And again, you guys were like, okay, this time we're gonna
This
do
time
it, and again forgot.
Yep.
And I think like
False hydras are powerful.
we ended up having a false Hydra fight, but at the same time, I think we at the end of it were like, this may have just been the baby,
Yeah.
and then just moved on from it. And the player's like, can you give us more? No, I can't.
No. So yeah, I'd love to get justice for these NPCs.
For sure. And it's not because we don't care. It's we've become bogged down with so
Oh
many
my
other
goodness.
things that we run now that we've had to expand our team to other DMs to help us write.
There's many times during that first season where like I would wake up at like 6 a.m. and be like, I have to write. I've had no time this week, so I have to wake up earlier this week just to write this adventure because it's today. And
It'd be
so, like,
4 o'clock, and I'm
yeah.
like, so you have that adventure? And he's like, I'm writing it
I'm-
right
I'm-
this second.
I'm
I was like,
making the map.
writing it or finishing it?
Yeah, so it's an insane amount of workload to try to write a new adventure
yeah.
every week. That's why we've learned so much, and I'm super excited.
I'm gonna capitalize on some of that learning.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say we've had some stores that we've approached be like, what makes you guys unique and different? And we're like, you don't understand. Writing a new adventure every week and having it meaningful and somewhat connected is tough.
It
It's
is.
really tough.
And
And also
so-
trying to make sure that it's impactful enough that players stay engaged.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
And that players' choices will
Matter.
continue to reflect.
Yeah.
Like it's, I hate to like be prideful about what we're doing, but like it's so cool.
Yeah.
It's so cool to like write adventures every week and have a changing world. It's comparative somewhat to like a West Marches style campaign,
Yeah.
but like on a ginormous scale with 100+ players
Yeah.
into a 1,000-player game
And
culmination.
on top of that, like people when they ask those same questions, like what makes the unique, it's like, listen, our story is not set in stone. I don't understand. Like I don't think people understand just how difficult that means. That we have to work in order to
Constantly.
keep that. Right.
We're
You know,
constant.
Yeah.
We can't sit down and do a writing workshop and churn out half a year's worth of adventures and call it good.
It's like we have to be like, okay, we're gonna write 5, and then we're gonna wait and see how things go, and then we're gonna write the next 5 based off of what happens. And it's constantly trying to be, and like sometimes something very critical can happen. Like we've had it where like invasions happened, and suddenly we had to go back and be like, okay, this invasion happened. Something has to now drastically change to help the players continue on. And I mean, like it's kind of crazy how much we have to change last second sometimes
Yeah.
in order to make it all work together and still feel right.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. So we have the future of Dead Wars. We've covered a bit of the writing, the story. you know, the development of the factions, the remaining factions, and we want to kind of expand a bit more from Kingdom Grand. We talked a bit more about the entertainment, how we want to provide better experiences. We want to have the best game of D&D ever played at a great price that has the best dungeon masters or game masters, and something new and exciting every week.
Yeah.
I almost want to compare it to Savannah Bananas and how they've kind of revolutionized baseball.
Your
Poor Reese
secret
is
love.
so tired
Your
of
secret
me
love.
No,
talk
I'm not.
about Savannah Bananas.
No, they're great, and that's why we brought the wheel into it, because it's like that's something that no other D&D store does.
Yeah, if you don't know anything about Savannah Bananas, because we're nerds here at a nerd convention, this is a baseball team. Savannah Bananas have done, they've made baseball fun again, is what I'll say, because they're really unique how they approach it, and that's kind of what I want to do with RPGs. Like RPGs are already fun, but if you've played them for a while and then you just go to the next session, you kind of feel like you know what's going to happen, and there isn't like anything that can really like be interesting or grab your attention. And so that's kind of what I really want to like capture is, again, like that feeling when you first got into it and you're like, anything's possible.
Exactly.
Anything's possible. But who knows? Like, is that
having a funky D20 at the table that like when somebody rolls a natural 20, they get to roll that?
Or like an actual treasure chest that you got to open up, or maybe everyone has to start in finger traps and then they can't roll until they escape finger traps, like or pyrotechnics at the table. You know, nothing will go wrong there if you like light fire off at the table. I don't know.
Just some flash paper and everyone sees.
You know, like maybe we go camping out in the wilderness and then play D&D out there. You know, there's so many ideas.
I know one of them that's really worked well has been our competitive D&D.
Yeah.
Well, our D&Date night has worked way better than competitive.
That is
D&D.
true. So let's talk about D&D.
So with our D&D program, we like to do one-offs, and so D&Date night or find your party, I should say. Find your party.
The speed dating.
Speed dating. It's D&D speed dating, which is a very unique take to D&D, where you sit down at a table and then every hour you're going to move to a different table, and you never play a game of with new friends, and so
and a new dungeon
master. So that's a very unique way to play D&D, because you usually sit down and play for 3 hours, but instead you're going to play with 18 people potentially. In that same adventure, and it makes sense canonically, and so that's
and then maybe go home and be like, I want to play with those people again.
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
Start making connections.
Literally every time we've done this, people have come to me and said, "Hey, thank you for running this event. I actually am having a new D&D group because of this."
Yeah.
Or we've had new people join the store games because of it as well.
So stuff like that, I love that kind of stuff,
yes.
and I want to continue.
I do like our competitive stuff that we've done in the past.
We have tried competitive D&D.
It worked really well in the beginning.
Yeah.
We love it. We definitely need to go back to the drawing board to figure out how to get that one working. But that's another thing, because I personally am a bit of a war gamer, strategist, and so I love getting nitty gritty and maps and tactics and stuff. So
I wonder if that'd be something that we could bring to the future Dead Wars, is something along those lines. Not
like
necessarily
during the
game.
Friday, Saturday, Friday beforehand, you can play
do some wargaming right beforehand.
Speed run the hotel or whatever, something like that. That's actually a cool idea. We'll have to write that down. With 7 minutes remaining on this panel, I'm going to open up to questions. If people want to ask anything about future of Dead Wars or want to give us funny ideas or that kind of stuff, and then we'll be getting off stage in 6 minutes.
I was going to say, do we still have the QR code that I put up there yesterday?
No.
Oh.
That's okay. It is getting warm in here, by the way. I appreciate those.
Yeah, we got
slaving
the
away
sun boiling down on us like a magnifying glass.
I looked over and I was like, I'm gonna go get my hat real quick, just because I do not want to have the sun in my face.
Smart. Yeah. This is my third panel, and I'm not getting up here again till the game. I'm done. Stick a fork in me. I'm cooked.
Does anyone raise a hand?
Okay, we got a question.
What contributions from the community would we like to see going forward with the Dead Wars, if I'm correct?
Yeah, that was a question. Wow, that's a great question. I mean, I already feel like the community's doing so much for showing up. Like, that's amazing. We'll never demand your attention. We'll only invite you to play with us. And so the fact that people are willing to show
Yeah.
up is like, that's amazing.
I would love to have more players,
Yeah.
but again, like, it's understandable if people can't come, but I would love to have even more people.
I mean, just continue to spread the word and talk about us, because
Yeah.
I will say how we've gotten more of our players in the store, more people just walking into the store is saying, hey, my friend gave me this coupon for a free set of dice. Hey, my friend comes and plays D&D here. My friend comes and does even Magic, because we're not
Yeah.
just Dungeons and Dragons. We have like TCGs we run. We have just a general coffee shop vibe.
Yeah.
Word of mouth is how game stores survive. So that's like, if I was to ask anything, it's just like, hey, if you had a fun time, let people know, bring them in, because we'd love to have fun with them and support them, support you.
Yeah.
Great question. Yeah.
Any other questions?
All right, well, I'll ask you both one more question,
Yeah.
and then we'll wrap it up. Which faction are you part of in the Dead Wars? If you could choose, because I forced Reese to choose, but if you could choose, what faction would you be part of?
You go first.
Okay. Well, I really like the Protectors of the Old Gods. And Andy says he made me choose because when we were doing the before the Dead Wars adventures that we had a few videos on, each of us picked a faction, and I drew the last straw. So I got the Protectors of the Old Gods, which is actually a faction I've grown to really like. But I think if I would have chosen for the beginning, it would have been a toss-up, like a coin flip between Arcane Registry and the Protectors of the Old
Arcane
Gods.
Registry, really?
Yeah, I mean, just kind of looking at everything else. So that's kind of what I was gearing
It's
towards.
funny, the last panel I was on was all Unbound, except for Spencer was an industrialist.
I can't do
Yeah.
chaos. I have to have some sort of organization.
Right? No, so my party, my players chose the Arcane Registry. I would have chosen the Industrialists, 100%.
The industrialists.
I would have, when we did our event at FanX, I pushed hard, really hard, to get as many people to join the Industrialists, and it didn't matter.
Yeah. Oh.
The industrialists are the underdogs.
They
of
really are.
this.
Which means when they win, everyone's going to be shocked.
I'll say, like, however, the underdogs, they still may have a big, powerful swing, more than people think.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we've accounted for the Dead Wars. I don't know if you've already talked about this in the other panels, but like a lot of people have asked us, like, oh, how are you going to account for like all these other tables and this small group? And we've found a way to somewhat make it a little bit more even and fair.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. We want
Alliances.
when we say competitive, I want it to be friendly competition.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, I know I'm probably gonna break some people's hearts today if their factions die, but we want to come together in a fun way to share RPGs together, but make it a bit more unique this year than any other year, to have you personally take charge of your faction, and your faction's choices and actions will have consequences on the other faction.
Yes.
Yeah.
If I had one word of advice for this Dead Wars and for future Dead Wars, is work with your other tables.
Absolutely.
Like, don't like go solo, be your own team. However, you have a whole faction you are one piece of, and that's a crucial piece.
Well, and that's D&D at its heart, right?
Yes.
If you're sitting at a group of players and you're trying to play lone wolf, it's not very fun for everyone.
I guess I never thought about it that way.
Yeah.
So we're playing like D&D inside of D&D. It's like
Yeah.
it's
Making
a
alliances,
turducken
though,
of D&D.
Yeah, making alliances this time around is going to be really important. So, like Teresa's saying, like, make sure you talk to your tables. The people around you, become friends.
Yes.
And then try and see if maybe you can all focus on the same goals together.
All right. I'll say one more thing because we got a minute and a half left. So I've been watching the Discord of the different factions, and it is hilarious because each faction talks about how you would expect an actual person from the faction to talk about.
100%.
Like, Arcane Registry have seriously paragraphs long on like the what magic would be the most profitable, and do you think we would really study necromancy? Like, how do we feel all about that as a faction? And then the Unbound were all just deciding what their war cheer was. Like, they were like,
Yep.
this is what we're gonna cheer at this time, and that's all the Unbound wanted to focus on.
Yep.
And the industrialists, poor industrialists.
I mean-
There's like 3 of them.
I mean, we saw that in ticket sales too.
Yeah.
Like all the Arcane Registry and Unbound bought their tickets first, and then those who were for some of the other factions bought their tickets more kind of last minute.
Yeah, so it's been super funny to watch the factions. I love how the factions have kind of drawn people. My wife is definitely a Nature's Pathway lover, so yeah, they're cool. Anyway, where can we find you guys real quick?
With We Geek Together, like I run the whole program. I have games I run there, so that's the best place. 6 days a week.
And you can find me on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and my own website, blackstaggm.com.
blackstaggm.com. All right, we appreciate you guys for showing up, and anyone on the live stream, good luck at the Dead Wars.
Yeah, good luck.
Best of luck, guys.
All right, let's give it up for our panelists, everyone. Thank you. All right, our next panel is in 15 minutes. It is going to be Sound, Story, and Suspense by Dungeon Studios. Come on back at 12 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to the Dead Wars at the Provo Town Center Mall. Our next panel is going to be with Dungeon Studios, sound, story, and suspense. Our panel is going to be starting at 12 o'clock in 5 minutes. Please make your way down to the main stage for the panel. Thank you very much.
So actually, what we're gonna do. Okay. So actually, what we're going to do is for the people in the crowd, what we'll do is we'll hand this microphone, and they can just hold on to this, so that way we don't need to lift it. Yeah. Oh, no, I don't know exactly who is or isn't. I think it's supposed. It's just like everyone involved in this, or like people. I don't know. I don't know who is this. Someone just.
There's a very good chance I'm gonna sign that.
Sorry. Sorry. What is it? Yeah. Okay. I thought you muted this microphone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Dungeon Studios.
All right, everybody! Who wants to be part of a panel on sound and suspense and elevating your TTRPGs with your voice, the pacing, and just your
I ran off stage.
movements? Sorry, I thought we were talking. Okay. Anyway, everybody, come on round. We're gonna look for participation
Welcome. Oh, God.
later. So we are Dungeon Studios, all right? We are a media hub. We create audio dramas, podcasts, YouTube shows. We do a lot more than that. We have under our banner a bunch of voice actors, writers, script writers, producers, artists. So we are a large group of creatives that want to create really cool things for you, all right? And part of that expertise we want to share with you today, all right? We want to share with you how you can elevate your games as a DM, as a player. You can add suspense to your game by sound alone with no visuals, or as a player, if you want to bring your character to life, if you have difficulty or struggles with this certain character and you just want it to be more, then that's something we might be able to help you with today. So if you have friends who are walking around the mall right now, tell them to come on in, because we're going to give you a little demonstration of how we do this and how we can help you do that at your table.
Potentially.
Potentially. So, who do we have on stage here today, okay? I am Amber Davies. I am a published author. I am a scriptwriter for Dungeon Studios. I am also their chief project director. And I'm going to be the moderator today for our panel. With us on stage, we have Michael Riley.
Hello.
Do you want to introduce yourself and what you do at Dungeon Studios?
I'm the media director for Dungeon Studios. I'm also one of the voice actors. I do a lot of the editing for Fables from the Forgotten, our audio drama. Yeah, if you haven't subscribed or if you've come to our booth and you've either stared at me blankly waiting for me to stamp your card, or you also subscribe to our podcast, I highly recommend you check out Season 1. Season 2 is going to drop soon.
We're going to have more information about that too. I'm going to show you a little video and I'm going to tell you some really cool things coming up in Season 2. Next, we have with us one of our voice actors who's a local here in Utah. Carter, do you want to introduce yourself?
Good morning, everyone, or I should say afternoon. I'm Carter Reading. I'm a voice actor for Dungeon Studios. I am studying acting at UVU, and I'm quite excited to get to participate here not only as a panel guest, but also as as a fellow player in the Dead Wars.
Yeah, we met Carter last year, actually, here at the Dead Wars. And through networking and talking about what we do, he expressed interest. And this is where he's at today. He is now one of our voice actors. And you'll be able to catch him in Season 2, which I will talk about soon. So before we get really started, one of the things I want to tell you about is that we have a little quest going on inside this mall. And if you haven't come by our booth, I want to tell you about it, because we have hidden golden minis, miniatures. We have hidden them around the mall. That's about the only hint you're going to get, is inside the mall in a public space where you're not going to harm anything. That's where they're hidden. And if you find one and you bring it back to our booth, you can collect some loot from our treasure box. The reason why I'm announcing this is because there were some golden minis that were found yesterday that haven't been returned. So if you're holding on to it, it's not just like a cool find, it's actually worth something to us, and we will pay you to get it back with loot from our treasure box. So if you see someone walking around with a mini and they don't know what it's for, you can tell them. You heard it here first, all right? All right, let's move on. So I have a few questions here that I want to ask our media director and our voice actor that I think will help you all add more immersion to your game through the use of dialogue, pacing, sound. So one of the questions that I get a lot from the general public at conventions is, what advice do you have for helping players speak or act like their characters? So I'm going to go ahead and let Michael take this first, as he is the director, and he is the one who, in our rehearsals, is just a genius at explaining how you can bring your character out.
Aw.
Yeah, so what advice would you have for helping players speak or act like the character that they want to be?
Well, you have to have a vision, right? You got to start off with knowing somewhat where your character comes from. I think that lends to how that person's going to act in certain situations. And I think a lot of cadence. People don't, when people are trying to find a voice, it's not necessarily
Right.
the voice you're using, it's how you talk.
So explain what you mean by cadence. Do you have an example for cadence?
Yeah, so maybe your guy's like super spooked out all the time. So he's like, oh God, oh no. And that's
So
how
there's
he
a lot
kinda,
of stumbling.
Yeah, so, you know, whenever you present a situation to your character may process that information differently and have a reaction, you know.
What
That's
about if someone wants to come off at like a tense moment? There's a tense, you want to add some tension in there.
If you want to add tension,
Yes.
talk slowly and deliberately.
Slowly and deliberately.
Yeah.
Okay, so with intention.
Yeah.
All right.
So silence and pauses are extremely powerful.
Yeah.
We use it in our audio drama all the time. So if we have something that we want to really drive home and add suspense, you don't blow through the line. You really got to slow it down and really let it soak in. Let that person who's listening to you wait with bated breath. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I actually have heard that when you are talking quietly, which actually I'm afraid to talk quietly right now. I want you all to hear what I'm saying. But when you talk quietly, that people actually want to lean in because they want to hear you more, and that kind of inherently adds a little bit of tension. Carter, do you have any advice, as a voice actor, do you have any advice for helping players kind of embody the character that they want to play?
Well, for one, I would like to say that you should start off with a sort of core idea to your character. Knowing what they are at their root is going to help you figure out that kind of voice. You can base it, and you can even base it off of characters from animation and film that you are familiar with, from as simple as, say, the epic voices of heroes, or perhaps the more silly voices of some of the of comic villains, or maybe something dark, quiet, and deadly.
You're very good at that.
That was good. That was
Very
great.
good at that.
All right. So let's talk about some easy exercises for someone to maybe practice. Maybe they have the idea for their character.
Push-ups.
Push-ups will help you with your voice. They will.
That was a joke.
The breathing element, right? You got to make your lungs stronger.
That's right.
But what kind of exercises do you think someone could do to kind of hone that voice?
Oh, watch comedy.
Watch comedy.
Yeah, comedy is one of those things. It's what I do. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't work for everybody. If something makes you laugh, like I grew up on Monty Python. There's no faster way to learn a British accent than quoting Monty Python. You know what I mean? And you retain it easier because you're getting dopamine from the thing that makes you laugh and the thing that you love. So, like for me, Monty Python, IT Crowd, Doctor Who, all these British shows that I love to watch and grew up on, I get such a huge dopamine rush that I can go full British if I wanted to.
And let's not forget about the ever popular Harry Potter for reference on British accents.
Oh, okay. So you also suggest like taking in media with the voice that you want to maybe portray.
That's the way that I usually try to learn a new voice or accent, is try to mimic the ones that I hear in media. Because if I can mimic that sound, I can then start tinkering with it. But in terms of warm-up exercises, doing different scales, like just rising and falling between different pitches and octaves can help out with unlocking your range a little. Also, breathing and mindfulness exercises, because your entire body is your instrument. And that tension that it could carry does affect the sound that you can generate. So simple mindfulness of like where your tension is and how to relax it is very helpful with figuring out voices.
But there's also, if you got a smoker's voice, that you can get work. So voice acting is one of those things, everyone needs a different voice for everything.
Yeah.
So,
as someone who doesn't necessarily have an ear for voices the way Michael does and the way Carter does, I've watched videos over and over of an accent that I wanted to do, or some kind of character I wanted to portray, and then I would practice it over and over, and I could not nail it. So my suggestion would be I actually kind of look up videos on the linguistics of the origin language. If I want to make, have a German accent or a Russian accent, instead of just watching people with Russian and German accents, I'm actually watching videos where they're explaining that if you want to make this sound, you kind of make this shape with your tongue, or you roll your lips and it makes this sound naturally. And that actually helps me more because I don't have an ear. I could listen to it over and over again and I can't replicate it. So that's another suggestion that I have. Let's see if we can have a question for the DMs. If there's any DMs in our crowd here who might want to engage in more immersion at their table. So what would you suggest for game masters who use sound in their sessions? Is there any fancy gear that you would recommend, or methods for like certain sounds or timing or anything like that? Something relating to sound or voices that a DM could employ in their game to make it more immersive.
Yeah, you can do ambiances. I mean, really all you need is a Bluetooth speaker. You can get a Bluetooth speaker for $20. I mean, I wouldn't call that expensive technology.
Yeah, not fancy, right? But
depending on where your party's at, just adding an ambience and then even music. And if you search on YouTube through your phone, you can find a backtrack, a backing track of any type of music, fantasy music, tavern music, harbors, everything. You just look it up and then set that off to the side on repeat until you go to the next scene, and that completely changes. It almost makes it, like you're playing your own audio drama in real time just by adding that. If you haven't done it, it's huge.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't necessarily need to get a Bluetooth speaker as well. If you've got a device that's got internet connection and a speaker built in, that can work just as well, depending on, again, the group you're with and where you're at. In fact, I actually looked up a few resources that folks could use to find some good ambience and backing tracks from YouTube users known as Michael Gillespie, if I'm recalling that correctly. He does a lot of backing tracks for various settings and genres, and also the Fleischer brothers, I believe, who do a lot of ambiances, free to use on YouTube. Fire away with that. And as you said before, with like ambiances for a spooky situation, I cannot recommend enough the effectiveness of a cheap CD that has Halloween ambience, because good Nessie can that help set the mood.
Or you can beatbox.
Beatbox.
Do it all in your mouth.
That'll add tension. I would imagine if I was in a dungeon and I hear beatboxing, I might be worried.
I don't want to blow out the speakers by beatboxing right now.
Let's do some quick fire questions, because I want to be able to get to our interactive portion here. I want to make sure we have enough time. So, but I do want to get to some of these questions here.
Lightning round.
All right. So let's see here. As sound engineer, what kind of techniques do you employ? Like if there's a certain moment that you really want the audience to pay attention to,
Yeah.
that you really want to like grab them and make them understand this is a tense or scary moment. What do you do as a sound engineer that maybe DMs could employ in their game?
Again, moments of pause.
Yeah, moments of pause.
To
Stingers.
really draw someone in.
Does anybody know what stingers
and then,
are?
Yeah,
Have
and then you
heard-
follow it up with a shocking noise.
Yeah.
Or some quick jab to the ear.
Yeah.
And then you can go the medium route. I mean, who doesn't love some scratchy violins?
Yeah.
As someone's saying something super creepy, you know?
Have
Carter
you
goes
ever-
up there, he does a weird creepy thing, and in one of the lines he's got to deliver, violins, boom, it's gold.
So if you had a sound effect, let's say, just on standby, my DM does this at our table all the time. We're in a dungeon, there's some ambient music playing, so we think everything's fine, but then he will, without any movement, I don't even know how he's doing it, all of a sudden we'll hear like a roar somewhere in the background, and we don't catch on to it right away because we just think it's part of the environment, and then all of a sudden we kind of look at each other like, did I hear that? Wait, is that actually? And then, you know, it starts getting louder and louder, and all of a sudden, like, it's actually happening. And we're tense because we know any minute he's gonna call for initiative before we're even prepared. So I think there's something about adding the sound and then maybe, like, really catching people unawares and not really giving them a lot of time to think. The panic, I think, is what really gets people kind of engaged in the tense moment. So.
Yeah, Bailey, our second editor, she's another sound designer in Dungeon Studios. You know, we definitely love when we get to a point in a scene and we've kind of achieved that.
Yeah.
That kind of mouth open moment as this thing is playing out, especially if it's a gory moment.
Yes.
You know? And
Yes.
it's, I don't know if you guys know, it's hard to make something sound gross.
Yeah.
You gotta be strategic because otherwise that could sound cheesy really quick.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Bailey, she's another one of our talented editors. I wanted to bring her name up.
I know, yeah. You can meet her though on
I
our
love you,
Discord.
Bailey.
Carter, what about you? Did you have anything to add to that, or should we move on to our?
I'd just like to emphasize again that silence can speak volumes in regards to a tense situation because it allows doubt and fear to creep in to your players or your audience. Because nothing kills the mood than just constantly rapid fire. You gotta let it breathe.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I want to have an interactive moment here. So I'm hoping that there are some people out there, even you people walking, might want to come up on stage and get some voice direction from our professional voice director.
Run some lines.
We have some lines here. We have a little scene. It is a scene between some authority figure and a peasant. Now, we have the lines all typed out. Don't worry, you don't have to like ad lib or create your own lines. But if there is anybody out there, anybody, and even not in the audience, you're walking right there.
No.
If you
Got
want to
him,
come
we
up
got
on
that.
stage,
Looks like we have a
wanna come
volunteer.
up?
we have a volunteer.
Gonna be our number one.
All right,
We're gonna do
but
2.
We're gonna take more volunteers, so stand by, all right? Sir, come on up. We are going to give you just a little bit of direction so that you can see how you can, just with a few tweaks, you can change your voice. Oh, come on up. Oh, can we just get one at a
Yeah,
time?
just
one at a time.
Yeah. And then we're
Sorry,
gonna call
yeah.
the second one
so
up.
you can, yeah.
But yeah, we'll have you up next.
Wonderful. All right, come on up, sir. All right, so this is what it looks like kind of when we do rehearsals. What's your name?
Michael.
I'm sorry?
Michael.
Michael. Hey, we have another Michael.
Hey, we got 2 Michaels on stage.
Dang it.
All right, no, Michael, actually, why don't you stand over here so that everybody can see you and us right here. Wonderful. All right, so you're going to play the part of the peasant in this scene. All right, if you want to take a moment to look over your lines, Carter is going to play the authority figure. Now, you can choose to read this in your own voice, or if there's a character you would like to embody, let us know, and we'll get started with the scene. What about you, Carter? What kind of voice of authority do you think you're going to play?
Spoilers.
Oh, tense moment. I love it.
I'd have gone Jason Statham.
Huh?
I'd have gone Jason Statham.
Jason Statham. That's a good one. What about you? Are you going to just do your normal voice, or do you want to try some kind of a character voice?
I'm not awesome at voices.
That's
so
okay. You don't have to.
I won't lean super hard into voice.
Okay. Do you have a certain voice you're going to use, or just your normal?
I'm going to do a little bit nasal.
A little bit nasal, okay. All right, so we have the scene here between our peasant Michael and, oh, you're going to be the authority. Who's going to be the authority? Carter,
Carter's
okay.
gonna be the authority.
So Carter is going to be our authority figure. When you are ready, feel free to take it away.
The protection tax is not optional. The bandits do not heed excuses, nor do the guards cheer for mercy. You owe, and it must be paid.
I know the debt, Lord, but this season's harvest failed. The granaries are bare, and my family, we barely eat.
Your plight is noted, but the Crown's decree is clear. Without this tax, the guard's shield falters. Do you expect us to fight with empty hands?
Is there no mercy to be found? No way to pay in time?
All right, Michael, what I want you to do is listen to me, okay? But I want you to do that line again for me, and I'd like you to do it a little bit quicker and with more fervor and be more scared.
So we're going to do that line again?
Yes, if you
All
could
right,
run
let's-
that line again. It's a very important recording day. We're all set up. We have all the equipment ready to go. So, Michael, if you give me that one more time, please.
Is there no... Say again, or...
If you could go faster and be more sad.
Is there no mercy to be found? No way to pay in time?
See, that was already a million times better. Go ahead, Carter.
Time is a luxury for those who pay. You will gather what you can. I suggest you choose. Honor the tax or face the consequences.
That was great, Carter. Now, what you could do for me, please, is you give me that line one more time, but if you could do it in a gruffer voice. I want to add some gruffness.
A little bit more growl.
If you could, I'd very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Excuse me a moment. Gotta get that.
Ah. Voice actors
Always have
need
water on hand, guys. It's a great relief for
Working
your
with a
throat.
bunch of divas.
Yes, much deeper. Time is a luxury for those who pay. You will gather what you can. I suggest you choose. Honor the tax or pay the consequences.
Now, what you witnessed just now is called a plosive. It's when an actor makes a P sound into the microphone so hard it sounds horrible and everyone gets mad at it. And when I'm editing, I hate it more than anything in the world, as do these other audio engineers. So normally we wouldn't use these mics to record audio dramas, as these are the correct ones.
Right.
But
There's no soundproofing or, you know.
yeah,
Pop
basically.
filters and a foam enclosure help out a lot with controlling the quality of the sound and
Yes.
keeping you from blowing out the mic with a plosive or two.
Thank you, Michael.
All right, thank you. Wait, I wanted
Thank
to
you
ask
so much.
Michael a question.
Michael, a
So
round of
how
applause.
did
You're not
you-
clapping. Clap for Michael.
Come on, round of applause for Michael.
Yes.
Well done,
but
man.
But I'm
well
not
done.
done with him, so we're clapping. But
All right.
so I wanted to ask you how that felt, and if you had any questions on like the way that you voiced the character.
Not questions, no.
Okay.
But I've been watching a trial, and one of the lawyers has like, I really hate him, and he has this, I'm like not doing it justice. He has a super nasal voice. And
Oh, I see. So that's the voice you were
so
going
I'm trying
after.
to
I
emulate
see.
this guy, but I didn't lean too hard into it.
All right, well, let me ask our voice actor and our voice director here, if someone's trying to go for nasal in their sound, how would you help improve that?
You start by plugging your own nose with your hand,
Ah.
and then you teach yourself to talk without closing your nose.
Oh, what about you, Carter?
For me, a trick I used to get into a nasally voice is to try to imagine focusing where that sound is. And for me, that would be right up about here. Like, you gotta get that little ringing going on in there, kind of like you're, well, lack of a better term, one of the aliens out of Toy Story. Like, it's gotta, takes a little bit of practice, but eventually you can just go.
And
so
Carter
there's
has
kind of a-
magically transformed into Owen Wilson.
You sound just like him.
Yep.
Thank
That's
you so much.
great. All right. Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate having you up here. All right. Thank you. All right. So who's our next victim?
Come up to the
Ah,
stage.
the
Come on
shield
up,
bearer.
Sir. This one's in costume here, it looks like. Here we go.
What is your name?
My name is Esteban.
I'm glad it's not Michael.
Not Michael. No, no.
Darn it, there
Esteban's
goes
a
my
great
bingo.
name.
Thank you.
That's a great name for like a fantasy character. Like no change to your name is needed. It's
You
not.
said Esteban?
Yes.
Esteban.
Esteban.
Oh, it's
Esteban.
even got a voice going on here too.
Esteban. Yeah.
All right. So in this exercise here, we're gonna swap roles.
Yeah, you're
okay?
going to be the authority on this one.
Yeah. So I think we're gonna have you be the figure of
You're gonna be
authority,
the scared
and we're
little
gonna have
peasant guy.
Carter be the peasant.
Oh dear, this is not going to end well.
All right, so let's try this scene again. Everybody's seen the scene once. Now you're going to see it in a different fashion with maybe potentially different voices.
Yeah, this could be a completely different scene now.
Yeah. So is there any kind of character or voice you think you're going to try to embody as you do this? Do you want to come in a little more?
So I have a question. Like, do we have like an age range for this authority figure?
Yeah,
or is it
middle-aged.
Middle-aged.
I think a child authority figure would
Yeah,
be really
12-year-old
interesting.
boy.
Child of just evil baby.
He's
Evil baby. No, I don't think there's any particular age range.
All
Do you?
right.
Did you said middle-aged?
Let's say middle-aged.
Middle-aged. Okay.
Yeah, you've seen some stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have your motivation? Do you know?
You're here
believe
for
I
you're
do.
here for a shakedown.
You're here for a
and you've
shakedown.
done it a million times.
Yeah.
Not
All
his
right.
first rodeo, it seems.
No.
And so you're a middle-aged person. Is there anything else you are going to try to add to this character, or do you want to just go at it and see what happens?
I think just like incorporating like a desire, because I'm assuming because he's authority figure, he's probably corrupted.
Okay.
And in that regard, where it's like that timing and pacing and more deeper voice, or whatever
like
it
Batman.
may be, of,
Ooh.
of what you know, to belittle this, you know, you said peasant, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Peasant character. So
Yeah.
taking the time, enunciate a lot, or whatever it may be.
All right. Do you want to like maybe just face the crowd a little bit so
Yeah.
they can kind of see? Here's the
Hello,
thing that I've
everyone.
noticed with voicing a character is sometimes to help that character come out, there's an embodiment that happens. You are physically doing something to your face or your body when you are making these sounds come out of your mouth. So I want you to be able to see what happens when someone is voicing this character. You can
Yep.
see these two already, but I wanted them to be able to see you a little bit.
A lot of our voice actors do a lot of moving when they're alone recording in their booths. They do
Yeah.
a lot of because that will transfer into audio. You shaking and moving your body, clenching, things like that. Actually, 100% of the time, you can hear and tell if someone is smiling through their voice. So that will change a performance just by smiling in the scene.
Oh yeah, because
Exactly.
that
Exactly.
changes the resonance of the sound in your mouth. Because
All right.
All right, let's get
So-
started.
All
So
right. We have
we're
the
gonna-
booth. We have the booth for 18 minutes.
Oh, you need-
We need
you
to get
need
through
the
these
lines. Here we
lines.
go.
We need the script. Yes.
Everyone, please be quiet. The sound recording in progress. All right, Mr. Authority.
All right. The protection tax is not optional. The bandits do not heed excuses, nor do the guards cheer for mercy. You owe, and it must be paid.
All right. Now, for the middle part, the bandits do not heed excuses, nor do the guards cheer for mercy. Be more loosey-goosey with that. You're saying to these bandits, they don't heed excuses, nor do the guards cheer for mercy.
All right.
You owe, and it must be paid.
From the bandits, or just the whole line?
Just redo the line.
Okay.
Yeah.
The protection tax is not optional. The bandits. All right.
The bandits.
The bandits do not heed excuses, nor do the guards cheer for mercy. You owe, and it must be paid.
That was much better.
Okay.
I know the debt, Lord, but the season's harvest failed. The granaries are bare, and my family, we can barely afford to eat.
Your plight is noted, but the crown decrees is clear. Without this tax, the guard shields falters. Do you expect us to win with empty hands?
Is there no mercy for me to be found? No way to pay in time.
Pause. Pause. All right, let's go back to the plight noted line, Esteban.
Yes.
Pick it up from without this tax, the guard shield falters. Do you expect? Let's get a little chuckle in there. Do you expect us to fight with empty hands?
Okay. Without this tax?
Yeah.
Sorry. So many noises. All right. Without this tax, the guard shields falters. Do you expect us to fight with empty hands?
See? That was way better.
Is there no mercy to be found? No way to pay the debt in time?
Time is a luxury for those who pay. You will gather what you can. I suggest you choose honor the tax or face the consequences.
Very
now
good.
bow.
I love the little whimper out of Carter.
Now give me your raspberries.
No, please, not those.
Every raspberry tax.
This is fantastic. You did a wonderful job.
Yeah.
I don't want anybody to feel intimidated by that, but just, there are methods that you can do to improve on the voicing of your characters. So this was a wonderful job. Thank you so much for joining us, Esteban.
Round of applause for Esteban, please. Give us a bow.
Yeah. All right, so
I
now
enjoyed
that we went through this demonstration, and we have a little bit of time to take some questions from you. If anybody out here has some questions specific to voicing characters, sound immersion, anything that relies on non-visual cues to like aid in your game. If there's any questions out there, if not, I have some questions of my own.
What kind of commander are you running in Magic the Gathering?
No, not those kinds of questions.
Okay.
All right, well, it looks like we don't have any volunteers out there, so I actually have a question. Because you voice direct and we have a bunch of different actors that are, trying out lines and rehearsing, what happens or what do you do when something unexpected comes out of the performance or something they do something unexpected, right? Who here has had somebody do something unexpected at your table? Right. It happens all the time. And as a DM, you're like, what do I do? I didn't plan for that, right? Or as a player, you don't expect the DM to throw something at you. So your plans go out the window. And as voice actors, as producers of an audio drama, we actually have the same thing happen.
Yeah. Is the surprising thing good? Right? Number one. If it's good, use it. Be empowered by it. If it's bad, don't use it. I think that's a pretty standard thing. Now, if someone does something that gets you to the point where it completely veers everything off, if we're talking specifically with like D&D stuff, right? Then pivot.
Or Pathfinder.
Because you don't have a choice. Let's be honest. You don't have a choice. If they kill the thing or bypass the thing, and you throw away 6 pages of hard work, maybe you utilize that in a different way. Maybe the guard that they were supposed to fight now turns into the guy that tries to mug him in an alleyway.
Right.
There's ways to tell a story in a different way while still getting all the beats across without you having to throw away your whole stack of paperwork.
Right.
And if a voice actor gives a performance on something that I was not envisioning that scene to go that way, but I liked it.
Right.
I want that take and I want the original take. And then in editing, I have 2 options. That's huge. I can insert this section that the actor had impromptu done, and then I can put it up against what the vision for the writers and me, the director, and see which one works better in the scene, especially next to everyone else's acting. And we'd be surprised to find that sometimes the actors do something that works really well that we weren't anticipating.
Right, yeah, I've sat in on some of those moments. Actually, I think
Or if
Carter,
it's bad, I call them and tell them to do it again.
the first time Carter voiced for us, I think that was a really surprising moment. And I can't spoil it for you, but the episode that he's featured in that comes out in season 2 it was just like an iconic voice.
that
quite
he did.
maniacal, and he did
Yes.
it quite well.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure to edit, in all
It
honesty.
really, really
Well,
was.
I'm glad you had fun with editing that. I had fun voicing that.
Yeah.
We got to get you a mic you can scream into.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
if
let's
there's
not-
anything you
we
guys
might
know
blow
about me, it's
people's
I
eardrums
tend to
out.
have high volume.
So one of the things that I want to add to this, right? I mean, we're talking about a lot of voice acting and scripted stuff that we can plan and edit, which you can't necessarily do in your game, online or at home, right? So one of the suggestions that I have, and I know it's going to sound weird, but it is actually a lot of fun, is taking an improv class, right? I'm sure everybody knows in your brain, you know, improv is probably one of the most important things as a player or a DM because you have to be able to handle that unexpected thing. But even though your brain knows it, you don't necessarily know how to utilize that skill. You're not practicing it. So I would suggest taking an improv class or just looking up some improv exercises online, find a buddy, and just like, man, hey buddy, this is gonna be weird, but I want like 10 minutes to do this thing, all right?
I've been improving this whole time.
It has been. So with that, I think that I would like to show you a video, a little bit about what we do.
Tell me about the video, Amber.
Yeah,
Yes, please,
so
Amber.
Fables from the Forgotten. It should be coming up here. This looping. I think it's looping? No, it's not. All right, here's our video, and then I will tell you a little bit about it.
Am I in the way?
Well, here we go. Here it is.
Where the realms of the living and the dead converge, there lies a haven, a crossover tavern. Within these walls, destinies are etched, and the scales of justice measure the souls of the departed. But beware, for not all tales are meant to be embraced. Some will send shivers down your spine and make you question the very fabric of existence. Step into the world of Eneron, where legends are born and mysteries are laid to rest. Welcome to Fables from the Forgotten.
All right, so, yeah, clap for that, okay? Because you may not have seen it yet, but I guarantee that you want to. Because right now, season 1 is out. Season 2 is about to drop very, very soon. And I'm not sure if it was on the loop, I can't remember, but Robert Hartley from Viva La Dirt League is attached to our season 2. He is our celebrity guest voice for season 2. And the fact that he is a part of our project is so exciting. Also, about 3 days ago, before we got here, Kobold Press announced that they are funding a project with us, and we will be producing an audio drama for them by December.
Pretty
so,
huge.
Really huge news. And I think that means that our audio drama is worth a little bit of a listen. So I really hope that you take a look. There was a barcode up here, but if you missed it, or you have questions about our panel, come see us at our booth upstairs. We are Dungeon Studios, and the podcast is Fables from
Yep.
the Forgotten.
Each season takes about a year. So 10 episodes takes a full year of production for us to make. So a lot of blood, sweat, and tears goes into our stuff.
Right, exactly. And I will tell you, I mean, the finale for season 1 is like a tearjerker. It's so good. So just go through season 1, get through it now before season 2 comes out so that you're ready.
And I would like to say that, from what I recall recording for the season 2 premiere, that was quite the roller coaster.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like we gotta go. The QR code is up now, so if you have a moment and you want to find us or find our show, this is where you can get it. Or again, come see us at our booth upstairs, Dungeon Studios. Here's the thing, we're not people who sell products. We actually create a lot of content. This isn't our only show. So if you want to hear more about that or you want to check out the products that we have, we'd love to come talk to you.
Love
All
you
right.
guys.
Yes, thank you so much, Utahns,
Let's give it up for Dungeon Studios.
Utanzanites.
All right.
Utonians.
Utonians.
May the dice
I found that
favor
out
you.
today. I asked a stranger. I was like, what do I call you people?
Utahns. We're called Utahns.
It's
Nice
been a
and simple.
pleasure.
I'm from Florida, so I
Ah,
don't
so
know.
you're Floridian.
I'm Floridian. Bye.
Well, enjoy.
All right, everybody, thank you for Dungeon Studios for that excellent panel. We are now going to have the Play with Purpose, Improve Skills for Story by Den of Dice coming up next at 1 o'clock. That'll be in 22 minutes. We'll see you then. All right, everybody in the Provo Town Center Mall. First off, we'd love to thank you for coming to the Dead Wars 2025. As a note, there is a giveaway table next to the We Geek Together merch booth upstairs, just to the side of the escalators. You can scan the QR code to enter. Prizes include a $500 metal D20, board games, posters, Utah fry sauce, and more. All donated by local game stores across the valley. Again, thank you very much for coming to the Dead Wars. We look forward to seeing you at the game today at 4 p.m. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next panel at 1 o'clock will begin in 5 minutes. This is the Play with Purpose panel. Improve skills for story. Den of Dice will be presenting at 1 o'clock. Please make your way to the main stage.
Sit down. That's dangerous, though. 'Cause nobody says that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the stage our Den of Dice panel. They're going to be talking about playing with purpose, improving skills for story-fueled play. Let's welcome to the stage.
All right. Oh, wow, that's a hot mic. My voice is loud. How's everyone? Holy cow. All right, welcome. Good to see everyone today. I love this. Okay, well, come on in, you guys. It's okay. We're safe. It's a safe table. It's a safe space. Everyone feel vulnerable. So anyway, just want to introduce ourselves a little bit. We are Den of Dice, but gosh, I was going to say, who's been sitting too long already? No, I know. No, we haven't even started yet, so I guess we're just getting going, huh?
It's Avatar.
You guys, this is great. So, are there any DMs that I can see? Dungeon Masters, Game Masters, people who host games? Yes, over here. Hello. Hi. Yes, I see you. So questions for the DMs. All right. Make some noise if you wanted more immersion from your players. Okay, yes, I hear you. I see you. You're validated, because this is what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about some character immersion, implementing improv, and some great skills to help improve your play and collaborative storytelling. So, now, let's see. Who actually would love to see if your players contributed goals, objectives to their characters? Who would love this, right? Isn't that like plot fuel? You're just like, oh my gosh, this is exactly what I need. It's like my story's writing itself at this point, okay? Amen, okay. So now the sessions, they'd feel much more like magic. And what we want to do is we want to be able to help your players infuse this better into their games, into your games. So players, who are my players now? Well, DMs, this also includes you. I should say. Okay, holler up players. Yes?
All the players.
Hello. Okay.
Hands up.
All right. So with the players, actually, the great thing is we're here to show you how to play with some purpose, not just react. How about players? Have you ever felt like sometimes you're just on the DM train and you're like, cool, I'm riding along. I'm here. Thanks, DM. Tell me a story. Entertain me. Come on, guys. We are telling stories together. We're creating worlds. We are building lore. We're having fun. So let's do this. What we're going to teach as Den of Dice, because this is our group. Say hey, Den of Dice. Hey. We are all Den of Dice. We're going to show you how to co-create like a pro. Okay, co-create like a pro. Or AKA procreate. Yes, you heard me. You will learn to not that kind, you're all perverts. I'm just kidding. Oh my gosh. Okay, so that's right, you heard me. Yes, roll for intimacy. Ha. Okay, all right, I'm dying. I love the chuckles. I'm a dad, so the dad jokes are expected, are they not? Okay, thank you. And got to use the D&D lore with it. So anyway, you guys heard me. We want to be able to be pro-creators and co-create, procreate. Haha, all done on that joke. I'll move on. So let's talk about Den of Dice. Let me introduce our crew for a minute. We're Den of Dice. We're a chaotic, creative crew of storytellers. Some of us forever DMs and players who've lived through more plot twists and rage quits, crying sessions, and occasionally making deeply questionable eye contact.
Yes. Facts.
Yes.
Yes.
So, anyway, what brings each of us to the table today is we want to give you the tools to be able to help improve those role-play moments, give them more purpose, okay? So let's talk about our crew, introduce ourselves real quick, briefly. So let's go around and we can start on either end. Who would like to introduce first to Den of Dice?
Hello, my name is Patrice, I have been playing Dungeons & Dragons for a little over 10 years. Still feel like I'm a novice sometimes, but that's okay. We're very beginner friendly here at Den of Dice. I play Tessa Dove, who is a seeker of knowledge to the point where she might have a reading addiction a little bit. But she also is doing so to solve the mystery of her loss of time. And that is a big goal. Big goal.
We're good. Maybe.
There you go.
Let's all take a step forward. Yeah, let's do that. All right, come
That's a big
on,
goal.
step forward a little bit.
And that's what we're here to talk to you about today. Having characters that have big goals helps for a bigger story hook and more engaging with the players and potentially an audience. But yeah.
Thank you, Treese.
Good job, Treese.
Welcome. Okay, and Maddie.
Hi, I'm Maddie.
Hi,
and
Maddie.
I'm a human with chaotic good energy, yeah. And honestly, I am a part of way too many campaigns, like bordering on obsessive, you know. I play Eris in this campaign, the edgelord, you know. And she's just abrasive, prickly, but I hope over time we'll kind of get that awesome depth and heart as we peel back those layers of who she is. So if you guys come watch the show, I really hope you enjoy.
Awesome.
My name is Todd. That is a lot louder than I thought. So, fun fact about me, last time I was talking on stage, I was wearing Perry the Platypus slippers. True story. In our campaign, Den of Dice, I am playing Doug Lamron, who is actually a normal human. I'm playing a normal human, no class, just a normal guy that's along for the ride. He's got a heart of gold, loves the party, loves being there for the adventure. He's a lot of fun.
Awesome. Thank you,
Good job,
Todd. Okay,
Doug.
Dan.
How's it going, everybody? That's loud, isn't it? Huh? All right. So I am Dan. I am fairly new to this world of D&D. I actually I come from a construction background, so all of this is just super new to me. I have really enjoyed this journey. I create, I build in my day job, and now I get to create and build in worlds and just a lot of fun. So the character that I'm going to be playing, his name is Rico Suave. Rico, he's a funny character. He's more of a, he loves to swindle people, create deals that are in his advantage. He's a charlatan, very handsome guy, and uses that to get his way. So, thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you, Dan. Okay, so this is Den of Dice. I'm James. I'm actually one of the players in our crew. I come from having done sales for way too long. But the cool thing about me is I've done comedy improv for, gosh, like 15 plus years, I don't know. And in addition to that, I played Dungeons & Dragons since like 2011. So this is all in my realm and world, and I love this stuff so much about character immersion, finding plot-driven twists, finding great things that create ripple effects throughout the whole story. So that's a little bit about me. I play a character, although you may not see me play my character today, but my character is Ryan Blackwell, who is an ex-pirate, or ex-pirate captain specifically. And he's kind of a rogue that's an obligated adventurer. He's kind of going into it without necessarily a choice, but ultimately to seek a little bit of vengeance. So that's Ryan, my character. Let's do this. So we're going to transition now into what we want to work on. We want to help, again, infuse some ideas, show you a little bit of these improv schools to help lift the table in the group and the collaborative play and storytelling. Now, again, there is no right or wrong way to play Dungeons & Dragons. We understand that, okay? This is just for those players that want to infuse and inject more of this synergy and co-creation, right? I didn't do it. You thought I would. I didn't. So, we want to be able to help you guys infuse some of these skills. So, what are we going to talk about? We got two things that I've kind of hinted at. We are going to build scenes from your character's goals, okay? We want to talk about what are goals that your characters might have, and how can we inject that into what we're doing. Number two, can we make choices that create ripple effects through our party, through our story, and through the world, right? Of everything that we're creating together. So we're gonna talk about those two elements today. So we're gonna do some role play skills. We will demonstrate a little bit, but also we would love you to participate with your neighbor, with your friend, or whoever it is that you'd like to get involved with, just to kind of try the exercise out. Hey! You guys look great, by the way.
Fantastic.
I love it. Everyone looks great. So, our first skill, actually, before I introduce the skill, let me tell you one thing. Our intention is to not offend anyone. So if you ever are offended, shame on you. All right. Gosh, okay, I'm a dad joke. Again, and it's just bad dad energy. Okay, so our first skill, and perfect, playing with purpose. We're gonna jump to our first skill, turning character goals into plot fuel. Beautiful. So, to introduce this, and why this matters is because when a character knows what they want, they're willing to act on it, okay? So every session then gets more purpose. It's not about the dramatic speeches, the monologues, or personal drive in creating them choices. The tension and choices will pay off, okay? So let's talk about what this looks like. So everyone out there, think of a character that you have played. Actually, you know, not just a character you played, maybe even a character that you are currently playing, or a character that you're conceptualizing, okay? Okay, I like any of those options, but think of your character's goal. What's the objective? Okay, so think on that, and I'm gonna ask my panel here, my group, my wonderful den of dice, who would like to share one of their character goals while I go mingle with the audience?
I can. Okay, so Eris, she's searching for someone, right? And she's gonna go, nope, it wants me over here. She's gonna go and seek this person. She's gonna go to the ends of the earth to find them and make sure that she can protect them. That's her goal.
Beautiful. Maddie, thank you. Okay, I'm out here. Everyone, did you lose me? Nope. Okay, I'm here. Hi. I'm among you, but I'm not sus. Oh my gosh, I'm so bad. Okay, anyway, who would like to share a character goal? I'm right here with you, and you want to share? I love this. Thank you.
My character's name is Dureen. She is a cleric, part of the Raven Queen sect. Her goal is to rise up in the Church of the Raven Queen.
Nice.
Okay,
Nice.
glorious
Love
power beknownst to you. I love this. Okay, I'd love to hear another character goal. By raise of hand, I love the participation. Who else wants to share a character? You will? Okay, over here. Back to you.
I have a druid. His name is Vesuvius.
Yes, druids.
And he believes that nature killed his family, so he wants to be the god of nature.
Ooh, nice.
Okay.
Let's go, druids!
That's deep lore. I love this. Okay, others, do you want to participate? You would? Yes, thank you.
I was thinking about, I have a character who is also a druid, but got excised from her home when she discovered some intruders who exploded this like magic gem, and she fell from like the floating island she lived on. So she wants to figure out what happened and why they did that. Kind of simple, but yeah.
I can relate to that so much.
Okay. You guys are all awesome. Okay. I'll call for more participation soon, okay? So thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you.
We love that. So what we want to do is we want to demonstrate this a little bit, okay? So again, understand that we're going to use some of our characters from our current campaign, and we're going to talk about how to infuse personal goals into the setting, okay?
Come on
Love
down.
that. That's a sweet staff. Oh my gosh. I know. Yes. Thank you. So what we're going to do is we want to help our characters face circumstances or situations that could even compromise their goal. Okay, so maybe it could be even a moral dilemma, personal betrayal, a tempting reward. So we're going to talk about a situation where that could turn into helping them choose their goal or something else, right? What are the consequences of that? So let's get our group out. We're going to have the Den of Ice, and we're gonna play this out a little bit.
Let's
do
do
it. I'm going to set the scene, and then these guys are going to portray their characters. So you are all attending a royal masquerade, each with a secret agenda. A noble is poisoned, and someone at your table is suspected. Do you protect them, expose them, or turn the situation into your advantage?
Again?
Oh my gosh.
It's happened again?
Oh
Again?
Again? What are you talking about? Again.
People are always dying around us.
What did you do, Rico?
I didn't do anything. Listen,
Listen, I didn't do anything, but somebody did, okay? And we need to
Obviously.
figure out how he died. So let's go over to his pockets, huh? Let's figure things out. Okay.
Before you touch him, here's some gloves.
Oh, no. Okay.
For the sake of
So let's go ahead and check his pockets, and this is, look,
Did you
Honestly,
even look at
I'm
that
not
before
part
putting it in
of
of
your
this.
course, it's for, what do they call it?
Purchases.
Evidence, huh? Okay, so we keep looking at the, oh, there's a piece of paper, you look at that? Okay.
Are you okay with this?
Yeah, okay, that's good.
All right,
Oh,
Rico.
this guy is rich. That's probably why he died. That's probably why he
Rico.
died. So, I think somebody poisoned him. Eh?
Really?
I
And how
think-
did you
I
figure
just-
out that?
I mean, I don't know why you're looking at me.
Was this-
Listen,
was this
we
you?
are all smart together. We can figure it out together, eh?
I just want to ask,
Yeah.
did any of you do it?
Look, I plead the fifth.
I plead the fifth. See? All of you looking at me, look at Tessa. Eh?
Wait, what would be your motive, though?
I just don't think that it's wise to disclose much during an investigation.
Well, no one's investigating us yet.
We were all here. You know
I
we
think
are.
we
Yes,
should.
but we can watch each
I
other's
think
back.
we should promptly leave.
Then we
Yes.
look more guilty.
No, we should try and catch the killer, despite the fact that he was a crime lord. I mean, we're not surprised he's dead, are we?
I
wouldn't have said it like that.
We're not surprised. Rich people die all the time. So it's going to be okay.
In comfort.
Well, let's leave, please.
We should go.
Quickly.
Okay, let's go. Eh?
All right.
Okay.
All right. Hey, give an applause, you guys. Give them applause. Okay. All right. So I'm going to talk to these guys just a little bit. Okay. Tell us about your scene. Who would like to share how they felt about some of their goals and some of the things that happened amongst each other?
I can start. So Doug, he loves the party. He loves the group. These are his best friends. He doesn't agree with half the things they do, but yeah, he just wants to make sure they're okay. If they are guilty, he wants to understand why. But if they aren't, he wants to make sure that all of our names are clicked.
Tessa is a warlock elf, and so she naturally tries to keep things closer to her chest. And while she knows these people very well, she doesn't trust people. She seeks secrets, but she doesn't give them. And that was what she was doing there in an often sarcastic demeanor.
Eris, she really wants to go find someone, and so getting caught and going to jail potentially, even being a part of an investigation, not on her agenda. She wants out of there as quickly as possible.
100%. And my character, Rico Suave, he's a bard, and he's also a charlatan. So his motive was to veer everybody's attention else, like in another place, so that he can take advantage of the situation to enrich himself.
Beautiful. Okay, so we all have some of their goals and how they played that out, and we use that in a live example. So what I'm going to do is I would love you to get together in a pair or a group of three or a trio, whatever that looks like, and I'm going to give you a prompt, And I'd love for you to portray your character now and portray your character and how your goals might align with the scene or the situation, okay? So that way we get into a chance of a little bit of active role play. Is everyone comfortable with this by raise of hand? Is this too uncomfortable? I don't know. Okay, we're good, we're cozy. Okay, we trust and love the people at our table. That's right. We trust and love our table. Okay, good. So it's okay to be vulnerable and do these things. So this is the prompt, okay? Think of, again, a character that you want to portray and their goal. You have taken shelter from a relentless storm in the ruins of an ancient tower. Lightning flashes through the shattered stone as you realize you're not alone. Several other travelers, each with their own motivations, have gathered here as well. A heavy stone slab in the center of the chamber slowly slides open, revealing an artifact glowing faintly, said to grant its bearer clarity, power, or freedom, depending on what they need most. You hear a voice, magical and ancient, say, "This place reveals the truth of your desires. Step forward and be tested." Now, you get to play this out. You can see how it goes with your little crew, okay? So again, remember, what would your character do in this moment? How would they react? How does this apply to their goals, all right? So I'm gonna give you just a couple minutes and you guys go ahead and explore, all right? So have fun and try it out.
You can narrate too. You don't have to.
Welcome to
role play.
narrate too. You don't have to just be like fully in character voice. Narrate it and talk about it. What are you doing?
Huh? I think what we need to do is we need to start singing a song to like bring everybody in. No? I think if one of us sings and the rest of us dance, we'll start bringing everybody in. So the big question is who's going to be the person that dances? Yeah, I'll dance. Tessa? What? Want to sing?
What?
Want to sing? Yeah.
No.
Join in.
No, we're not.
We're all going to do bars.
I like the music.
Thank you for the music, by the
The
way.
music's great.
Thank you.
It's good practice. Okay.
You know what I think? What I think we should do? As you're narrating, like going around, talk to me. I think the best question.
Yeah, go do it again.
I gotta go, guys. I gotta go talk to
I don't know about that. You can decide. I don't do it.
Okay. You guys need another moment? Who needs some more time? Yeah, you guys are good? Okay, way cool.
Lean
All
into
right.
the fantasy.
Participation.
Okay. I just love these types of little scenarios, like these little scenes that turn into something really cool. So, let me come down to you guys.
It's the
would
spark
any-
of raw creativity that we're trying to have you see in yourselves. The wackiest stuff you can think of, play it out. It's
Do
going to be a great
it.
time.
Okay, so I'm just coming up to you guys, my wonderful volunteers. Who would like to talk about it? You can pass the mic around as well. Just kind of like share what happened, what went down.
I chose a different character than the last one I mentioned. This character's way more fun.
Okay.
This character, she has been plagued by an evil demon for generations, and now it's her turn. And she believes that the spirits are the answer, and they can help her to get rid of this curse. So when she sees an artifact and an ominous voice that says, "Touch me," she goes, "Ah, yes, the spirits want me to touch this, obviously."
Of course
And so
I will.
she was so for it.
Love
That's
it.
fantastic.
I It's great.
My character doesn't want to die. He said, don't listen to crazy voices. Let's look into this. They could be lying. We need to stop. We need to investigate. We need to check this out. Don't just touch random things.
Tessa
in
relates.
tombs.
Yes.
My character, he originally wanted to listen to the voice because he's a barbarian. He's not very smart. So he was like, oh, yeah, I'll go touch it. But then his family, which he's an astral guardian, or astral guardians, his family was like, maybe touch it, maybe not, but you're the last of our family generation, so at all costs, don't die. So you can touch it if it'll make you live longer, but don't touch it if it's gonna kill you.
Love it.
Wow.
Good work.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful scene work, you guys.
Anyone
Honestly, like, I think it's fun because you get to explore things about your character and then it becomes even deeper, right? It just, you're like, oh, thank you. Good work, you guys.
Good work.
You guys are my other audience members. And I think my mic is still warm or hot. No, we're okay. Okay. Would you like to share? You don't have to, again, safe space. You guys are good? Okay, cool. That's fine. Okay, well then, we are gonna jump into our next bit, and we're gonna talk about some other skill exercise. Now again, you guys, this is what we are calling that story-fueled play, okay? And it starts with your character and what they want. Your character's narrative and their perception check, did they spot the story hook? Did they jump in? Did they get involved, you know? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna jump into our next skill. If we can go to skill number 2, please.
Skill number 2.
Skill number 2.
Okay, all right, we'll just move in. I'm sure they'll adjust the slide for us in just a moment. Okay, so here we go.
Skill number 2, it's there.
There we go, now we're up. Okay, so we're gonna call this the ripple effect, okay? So the cool thing about making choices that are fueled on our goals, these choices can shape a larger plot. They can shape even the world based on those choices. So the interesting thing is that as we make these bold choices, they can change the fabric of so many different things. So let me give a little personal example. So once upon a time, I was playing a character named Kellis, and he was actually a ranger warlock, multi-class. He was a real skeptical character because he had drive ultimately for power. That's what it was, and that's what tempted him to become a warlock in the first place, is he made that deal so that way he could gain more power and protect the things he loved ultimately. So there was a deeper core portion to it. What happened is they fought this dark, evil spider queen that was like, you know, spider with a big massive sword and anything. So when the spider died, the sword dropped. Well, without hesitation, that that wonderful character of mine picked up that sword, not knowing that it was cursed, of course, because he was seeking power. The powerful thing that they just killed had the sword, and obviously in his logic, that's what he needed to become more powerful.
Sounds like the barbarian, right?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. So he picked it up, and guess what? Well, he just turned into a big spider monster too. So that the party had to hack off his arm to save his life, but also prevent from him to be forever captivated as a big spider monster. So anyway, these deep character choices, they had a ripple effect. That's just a silly example for myself once upon a time. But let's talk about this, okay? Why this is great, because great role play isn't just an internal thing. It's very interactive, all right? When your choices affect the party, they shift relationships. Have you ever seen that? The dynamic of a relationship in the party, then like someone makes a choice and then all of a sudden things change, okay? It even can change the world around you. Have you seen this as well? When there's a choice that a character in your party makes, that it changes the world. It just becomes more than just a story arc at this point. It becomes everyone's. More deep immersion. So it's kind of like tossing this plot rock into a party pond, and then every ripple affects the world around you.
Speaking of ripples, though, that's something that I think everybody here can probably agree with. When you're playing Dungeons and Dragons, and then you're talking to people who may know a little about it, maybe not, you come up with, like, to them, what seems like this incredibly stupendous story out of this world, out of the box, and it's because of those deeper choices, at least in our opinion, with how we're trying to play, it just creates such an enriching environment, and you can share it with a lot of wonderful people and connect that way as well.
Beautiful ad. Thank you so much. I mean, I see all of you just kind of like feeling this. This is, you know, there's truth to this. This is great. So now I want you to think about this. So let's find and isolate a moment where someone at your table, you could have done it, could have been someone else, but what's a choice that a character made that had that ripple effect and led into the world? It affected the party. It affected the world around them. It made great change. Who's witnessed this? Yeah? The head nods. Everyone's like immediately, they're like, oh my gosh, that was epic, or the worst, or it was the baddest choice anyone would ever make. But then, you know, you explore it and you experience it and you go through it together. So anyway, let's talk about this now, because we are going to share an experience and we're going to portray it again as the group with a little bit of these examples of how, like, character choices can have bigger ripple effects, okay? So, our party, our crew, trudging along through the forest, come upon a group of mercenaries and bounty hunters detaining civilians. One civilian, a former ally to one of you, now captured and accused of murder. The local militia wants to take them into custody, and one of you wants answers, and one believes that the prisoner is innocent. The others were unsure. So, what do? Who's going to turn against who, and who's going to ultimately make the choice? Let's see how it plays out.
Oh, look, they got Clive.
Again?
Again?
Again.
I mean, I wonder what he did this time.
Wait. No, I know this person.
Yeah. It's Clive. What'd he do?
Nothing. He would never do anything.
Then why are they arresting him?
I don't know.
They're obviously mistaken. Look, we have to help him. Let him go.
How do you propose we do that?
I don't know. I just know.
Let's think about what we know about Clive. Clive's a sly guy. Rico, you know what this is like. Come on, give us some input
Just because he has
here.
a little bit of a personality doesn't mean he did anything. Listen, look at that guy. That guy is skinny. He can't do anything. Like, he couldn't even he can't hurt the fly.
Look,
You
there
think
is
this guy did
something
it?
to be said about the spirit of the law versus just the letter, all right? I think we should let him go.
Eris, are you sure he's innocent?
Yes, look, I trust this man with my life. Do you trust me, though, as my party?
This isn't about trust or anything. It's all about, just look at the guy. He's not guilty. That guy is, you can just tell by looking at him.
Yeah, that's why he's gagged and behind bars.
Tessa.
There's misunderstandings, they happen all the time.
Look, you are usually so reasonable.
I have a lot of, like, historical experience and evidence to know that I have some reasonable doubts. I'd like to see I would like to hear what he had to say about it, but
look, if I have to, I will protect him.
Oh, you were asking me to trust you a moment ago. I see.
All right, let's freeze and call the scene right there. Okay, you guys. Who else felt a little nostalgic for Captain America's Civil War? Right? The party quickly dividing. Oh my goodness. Anyway, that's a scene where, you know, there's trouble and there's an issue and we're divided. You know, as a party, this creates those scenarios where we have to overcome those challenges and understand that regardless of the choice, there's going to be a consequence. So we can come together as a party and make a choice in unison, or we can go divided, you know, and that's going to have those ripple effects. That's going to be those issues that just feed into larger plot and larger play and greater story. So, guys, I'd love to have you guys talk about it. Who would like to talk about the scene? What was going on? How did you feel while portraying your character, and like what was going on in your head?
Something that I always experience when I'm playing with like such wonderful people. We all love each other very much. We're another family unit in a way. It's hard to stay in character sometimes when you're sitting there like creating that tension, but kind of sitting in with it, but knowing where each other stands. That's where some of that growth can happen for your characters. And you can laugh about it later. Like, our two characters have some tension that y'all will see when we actually drop our first episode May 31st, by the way. I'm not sure if we mentioned that yet.
We'll dive into the plug for our podcast later.
But trying to get you hooked on the process, because it just creates such a wonderful way to connect with the people you play with, the worlds you are creating as well, because then you come up with different ideas of those story hooks that can be talked about with your DM, make things a little bit more engaging for you and the rest of your players. But that's something I like to focus on.
Let's hear Maddie.
Yeah, and you know, the group that was up here just before this, they kind of touched on this, that you should play with your voice a little bit. And sometimes I've learned it's good to slow down in a scene and even get quieter and allow people to lean in, you know? And so that's kind of what I was trying to do during that scene. And then obviously Eris, edgelord, she has tension with like everyone, you know? But, did I lose my mic? Oh no. And she was adamant about this. She's a very loyal person underneath it all. And I wanted to portray that in this scene, that she would stand by this person.
Beautiful, beautiful. Final takes, guys.
Okay, I'll go. All right. So one of the best advice that I've ever received getting into this new world of D&D. My name is Dan. My character is Rico. Don't do what Dan wants to do. Do what your character would do. Stay true to your character, right? So like in that scene, Dan would do a completely different thing with that. But Rico, he would do something that Dan wouldn't do, right? And along with that, do something that your character would do, but keep the party in mind, right? Don't just have it be all about you, but have it be about the party as well.
It's a
right?
group effort.
So, yeah, that's
absolutely.
my advice.
I would tag on to that. If you're the player that's always saying, "That's what my character would do," and it's driving everybody else at the table nuts, you got to fix your character.
It's a balance.
Right?
Readjust.
You are the problem.
Yeah.
But yeah. If they're fun to play with and the choices they're making create interesting or flavorful conflict, that's beautiful. That's fun.
100%.
Oh, okay, there we go. Excellent. Love it, you guys. Again, it just really comes down to that idea of like, how are you going to make your character choices? What are the choices that you want to make? And how does it affect the party? But also, like the caveat, you guys, like, if your flagrant actions are making the experience unfun for others, maybe reconsider, okay? Maybe that's a character that shouldn't be welcome at the table. Right? Anyway, just that added advice. But I do think we should make bold choices. We should own into our character goals. But just make sure that you have goals that really align and play well. So, let's do this now that we've had a chance to demonstrate. I want you guys to, instead of, role-playing, practicing it out, we're going to do something a little different, okay? So the idea is you're going to grab a trio, find someone to talk to about this. And again, grab a character that you've played, even a character you're conceptualizing, and imagine that they're about to make some type of bold choice, okay? Something not everyone in the party might agree with. I'm going to give you just a few minutes and talk about those choices and what it could be, okay? Just like think it through, okay? Feel it out. There's no acting required, nothing acting needed. Just, maybe explore it, and if you feel like role-playing it, yeah, sure. You know what? You guys have the creative freedom, obviously. So here's your little setup, okay? So your setup is you and your party arrive on the outskirts of a crumbling village under siege. Fire smolders in the distance. The town's remaining guards are pleading with you for help, but you've also received a private message. A courier has found you, urgently requesting you to turn back and protect something precious to you. A home, an item, a person. You can't do both. And your party may not agree with your instinct. Okay? So think about this. What is your character aligning with on the goal? They've got two separate goals. They've got different priorities. They're both urgent. How do you prioritize them? Think about it. What choices do you make? How would others react? So discuss it. I want you guys to be able to feel this out and kind of explore consequences of tough choices in these scenarios. Okay, so go ahead and go with your group. How would your player character react? I do, please. So, with your microphone, face it like this and bring it. All right. Okay. Well, as we're getting ready to wrap up here, and we've got just a little bit of time left. Really appreciated everyone's participation in this, and I'd actually love for you to continue to explore these things. Continue to think about it. These are kind of the things that we have used to shape our stories, and ultimately, if this is fun for you, if this makes it more fun, that's awesome.
That's the
our
goal.
goal.
That's the goal.
This is what we want, okay?
Have
So
fun.
for us, this is what we do, and this is what makes it a lot of fun. I mean, we also love, of course, all the other elements of Dungeons & Dragons, because we're not like, just like pure-hearted thespians. We're actually like all about the adventure, and we're all about going through a dungeon and trying to find cool loot. Like, there's so many cool elements to the game.
Casting
We just-
fireball.
Yeah, right? Casting a fireball. Or having a fireball cast on us.
That just
Oh no,
happened.
because we're
You might just see that.
we're equally shaped by our critical failure rolls as our nat 20s, and that's what makes the dynamic, interesting story, doesn't it?
We crit fail way more
Last
than
night.
we
That's so bad.
Last night.
Last night was a big
Everyone
one.
had horrible
Yeah.
rolls last night. while we
Nobody
were playing
rolled
it.
higher than a 5 last night.
So let me say this. I want to hear from you guys. As we've gone through a few of these exercises, we've talked about a handful of things of our favorite way to build story elements and to create goals and have those goals have ripple effects in our choices through the world and our party. What are some of your takeaways? And I want to come down and I want to have you guys share, like, what are some of the things that you're excited about?
Yeah,
Oh,
come talk to
we gotta
us,
wrap it up.
please.
Okay,
Yeah,
never
come
mind.
talk to us.
Yeah, we'll talk to you after.
You come talk to us, because we've got to
come
hop
talk
off
to you
mic.
guys after. Yeah.
Okay,
But-
let's pull
We
up our
wanna come
final
meet you.
slide.
All
And
right. So, as we've said a few times, we have a show that we are dropping the first episode on May 31st on Twitch, and then we'll be releasing it on other platforms. If you want $500, that's right, everybody up top too.
$500.
That's right.
Did you hear? You can win $500.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Den of Dice.
Okay.
Den of Dice. I'm not associated with them.
Thank you all. We love you so much. We
much.
appreciate the time. Go have fun.
All
you
right,
so
let's
much.
give
Have a
it
good time.
up for Den of Dice. Coming up next is going to be a musical act by the Real Folk in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen of the Provo Town Center Mall, we will have a musical performance by The Real Folk on the main stage in about 5 minutes. Head on down to the main stage for a performance by The Real Folk.
Not getting anything out of it?
It's in that one. That's it. I mean, it needs. Yeah, absolutely. Before the applause even dies down. I feel like
All right, Provo Town Center Mall, for your listening enjoyment, the Dead Wars presents The Real Folk.
Thanks for letting us come play for you today. We've got a nice selection of tunes from all across the nerdy repertoire, some pop and traditional folk songs mixed in there. So if you recognize a song we're playing, then feel free to sing along or shout out the name. That's fine. All right, that last one was a set of polkas. That last in this set was from Bluey, in case you recognize it. This next one is from a popular video game series called The Witcher. Maybe you've heard of it. It's called Silver for Monsters.
should mic you with one of these.
What do you want to play next? While we work out some technical issues here. Ooh, that's a lot of crackling. It sounds bad from where I am at. Crackle, crackle, crackle.
Now tie a knot.
That last one was from Boondock Saints. If there's any Boondock Saints fans out there. There's usually a lot more Boondock Saints fans around St. Patrick's Day. They just spontaneously appear, I've noticed, and then they kind of hibernate the rest of the year. All right, this next one you're definitely going to recognize.
pickup would be messed up. They can't hear you. You sound like crackles. We need to do something before we keep playing.
Well, sorry for the audio issues. I don't know if you guys can hear our fiddler half the time. She sounds like Rice Krispies. Ooh, that sounds awful. Sorry, I shouldn't make mouth sounds like that into a microphone this loud. How about Kingdom Dance? All right, here we go. You know, can you give her this microphone instead of her pickup? Because I can't hear her at all in the mix. Sorry, I just don't want to play Kingdom Dance without her. And I don't really need this. All right, this is our last one. You are definitely going to recognize this one. I think they're coming out with a new movie about it. And I'm not going to tell you what it is. I don't want to spoil it. But enjoy and have a great day, everybody.
All right, folks, give it up for the Real Folk. Awesome. You can find them on Instagram. Coming up next, we have Beyond the Gates that will get us into our session for the Dead Wars. Come on back at 3 o'clock for Beyond the Gates. Players, please begin to make your way to your tables. Be in your seats at 3:30 p.m. If your table does not have a dungeon master at 3:30, have a party member check in at registration. Thank you. Again, please make your way to your tables and be seated at 3:30. If you do not have a DM at 3:30 p.m., please check in at registration. Thank you. All right, Dead Wars participants, please start making your way to your seats. Everybody should be seated by 3:30 p.m. If your table does not have a Dungeon Master at 3:30, please check in at registration. Again, please start making your way to your tables.
Come along and follow me. I've got a little tag for a mystery. Away beyond the gates. Oh, you need it louder?
Check, check, mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 2, 1, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 1.
Dance with me, I've got a little taste for adventuring. Away beyond the gates.
Checking this microphone. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check.
Feels
still
good.
Checking. We're still listening and checking this microphone. Gonna keep on checking it until I'm told that it's all good. Cause
Does that need to be louder? I have a different timbre I can use. You're still good, thank you.
So I'll probably walk on and I'll grab that mic for my.
grab it or just leave it. You do whatever you feel right in your heart, and we will just shove and grab microphones.
I'm now worried about them hearing me because I move around a lot. Nope.
We can share.
I'll make.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, in preparation for the Dead Wars 2025, please welcome to the stage Beyond the Gates.
Long way to Kingdom Grant. Something feels off. I swear we're being followed.
I'll get a fireball ready.
No, no fire. We cannot let ourselves be discovered. It is imperative for our mission. Did that tree just sneeze? Arm yourselves! Ambush!
No, it's us! It's fine! Edwin, you were supposed to be stealthy!
I was being stealthy. It's just my allergies don't exactly have a stealth mode.
You're lucky I didn't burn you all to a crisp.
What are you all doing here?
Well, you see, we are the Bards of Drail! Thank you. And we're here to cheer you on your glorious adventures, to chronicle your heroic deeds, and witness your sanctimonious deaths. Whichever comes first.
We know who you are. Why are you here? Have you been following us this entire time? It's been literal weeks since we left Fort Lionhall.
Look, we had to follow you. You left without a proper send-off.
That is true. It is ancient tradition that the Bards of Drail give a final swan song to the warriors that are going off and venturing beyond the gates.
And is a part of the bard's tradition to follow the warriors and bother them at every turn?
Yes.
No.
Just let them do their thing. The sooner they can start, the sooner they'll be done and out of our way, and we can be on our way.
Wonderful. Well, Penny, I believe you wrote our first song. Would you like to lead us off?
Oh, it would be my pleasure. And go ahead and sing along and clap your hands if you know it.
You never said anything about singing along.
You better do as she says, otherwise she'll curl up in a ball and sulk for days. Ugh.
Come along and follow me. I've got a little time for a mystery.
Away beyond the gates.
Come along, I'll take you there. I've got a little secret I want to share.
Away beyond the gates.
Here we go, 3 times.
Clap your hands. If you don't know the words, stomp your feet as we travel the world. Come along and take a look where you are the hero in a storybook. Away beyond the gates.
Come along and join my crew. I've got a little song I'll sing to you.
Away beyond the gates.
Come along and follow me. I've got a little secret and mystery.
Away beyond the gates.
Here we go again.
Clap your hands. If you don't know the words, stomp your feet as we travel the world. Come along and take a look where you are the hero in a storybook. Away beyond the gates. Come along and dance with me. I've got a little taste for adventuring. Away beyond the gates. Come along and you can tell I've got a little mischief and a magic spell. Away beyond the gates. Clap your hands. If you don't know the words, stomp your feet as we travel the world. Come along and take a look where you are the hero in a storybook. Away beyond the gates. Away beyond the gates. Away beyond the gates. Penny McLeod, everyone!
Huzzah! And now that that's over, you can go home. And we can continue on. This quest is far too dangerous, and you are just going to be distractions.
Oh, no. We're not distracting. We're entertaining.
No, Penny, it's fine. Well, before we go, we'd like to give you a toast. Does anyone have the whiskey?
I do. Strongest Wanderers whiskey in Fort Lionhall.
I don't see a problem with at least, one drink. To your health, bards.
And
Thank
to
you.
yours.
What? Did you poison me?
Yes, you see, it is terrible bad luck and a curse to drink the Wanderer's whiskey without a whiskey song. You've doomed us all, and now we must sing one. It is your only hope.
This is ridiculous.
Agreed.
Ridiculously bad luck if you don't sing along.
No more singing along, please. Oh, drat.
Mushering, dabba-doo-dabba-da. Whack ball, my daddy-o. Whack ball, my daddy-o. There's whiskey in the jar.
I counted out his money and it made a pretty penny. I put it in green bucket and I took it home with Jenny. She sighed and she swore she never would see me. The devil take the women for they never can be easy.
Mushering, dabba-doo-dabba-da. Whack ball, my daddy-o. Whack ball, my daddy-o. There's whiskey in the jar.
I went to me chambers, all for to take a slumber, and dreamt of gold and jewels, and for sure it was no wonder. For Jenny took me charges, and she filled them up with water, then sent for Captain Fettle to be
Ready for the slaughter. Mushering, dabba-doo-dabba-da. Whack ball, my daddy-o. Whack ball, my daddy-o. There's whiskey in the jar. 'Twas early in the morning, right before I rose to travel. Up comes a band of footmen and likewise Captain Farrell. I first produced my pistol, for she stole away me rapier. But I couldn't shoot the water, so a prisoner I was taken. Mushering, dabba-doo-dabba-da. Whack ball, my daddy-o. Whack ball, my daddy-o. There's whiskey in the jar. If anyone can aid me, it's me brother in the army. If I can find his station in Cork or in Killarney, and if he'll go with me, we'll go round Kilkenny. I'm sure he'll treat me better than me own Miss Sportin' Jenny. Mushering, dabba-doo-dabba-da. Whack ball, my daddy-o. Whack ball, my daddy-o. There's whiskey in the jar. Mushering, dabba-doo-dabba-da. Whack ball, my daddy-o. Whack ball, my daddy-o. There's whiskey in the jar.
Brilliant. Now that that's done, we part ways. But you need us, and we need you. Oh, hello, Dorian.
We need
Thank you.
fighters, not fools.
No, we can fight really good. Watch this, ready?
Have at thee!
You call that fighting?
Yes.
A fight?
Yes.
Watch and learn, little bards, about a fight. Sir. Are you ready?
Clapping necessary. These are important skills that will keep us alive in the battle ahead.
But you underestimate the power of bards. You see, we are masters of disguise.
Disguise. You're hardly subtle.
We can be subtle. Didn't you see us as trees? We blended right in.
I could turn them into trees. It's hard to follow us if their feet don't move.
Hold on one moment. You see, just like the great oak and ash and thorn, great trees that stand forward during the roughest winters and the chillest of summers, we will be here to guide you on your journey and chronicle your heroic deeds.
Are you trying to say that singing about trees will help us in battle?
Yes.
No, we're saying that singing about trees will help you survive the journey on the way to your battle. We can't have you dying of boredom. It's a very long way, and you'd be barking mad not to take us.
No.
We can spruce up any journey. You'll be rooting for us soon enough.
Yes, yes. Our skills will help you branch out, and we will leave you all
Stop
with
it with the bad tree puns.
Well, if we stop with the tree puns, will you sing a tree song with us?
Yes.
Take it away.
That grow so fair, old England to adore. Greater are none beneath the sun by oak and ash and thorn.
Sing oak and ash and thorn, good sirs, all on a midsummer's morn. Surely we'll sing of no little thing in oak and ash and thorn.
Okay, here we go. And his golden churchyard gold, he freed the mighty bold. Alder for shoes do wise men choose, and beech for cups also. But when you have gilded your gold and filled, and your shoes are clean outworn, back you must be to all that you need to oak and ash and thorn.
Sing oak and ash and thorn, good sirs, all on a midsummer's morn. Surely we'll sing of no little thing in oak and ash and thorn. Sing oak and ash and thorn, good sirs, all on a midsummer's morn. Surely we'll sing of no little thing in oak and ash and thorn. She hates mankind and waits till every gust be laid to drop a limb on the head of him who always trusts her shade. But whether a lad be sober, sad, or mellow from ale from the horn, he'll take no wrong if he lieth along neath oak and ash and thorn. Sing oak and ash and thorn, good sirs, all on a midsummer's morn. Surely we'll sing of no little thing in oak and ash and thorn. Sing oak and ash and thorn, good sirs, all on a midsummer's morn. Surely we'll sing of no little thing in oak and ash and thorn.
I'll admit, that song did put me in a better mood, so I've decided I won't turn you all into trees.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, that's a relief.
To be honest, they're more cunning than I thought. I like how they think outside of the box. If we combine our various skills, we may have a better chance at victory.
Does that mean you let us come with you?
I'm all right with them coming with us so long as they have whiskey for everyone to share.
There is
With me.
whiskey in the jar, and in my guitar, incidentally.
All right. They can come along. But if we're to travel together, we should start with a proper road song. I have always been partial to Ramblin' Rover.
Good sir, I didn't know that you were a fan of roaming songs.
You'll find we're full of surprises, especially when you travel beyond the gates. To Kingdom Grand!
Everybody
To
to
glory!
Kingdom!
To death! Not the last one!
All right, last song, everybody. Feel free to sing along if you know it. To Kingdom Grand.
Thank you. To Kingdom Grand. Oh, there are sober men aplenty, and drunkards barely 20. There are men of over 90 that have never yet kissed a girl. Give me a rambling rover, Frey Orkney down to Dover. We will roam the country over, and together we'll taste the world.
Many a faded toy, from merciless employment, their ambition was disappointed from the different levels.
aplenty, and drunkards barely 20. There are men of over 90 that have never yet kissed a girl. But give me a rambling rover, Majorca down to Dover. We will roam the country over, and together we'll face the world. I've been to all the nations, taken light of all creations, and enjoyed the wee sensation when the company did prove kind. When parting was no pleasure, I drunk another measure to the good friends that we treasure, for they're always within our mind. Sober men aplenty, and drunkards barely 20. There are men of over 90 that have never yet kissed a girl. But give me a rambling rover, Majorca down to Dover. We will roam the country over, and together we'll face the world. Sober men aplenty, and drunkards barely 20. There are men of over 90 that have never yet kissed a girl. But give me a rambling rover, Majorca down to Dover. We will roam the country over, and together we'll face the world. We'll face the country over, and together we'll face the world. Give it up for our bards of trail. Give it up for our warriors! And we'd love to see you all beyond the gates! Happy Dead Wars, everyone!
Good luck in the war!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause for Beyond the Gates. Coming up is the Dead Wars. It will be starting at 4 p.m., but please start to get seated. You need to be seated by 3:30 p.m. If you do not have a DM by 3:30, please check in at registration. Again, please start getting seated. If you are not ready by 3:30 and don't have a DM, come see registration. Thank you.
All right. Oh. Check 1 2 1 2. Checking a microphone. We are checking a microphone. This is a fine spot. Yes. Mm-hmm. We're gonna have to steal it from registration. We have to steal it from registration. I can go run and grab it right now. This is the Dungeon Master table. I'm not gonna be standing for hours.
DM Shroud too. All right, we are just at 3:30 right now, 30 minutes until the game begins. Please make sure that you're seated with your party, and if you do not have a Dungeon Master with you, please go to registration and contact the registration team. Again, please make sure that you are getting seated and ready to go.
Okay. I thought that was a sword at first. I was so excited. Adam Brown, and I'm so excited. I'm doing a sound check, and I can't wait. I'm so excited to do this sound check and see what the sound is like.
And I'm sound checking right now. I'm sound checking right now. Checking the mic, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, checking the mic. That's right, I'm checking the mic, checking back in. Keep going. Hello, hello, one and all. Let's see, I'm going to start describing people physically. There's a guy in a black shirt. There's a guy in an orange shirt. There's a lady with a bun in her hair. Several ears of L's. Oh, and some feedback. Would you look? Good, good, good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about 15 minutes out from the beginning of the game. Make sure that you're getting set, ready, and if you have any issues, please go back to registration. All right, we will be beginning in 5 minutes. Get settled and get set. 5 minutes.
Oh, sure. It's nice they got a spot for us. Got a good spotlight just for us. It's great. The center? Yes. The center and the regular center.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time is 4 o'clock. Please put your hands together for your DM for the 2025 Dead Wars, Andrew Ashby.
Players, welcome to this legendary game. I will be your head dungeon master for today. Before we get started, I want to lay down a few rules and announcements. Those rules are, if you need better audio for this game, tune into either the radio broadcasting frequency that is on your table, or tune into the live stream that is live on YouTube now. I recommend someone using an earphone or AirPod to listen in when I give stage announcements. Another way to communicate in the game is with your captains. The captains in this game will be able to give you updates. The captains will be going around shortly to introduce them to yourselves. Also importantly, there will be a sound cue every time a special announcement goes out. When we play that sound cue, I will wait for quiet before I give that announcement. All right, with those housekeeping items, out of the way, that's the cue. Got it. So, with those housekeeping items out of the way, let us begin where we last left our players in Kingdom Grand, having been ravaged by war, struck by massive armies of undead, angels, and demons. The free people of the city-state have fractured into competing factions. I want to hear these factions. The Arcane Registry, where are you? The Arcane Registry wields magic to gain power, drawing raw energy from the very fabric of existence. Where are the Industrialists? The Industrialists construct mighty machines powered by mysterious crystals. Where is my Nature's Pathway? Refugees from the wilderness, they cultivate a new tree of life with roots that have spread across the continent. The protectors of the old gods. The last believers in the dwindling faith, they plead to the heavens to guide them. Last but certainly not least, the unbound. You seek to elevate the downtrodden by any means necessary. These 5 factions vie for dominance over the remnants of the city. The fate of Kingdom Grand lies in your hands. Only the strongest will prevail. Welcome to the War of the 5 Factions. Dungeon Masters, to you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Dead Wars 2025. My name is Zach Atherton.
And I'm Adam Brown, and we'll be commentating today throughout this entire game. So we'll be adding a little flavor. We'll do some interviews. We'll be chatting with people. And yeah, it's going to be such a good time. It's going to be awesome.
If you've ever wanted to play D&D with two comedians kind of chipper-jappering all the time, this is the show for you.
Yeah, exactly. Zach, quick question for you. Which of the 5 factions do you most identify with personally?
Which one do I do?
Yeah, if you had to choose one, which would you choose?
Oh man, I would choose Nature's Pathway because I like how they put Nature's Pathway by the fakest tree in the building. They're like, we got to put him by nature. Let's put him by this plastic and plaster right here.
Yeah, absolutely. I love I love that. That's very fun, especially for a desert state like Utah.
What about you?
The first one that comes to mind is probably the protectors of the old gods, but that's probably because of my religious past, I think. Outside of that, I don't know, do the gods need protection? If they're a god, I kind of feel like do it yourself.
Oh yeah, it's like hiring a security team for your security team.
Yeah, or hiring a security team for an MMA fighter is what it feels like. Hiring me and you to defend an MMA fighter at that point.
I thought you'd be the Unbound because they represent people that magic gods are tech, and you are non-religious, and you still use a typewriter.
Well, I thought you would be an industrialist because of insults. That's right. I could do this all day too. Zach, you've played D&D, right? What's your character like that you usually choose for D&D?
I like charisma-based characters because one, I don't really like combat that much, and two, I like being sneaky. And if I can seduce someone, that's an inappropriate thing to do. That's always fun for me.
Give me your best shot.
Of seduction?
Yeah. Here you go. You snuck into my shop, and you got to steal a magical item that I got in the back, and I'm not letting you through at all.
Well, what I like to do is the cool thing about the mechanics is you don't actually have to be seductive. So I just say, I give them a thumbs up, and then I say, roll for persuasion.
That would work. Honestly, even if you didn't roll, if you just said that in that seductive voice, I would do it. That would count.
So we're in Act 1 right now, which the whole point is they're going to be scouting and making partnerships. So each faction is moving to spy and learn about the others, and some tentative partnerships will be formed. Adam, if you were in the game right now, would your focus be more on spying and gathering information, or creating some early partnerships?
Well, I think you got to scout first, mostly because we know that later on in the game, some of these locations are going to be pretty important. So knowing where people are, of course, situated, where they're going, trying to figure out what exactly their landmarks are going to be that they're going to hold to, I think is probably going to be the way that I would go about it, just because I want to make sure that whoever I team up with later, it's actually going to be a complementary sort of allyship, right?
Yeah.
I think the risk of this would be moving too quick, trying to set something up too soon. Maybe you've got a buddy who's part of a different faction, you're like, let's just join together. But if you're not situated in a way that's going to actually matter later in the game, it's barely going to help anybody at all, right?
Yeah, I think I'd be pretty suspicious right away. Yeah. You know, pretty much everyone's the same. I'm like, if you're talking to me, I know you're about to screw me over in about 3 hours.
Yeah, that's a pretty good point.
I'm also just a naturally cynical person anyway. I'm divorced. So I'm like, hey, you want to get in here? Show me what you think about commitment, okay?
Yeah, I also think I'd have a hard time trusting the guy who initiated by being like, I like to do sneaky characters, are really good at talking their way through things. Would you like to form an allyship with me?
Hi, my name's Sneaky the Goblin, Lord of Betrayals. May I join your team?
No red flags.
Roll for persuasion.
Well, this is great. For anybody who's watching at home or on the stream right now, what we do have, we've got everybody set up in the mall in kind of their own different groups. We've got all the different factions in a bunch of different locations. It's super fun. This is the busiest I've ever seen Profo Mall to begin with.
I think Dead Wars might be single-handedly saving the old tradition of a mall.
Yeah.
Without these people selling like leathers and swords and playing this game, I think this old American tradition would have been dead years ago.
Yeah, when we said protectors of the old gods are capitalism for the most part.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about. That's what we're defending.
Yeah, whoever wins.
Oh, you guys are good. Sorry, I'm talking to the AV.
You just made this motion to us, so I was like, okay, that can only mean one thing.
We're getting feedback from players that the commentators are too loud. Okay, sweet. Cool. I love them though. They're awesome. You guys are doing awesome. By the way, yeah. And for this first hour, I can totally do interviews, answer questions, and that kind of stuff. Yeah. So then, should I have another mic so I can do live stream? Oh, no. Like, I can answer questions if you guys want to ask questions about the setting or anything like that. You're like, I'm your lore book.
So not only do we have everybody, of course, set up here throughout it, we've got 5 different factions, like we mentioned, all split out throughout the entire mall. One of the very cool things about this is the way that it's just structured. We've got our head DM at the top who's sitting right across from us, John right here. John, can you tell us a little bit more about how you went? Do I have John's attention is the question.
Do you have your microphone down?
John. John. We're going to you for questions,
John, the DM, we're going to come to you for a little bit of world building. What inspired the world in general? How did you birth this from your brain dome?
Hey, can I talk through my mic? Yeah. Got it.
Come on over, John.
Do we just have the 2 mics?
All right, so what was the question?
Yes, we're just a little bit curious about the birth of the world and how it came to mind, how that came to be. Is it deeply inspired by something, or is it the whole creation, or one of your old campaigns now brought to a grander scale?
So, the Dead Wars, specifically this 5 factions, was a love letter to letting people tell stories. There was another game similar to this. It was called Legend of the Five Rings, but it was a trading card game. And as that game went on, as players learned combinations with their decks, the creators would then release cards based on how people won competitions. And it was really cool in the trading card aspect because the players told the story. And so I really liked that nature, and I've been wanting to do that with Dungeons and Dragons instead. The players are playing battles, and they are going to tell the story. I don't know who's going to win or lose.
I like that. If I'm understanding first this playing card game, so does that mean that if someone won by like the battle at whatever rank, they would later make a card about that, or it'd be like sneaky stab at battle of whatever, something like that?
There's a famous story in the game because it was based around shoguns and samurai. And so somebody played a card that allowed you to steal the opponent's shogun, and they won by killing them with their own shogun. And so in the next set, that specific character was now the betrayer. And so that character's lore changed as the players played, depending again on the tournament results that were going out.
That's very cool. So talk to us just a little bit about setting up something like this where obviously you've got a lot of Dungeon Masters, you want to give them control. I feel like one of the hardest things for Dungeon Masters is figuring out how vague, how big you want to go compared to how much you want people to just drive the story, because obviously you can get a DM who's too nitpicky and specific, that suddenly you get hit with too many roadblocks and it's not fun for anybody. But you can go the opposite, of course, where it's like, the world is yours, and it's like, give me some direction with this at least. How do you find that line to walk?
So we have some very talented Dungeon Masters who sign up. I'm so grateful for everyone who volunteers because we can't do this without them. There's over 150 Dungeon Masters here today, which is insane that we can gather that many. And really the tools we have to give them is a very thorough packet, stuff that has answers for a lot of things. If your players decide to go rogue, or if they want to try to sabotage supplies or something, we actually had to bake a lot of that information into the packet so Dungeon Masters feel comfortable that they know those answers. What happens, Dungeon Masters, if they don't have the answers, that's when they have to start making things up, and that's where it gets dicey on having a balanced game.
So for this first act, what are some common moves you expect them to make? And is there anything you're like, oh boy, I wonder if anyone's going to make this sneaky move here? Or is it pretty just like basic setting up the groundwork?
You're going to have to ask that again.
Yeah, so in this first act, like, what are some moves you're expecting them to make? And are there any ones where you're just like, oh man, I'm wondering if anyone's going to do this sneaky move? Like, does anyone do anything sneaky this early in the game?
Yeah, so right now, the factions are scouting out each other. They need to find out what's at stake because each faction has a dark secret, kind of like a nuclear option that they're pushing for, an end game, if you will. So that's what they're trying to figure out about each other. obviously, that information is heavily guarded by each faction with guards and patrols and traps. So the players are going to have to try to get through that. And if they don't, that's information they won't have for the rest of the game.
Oh, wow.
Which can set things up pretty poorly for
So
them.
people are going to be pretty suspicious of people coming up this, or is it advantageous to open up your doors because they're trying to learn their secrets as well?
It depends on how the factions want to align with each other. I'm already seeing some of the captains making moves, trying to work with other factions, which is great because if a faction can ally with another faction, that's going to double their chances of winning.
Talk to me a little bit about these factions. Were you were the person who created them?
Yes.
Tell me, which one was maybe the trickiest for you to like really figure out or dial into that you were like, this one just took a little longer, and what was that process like?
So the factions were really interesting to make, and I think I had the hardest time distinctifying, that's not a word, but the arcane, the Arcane Registry and the Industrialists. The Arcane Registry collect and hoard magic items, secrets, scrolls, like they want to study magical knowledge. The Industrialists, they're much more technology driven, but they still do use magic in their technology. Think of like steampunk or crystal energy, that kind of stuff. So trying to make them feel pretty unique was a bit of a challenge because magical energy is kind of something they both use.
If you were playing as a player, is there a faction you'd lean towards?
I can't say that. As the dungeon master, that would tip my hand at which factions I think are the coolest.
Okay, I'll go the other way. The least one. You're the least, the one you
can't
hate the
say
most.
that either.
I
love
just
all
want to
the-
know which one's Ravenclaw. I'm not seeing Ravenclaw on this list at all.
I mean,
What's going on?
Arcane Registry screams Ravenclaw to me. It's been really funny watching the chats in the Discord. Arcane Registry were studious. They signed up really early, and all in the chat they've been talking about is what was the economical magics that they should be studying. You know, is necromancy actually a good, profitable business to get into? That kind of stuff. And so that was the Arcane Registry. All the Unbound we're talking about was their war chants. What are they going to be screaming when they defeat everyone? So
That's so fun. I hope people who are streaming this right now, I hope they're already picking people based on nothing. Because I love doing that, especially when, what was that one TV show that used to be on Nickelodeon way back in the day that was like a kid's, The Temple, not the Temple of Doom, but you know what I'm talking about. You know?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Where it's got
yeah.
OTEP and all, or whatever, and all those kids, and I was like a diehard Purple Parrots through and through, even though it's not like the Purple Parrots came from my state or anything like that.
Screw you, Blue Bengals. I know nothing about you.
Yeah, I hope that happens as well. The people on the chat, shout out, pick one and just stick with it your whole time, or betray them at the end and lean into the game, whatever you want to do.
That's very, very possible. There are mechanics to betray at the end, and there's an advantage to doing it. So I wanted it to make it tempting.
So you don't have to talk about this game specifically, but when you're doing your own home games, is there a character, a build that you are that you like?
I mean, I'm usually the dungeon
That's
master
usually
myself.
how it goes.
Yeah, the forever.
How long has
DM.
it been since you played with like a dungeon master that you love?
I do have a really good friend who will play about once a month with us.
Oh, cool.
And so that's my release when I get to play a character.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I'm usually a paladin or a bard.
Okay. Very cool.
So yeah, he's a protector of the old god for sure.
Oh, okay. So they're the best one? All right,
that's
very
how they-
good. You hear
that's
that
how
here
they got me.
first, folks. Yeah, so let's see here. I'm curious to know, so we've got this time clock, clock is ticking down.
Yeah, we're
so
at
it's
20 minutes in already.
And so each one, so we got about 40 minutes left here.
40 minutes left. So they still got 40 minutes to scout and decide to draw alliances. We're only 20 minutes in, but the crazy thing about this game is just how fast it goes.
Right.
These 4 hours are gonna fly by, and there's gonna be so many decisions that they won't have time to make really, really hard. It's gonna be hard to make these choices that fast.
So what are some challenges you would expect them to see about 20 minutes into the game?
Right now, they're probably found the enemy barracks, and now they're trying to sneak or break or sabotage to get in to get the first information that they can.
Well, I say let's talk to some of the captains and see what's going on with them then, right?
Good luck.
So, thanks so
Yeah.
much, Andy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andy. Everyone on the stream, give it up for Andy, our Dungeon Master. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Dead Wars. We are live commentating. Andy, just quick thumbs up or down. Is this breaking the last record of the largest?
No, not this
But-
time.
But you still are the current holder of the largest D&D game in history. We are holding up the memory. We're holding up the tradition. It is a beautiful sight to see. We are seeing so many Dungeons and Dragons players. They are playing their hearts out in tables all across beautiful Provo Mall. And we are 20 minutes into Act 1, the structure of Scout and Partnerships. Let's see here. I think we're going to try and summon. Down at the what? Oh, so we'll bring it down there and then we'll all.
I think it would probably be better if just one of us runs each. So if one
Sure.
of us interviews and then
That's great.
we'll have 2 mics. Do you want to do the first one?
You do the first one.
The captains are going to be the ones who are standing up. So you see the guy in the black poncho there. The dungeon masters are the ones currently at tables. So I see one captain there. What I'll do is I'll work with Reese on trying to pick out other captains for you guys. They're going to be the best to interview because they're over the tables, but it won't interrupt games.
It makes sense.
Can I get a message out to Reese when he's got time to like point out a few close captains that are being
Captain? Are you a captain? Can I interview you?
I see another captain over here, Kevin.
What was your name, man?
Steven.
Steven. Is it okay if we interview you for the show? All that? You want me right here? Is this where you guys want me for the interview? Over on this side, facing those cameras?
The head captain.
Hey, everybody, we've got an interview with one of the captains from the Arcane Registry right here. Steven, right?
Yep.
Steven, how's it going for the Arcane Registry so far?
So far, so good.
Tell me,
Smooth sailing.
what are you focused on in this first act? We've got scouting, we've got figuring it all out. What are you guys focused on?
Right now, they're very focused on just identifying where they would like to just go, where they would like to see, what they want to discover, and where they would like to move from there.
Okay, so they're just scouting out even what the heck is going on at this point. Has there been any whisperings yet of allyship, or is anybody kind of scouting out where you're close to that you're like, let's see these guys at this
None
point?
that the registry would share.
None that the registry would share. Without the details, though, for people, is that already being discussed?
A little bit here and there, yeah.
Okay, I'm interested to see, especially how these different factions could have kind of partner, not just by location, but also just by, you know, what you're focused on. Because obviously, when I think Arcane Registry, there's also the what do we got? The industrialists who are also using magic, but maybe not the same way that you guys want to use magic.
No, for sure, for sure. It is definitely a possible partnership there, for sure.
Okay, cool. Tell me a bit more about what it's like being on the Arcane Registry.
Very joyous feel of progress.
Joyous feeling of progress. That's so diplomatic, it feels like it's a whole faction of politicians all of a sudden at this point. That's cool. Do you know anybody, before signing up, did you know anybody who signed up with you here?
Not with the registry.
Not with the registry, but you have some friends who are on different factions?
That chose wrong, yeah.
Yeah, and you're about to bury them deep in the earth, if I'm understanding right. That's so
Absolutely.
fun. Nice. Now, when you play D&D on your typical game, what's kind of your typical go-to character that you work with?
I think my typical go-to is usually a ranger, like to stay at my distance.
Okay. So you guys are scouting and you're like, this is what I do. This
Absolutely.
is it. How much, now break down, what is the role of the captain exactly? Because obviously this isn't just regular Dungeons & Dragons, how everybody's used to it. There's some different roles and different playouts and stuff like that to manage a game this size. So tell me a little bit about what a captain does. Break it down.
Honestly, it's mostly about smoothing it out for the players, making the gameplay more enjoyable, really helping hold conversations with others, really relaying that information, and as well as smoothing out to make sure the game runs enjoyable for everyone that's playing.
That's wonderful, because I don't know about you, but I've definitely been a part of D&D games where there were just too many people at the table, and by the time it's your turn all over again, you're just like, My character dies. You know
Yeah.
what?
He's taking a break. It's
Yeah,
he's
he
done with the
actually
day.
leaves.
Yeah.
He goes and takes a day job. He does
Yeah.
not want to be here anymore.
He left 3 turns ago.
Yeah. I literally had a game like that where everybody kept taking forever. I kept telling the dungeon master, I was like, my guy takes off. And they're like, did you take off or did your character take off? And I'm like, we are one and the same at this point.
Absolutely.
So that's so good. We need people like that who are smoothing things over. And also a note to any aspiring DMs at home as well. Obviously, the whole point of Dungeons & Dragons is to have a good time, tell
No,
a
for
good
sure.
story, don't let things get in the way.
No,
Obviously,
absolutely.
you want some of that structure in place to facilitate, but people like you make it happen. Well, cool.
Glad to help.
Thank you so much, Steven.
Yeah,
We
absolutely.
appreciate it. Best of luck with the game.
Thank you.
Did you find out their dark secret and make him reveal it to everyone?
I did, yeah. I created my own dark secret. It turns out all of the arcane registry is having affairs. That's what I learned. That's the secondary dark secret.
What if that's the thing that toppled this entire game is infidelity?
That's it's actually just Andy's message to some of his exes.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, and you're part
Cheaters
of-
never prosper.
Yeah, you're part of the Rachel faction, and it's the worst.
Well, I wasn't able to catch a lot of it. What are some interesting moves that the captains are making?
I mean, right now, Steven kind of mentioned that really what they're doing is they're focusing more on the scouting than they are the allyship. They're discussing whether or not there should be allyship, but really they just got to figure out what this whole place looks like. So I think mostly what I figured out is don't bet on the arcane registry. That's what I mostly learned. Can't even find their way out of a box yet. No, just joking.
Well, they're all a bunch of bookworms, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. I did ask how it's going as far as like a group and keeping camaraderie and stuff like that, and he said it is a joyous celebration. And I was like, no one's talking to anybody. You're a bunch of politicians. It sounds
Oh,
like.
okay. This is either a politician or Milchek from season 2 of Severance. So.
Yeah. Although I would love if I was just like, how's it going? And he's like, I don't know. Roll for initiative. Just every single question. Okay. All right.
Well, fun. All right, we are 27 minutes into the first hour, the first act of scouting and partnerships.
Yeah. I think you should let's keep talking with these captains. You want to pull up a captain from a different faction?
Let's see here. How do I know?
Let's see. We'd love to talk to a captain from a different one. Yeah, if we can get somebody to meet Zach down at the Gap team in the center court, that would be awesome.
You can talk to these people if you want to. Do we have another captain from another caption lined up? Or faction, rather? Faction captain?
My name is Reese. I'm the head captain of all of our captains. This is Kevin. He is the head captain for the Industrialists.
Okay.
How's it going?
Hello, Kevin. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. Do we have cameras on interview? Hello, Captain Kevin. How are you?
I'm doing well. Just excited for today.
It's so fun, isn't it? I've never seen this many people playing D&D all in the same place.
I think this is my third time seeing it, so
Oh,
I was here for
fantastic.
the first year when they set the world record. So
How do you do the first 2 times? Did you win?
I think we did really well. So
Okay. All right, so we are almost halfway through of Act 1. Talk to me a little bit about what your faction's doing. What's your strategy? How are you going about things?
we're trying to plan very carefully, deciding who we want to ally with, who we may.
Who you got your eye on? Give me your top 1 or 2 people. No commitment. No commitment
I don't
yet.
know. I don't know if I can disclose that yet, just yet. So.
Okay, all right. You're flirting around. I like
Yep,
that.
so.
What are you looking for or is it personality based? Is it resource based?
I'd say resource based right now. So.
Okay. What's something that the perfect ally could give you right now at this phase of the game?
I think we could use some allies right now, like some support,
Yeah.
troops and things like that.
So you're gearing up for the battle part?
Oh, yeah,
You want to
so-
make sure you're able to pump up your
Oh,
numbers?
yeah, so-
Okay. What is your faction particularly strong at? What are you
Uh,
proud
we're-
of your faction for?
We're very mechanically inclined, so
Yeah.
we got those guns and things like that, the artillery stuff.
Yeah.
So,
How does that help in actual game? Are there like certain mechanical advantages that the industrialists have?
I think it'll give us the advantage of giving that long range at first, and then going in for the cleanup. So.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, very cool. Is there anyone here you want to shout out who's doing a particularly awesome job?
Oh, I don't know if I can disclose that from, because they're in another faction.
Oh,
so,
okay.
So,
Are you in a relationship with this person in the
Nope,
faction?
nope.
Won't say. Oh,
Nope,
okay.
no,
I was
no,
gonna
no,
say.
just some friends.
If it's your wife, you can shout out your wife. Okay, it's no problem. Awesome. Well, you having fun?
Oh yeah, I think we're all having fun here, enjoying the day. So.
This is so cool. Thanks for being here.
Oh,
Everyone,
thank
give it up for Kevin from the Industrialist. Thank you, friend.
thank you.
All right, we'll see you around. And good luck. Yep. He was from the Industrialists. And he didn't want to tell me no.
Let's chat about that for a second.
Yeah, just had a nice chat with Kevin from the Industrialist. I gotta say, great person, being a little coy.
Yeah?
Yeah, didn't even want to tell me who his prospects were, playing things really
Oh.
close to the chest.
You know, I do think that's like really hard for me anytime I play like role-playing games as well.
Yeah.
When you're first discovering stuff, it's all of a sudden it's like, oh, so what's the place that you're like? Is there grass? And you're like, I'll never talk about the grass. Why? What's important about the grass? And then you go back to your team and you're like, he asked me about grass. It must be really important. Let's
What does that mean?
start
What does that
digging.
mean? Yeah.
and it means like nothing in the end.
Right.
When you don't know
Right.
what's out there, you don't know what's supposed to be a secret yet either,
Yeah.
you know, which is really hard.
I think I'd be like, all right, let's look at what this is. We all want to win, so let's all understand 2 things. One, we could all stab each other in the back. That's just part of it.
I would even go so far as to be like, here's the truth. I'm going to stab you in the back, obviously.
Honesty
that
is the
revealing too
best
much?
policy.
When you're trying to be dishonest, you should really be honest about it. It's the
Because
best
then they're
policy
going to
you can
ask, if he's a dishonest person, maybe he's lying about that.
take. If he's so dishonest, how could he be telling the truth about lying?
Right.
Doesn't
It's
make
like
any sense.
One of us only tells lies, and the other one only tells lies.
And the other one has IBS. There were 3 people in this riddle, right? I'm pretty sure.
Truth teller, liar, and farty boy.
That's how I always understood it.
I love that labyrinth riddle. that would be fun. One of us only tells lies. The other one's only truth. My tummy hurts.
One of us has IBS, and then one of them just whoop, whoop. That would be great.
That would be very fun.
Found our next sketch. All right. So we've talked to someone from the Arcane Registry. We've talked to the Industrialists. Let's get the next one up here. I'll go interview someone from Nature's Pathway, Protectors of the Old Gods, or the Unbound. I'll be with you guys in just a second. All right, we've got Brian Payne. Payne is what he's going by. Payne, thank goodness that you chose this life instead of being like a doctor or a dentist instead.
I could be Major Payne if I wanted to.
You could be Major Payne. That would be just like the movie. That's so fun. So you are a captain for
Nature's Pathway.
Nature's Pathway. Now tell me, did each group here, did you choose which faction you wanted to be a part of, or did you captains get assigned?
I didn't know what I wanted at first, so they assigned it to me, but I'm happy with where I've been put.
Tell me more about that. Why are you so happy with Nature's Pathway?
Nature's Pathway has one of the smallest armies in this war.
One of the smallest armies?
It's one of the smallest.
Small but mighty.
Yeah,
Okay.
very, very mighty. And I think that is just very, very nice for being able to build the bonds of the group.
Oh yeah, I do like that. That seems like it'd be a little easier because obviously a game this size could really get away from you.
It's crazy, yeah.
So dealing with like a tighter group of people might be an advantage in the long run.
I've got them all in one spot. It's nice and neat.
Yeah, I mean, anybody can betray anybody at one time, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few people who are like, my group's not even listening to me. What am I but a peon? I'm jumping ship. But maybe you guys are a little tighter then, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm working with my groups to actually communicate with each other to kind of make plans together.
That's wonderful. Now tell me, is Nature's Pathway, given the 5 factions that are presented for you, is that usually the route you would take in D&D? Are you kind of a naturist, elf sort of person, or do you usually go a different direction?
I usually go mage in general,
Mage.
but
Oh, I should have
elves
guessed.
make
Look at
great
this.
rogues, and I love a good rogue.
Oh, you love a good rogue. Is that okay? So you're usually playing mage, though. Now, what does that mean? Do you think, as you're looking at some of these magical? Because we've got 2 main magic ones, really. Have you guys started scoping them out for allyships or anything like that?
I'm still working on my groups to decide that, but I feel like some good allies can be made with
Cool.
a couple of them. So
Okay, and you guys have been scouting out. How's scouting going at this point? Because we're we're really almost going to end the first act here in a little bit, right?
Right. For my group, I got one person at each table kind of going to other tables like, hey, this is what we want to do. This is who we want to ally with.
Nice.
What are you guys planning on doing? And then kind of working together in that regard.
Good for you as kind of the facilitator of like organizational leadership. Sounds like there's a lot of good communication, a lot of good stuff like that, which I will say is in some ways always my favorite part about D&D is that you're forced to just like talk things out sometimes.
Especially in a big group like this.
Especially a big group like this, which is also fun because that makes it so that you oftentimes say the dumbest thing possible, where it's just like, I'm fighting this guy, and someone's like, can you explain your logic? And you're like, I have none, rolling. That's some
Exactly,
those are
yeah.
my favorite moments of D&D. That's awesome. So for you, as you're approaching the second act, what are you hoping for your faction or for the game or anything like that?
Us being a smaller group, I want a good ally.
Yeah.
I want to be able to work together
Okay.
with another faction. It's going to be able to help us in the long run, as well as we think that we can be a very good ally to others.
I mean, I can't reveal anything, but I will say anybody who allies with your group has it's a good choice, in my opinion. Haven't known a little
It's
bit
all
about it.
rumors, but
But
yeah,
I think it's a
I
good
feel like
choice.
It's a good choice too. Yeah.
Well, cool. Well, thank you so much, Payne, for chatting with us, and
No
best of luck in
problem.
the game. I'm sure we'll talk to you later as well.
No problem.
Okay. Thanks, dude. You were great.
And you're back, Adam. Hello. Hey. How
I'm
about
back.
that?
It was so good. I was talking to Payne. Everybody just saw him. He's a captain of Nature's Pathway. The main thing they're focused on right now is they're a smaller group than the rest of them. So he's like, we're going to need some allyship. But also, from what you and I know about Nature's Pathway, if somebody allies with them, it's a good choice, in my opinion.
Is
Like,
that
they've got some secret stuff that we can't talk about, but I do think will work for their advantage.
They
for
got
sure.
some sweet bonuses for sure. Do you know their size? Is that by design or just the people who signed up?
I think it's just the people who signed up, yeah. Because even Payne was saying that he wasn't the person who selected it. He was assigned out just because he kind of had some decision fatigue and wasn't sure which way to go to begin with. So
Like,
they were
"Just
like,
choose for me."
yeah. So they were like, hey, you go over here, and he's really glad now because they got a tight, cohesive, smaller but still tight, good team.
Choose my
I think it's
faction,
good.
choose my religion, choose my god. I don't want to think about it.
He's definitely a guy who prefers to roll the dice on every decision in his life.
Yeah,
I
that's why
asked
he
him
loves
if he'd-
D&D so much.
Well, yeah, I asked if he'd ever dated somebody, and he said, I rolled to kiss him. That's what he said. He said those words to me.
Really? Oh, wow. Won again.
Ah.
I slip and I fall and I break my hip. Gotta respect the rules.
Gotta respect the rules.
All right. D&D, or you've played a tiny little bit of D&D.
Barely
Little
any
bit.
at all.
So I want to share. I'm going to see if we have a little bit of anecdotes from our D&D experience.
Sure.
I played a bit more than you have.
A lot more.
And so there's. I want to share like a funny story that I had. I'm curious to know if anyone on the stream chat in if you've ever had this experience where you had a DM who was so set on a particular plot point that he moved heaven and earth in a ridiculous way to make it not happen for you.
Did that happen to you?
Yeah, so I was
Okay.
doing, do you remember John Weaver?
Yes.
We were doing a campaign with John Weaver,
Yeah.
and there was this spire that we snuck into, and this guy snuck in and just started, like, attacking us and stuff. Like, doing
Okay.
some real, like, really hurt one of our people. And we're like, screw this guy. He's like an assassin type. We're not going to mess around with it. We got him. We bound him. We tried to investigate it. He's basically was like, I'm going to kill you, and I'm going to murder you.
Okay.
There wasn't any of this like negotiation of being like, hey, what if we could figure something out? It's like, I want you to know the second I get out of here, I'm going to find my people, we're going to kill you. And so, of course, in-game, we're like, we got to kill this guy.
Yeah, of course.
We got to kill this
Yeah,
guy.
you just killed him.
And I love John. He's a great person, but he clearly had plans for that guy. So even though he was
He's
on the
tied up.
ground surrounded by 6 people tied up, he escaped. He's like, you swing. He rolled out of the way. It's like, we stab. It's like he got out of, we rolled up. He got out of it. He dashes and disengages. And I'm
Yeah.
like, gosh darn it, this guy better be the chosen one who's going to help us beat the Dark Lord of Azeroth or whatever.
And he was the opposite, I'm assuming, at the end of it?
We didn't play much after that.
You're like, and I think I'm done.
And that scene. What about you? The little that you have, like, what's a D&D story you remember?
I mean, well, real quick, speaking of that same sort of game, my problem, well, I really like the idea of D&D. The only reason I haven't played it is In Pursuit of Good Dungeon Master, to be honest,
yeah.
which I feel like is everybody. Everybody's always like, it's hard to find a good Dungeon Master. And I always, my problem is I don't want to get together with my friends and do math homework together. And too often that's what Dungeon Masters, I feel like, pursue. Where they're just like, oh, here are the numbers, here are the rules, we're going to hold tight to it. I've got my story, you can't disrupt it.
Yeah.
Like, they go a little too tight with it. And I'm
Right.
such a, like, loosey-goosey agent of chaos in my life is what I aim to be, hopefully.
Yeah.
That I can't handle that. I'm like, I want a situation where if it messes up your story and it's like, we kill him, it's like, all right, well, you killed him, and they have to either find something else to do
Right.
or something like that. And I just never found somebody. My other problem I've had when we played a D&D game one time is we played with a bunch of improv comedians, and if you've ever met an improv comedian, it's a theater kid with more ADHD is what it is. And
Maximum.
And it was too many of us. It was like 12 of us.
Yeah.
It was like the Last Supper of D&D, and we're going around this circle.
And we all know who Judas was.
And it was me. Every moment. I just remember people would take their turns, and they would make these speeches and monologues and turn it into games. And it would take like 4 people before I would just be like, my character leaves and does his own thing instead. And I just like walk
He picks
away.
up longboarding? Oh, he came back, he's
Yeah.
+4 in longboarding?
It doesn't even have to be that exciting. It'll just be my character. My character becomes the first marketer of Middle Earth. He takes up. He earns a degree in computer science.
It is truly a behemothine effort to be able to get someone to, one, provide enough context to the
Yeah.
world that's interesting.
Yeah.
Because like a D&D who just has like a brief outline is like talking to ChatGPT, and then it's like, oh, you know what? I actually don't know. And
Yeah.
they're like, can you find that out for me? It's like, I don't know.
But the flip side of that, another time I played D&D, we played for 7 hours, and the only thing the DM had us do was leave a city, walk to some woods where nothing happened. That was the whole entire 7 hours.
Well, did you do a lot of battles? Was that part of
None.
it?
No battles. We tried. We were
What
setting
took up
camp.
7 hours?
Everything he described felt so mysterious, and then it never was.
Oh,
it
so
was like,
you guys were investigating everything.
yeah, well, we're in a city, and he's like, there's a woman who leans out of her window and beckons to your company and says, I have a message for you. We're like, oh, we go up to her and we talk to her. She says, but it'll cost you. We're like, oh, we pay her. And she's like, gotcha. And we're like, oh,
So you
all
just
right.
got tricked?
So you didn't get it? All right. So we walk out, and there's like, oh, the king's procession passes by. Oh, we follow it. And he's like, well, nothing happens there either. Like, everything, I was like, oh, do we do this? And he's like, there's nothing really for you.
Welcome to the adventure of red herrings.
I think it was 3 hours by the time he was like, you guys could leave the city. And we're
Oh
like,
my gosh.
okay, we leave the city, I guess.
Here's the
It
other
was just
part.
Terrible.
Is So for my old in-laws, I tried to prepare. They wanted me to prepare like a Christmas gift for them, a 1-hour D&D campaign with
Fun.
people who have never played.
Okay.
It took me 8 hours of preparation. It ended up to only about 30 minutes of gameplay.
Jeez.
Because I was like, you walk into the forest, and there's a fork here, and there's a secret here, and you have to like solve this person, and you find the witch, and you get the antidote, and then you cure your person. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
And I really tried to make this thing, and I couldn't believe it. They ran through it so quickly.
You need to learn from my guy, who every step along the way
Means
is like,
nothing.
you step, it squishes. A lizard, a rare lizard that you've never seen before.
A bird flies overhead suspiciously.
Yeah, literally.
Your stomach grumbles to your chagrin.
Yeah.
The other one, so
Sounds like they wanted you up there. Oh, we got an announcement? Looks like we're going to have an announcement in just a second, so that's why we're kind of paused here. Also, a good time to mention Dead Wars. Why Dead Wars? Because we're dead serious about these prices at Provo Mall. Provo
why
Mall.
wars will kill for your entertainment.
Game Masters, this is a 10-minute warning. We are wrapping up Act 1. Finish your scouting. Captains, get ready to report for Act 2.
Conservatively, 60%. We have an unbound captain who's ready to go. Okay, all right, I'm going to go interview. Hello, we've got Sarah Williamson here, who is a faction leader, who's going to tell us a little bit about what they've been doing in Act 1 and what Act 2 means for them. Sarah, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good.
Sarah, how has the campaign been going for you so far?
You know, I was not expecting all the chaos, but it's been a fun chaos.
Oh, really? You didn't expect several hundred people playing D&D at the same time, and it was going to be a crazy thing.
That part I expected. It's what the players decide to do. That's the crazy part.
Can you share a curveball that they've done so far?
I've got a table of 14 and under.
Incredible.
I'm sure you can understand a group full of children and young teenagers working together.
Are they just singing Lava Chicken over and over again from Minecraft?
No, thank goodness.
Yeah, I think I'd have to quit. All right, so we are wrapping up Act 1. Can you talk a little bit about what you're looking forward to in Act 2 and maybe a little bit of your strategy?
So I know for at least the Unbound, we are focusing on not just survival, but we're trying to hope for survival for everybody.
Wow.
Now, obviously, there's no guarantee. We all have to, decide whether or not that's worth it.
Interesting.
But right now, I know at least my groups, they're sitting there thinking, again, aside from the full chaos, maybe survival is not a bad strategy.
Yeah. So you would love it if everyone won, if you didn't have to kill anybody.
That would be great,
That'd be
actually.
awesome. Are you gonna? Is that a strategy you're gonna try? Because that would be a twist ending if
We
everyone joined forces.
Would love to try that.
Okay.
We would absolutely love to try that.
So give me your pitch. You go to another faction. You try to pitch this pathway to peace. What does that sound like?
Well, depends on which faction. If I'm going to the old gods, hey, do you want to not die?
That is a hard sell, and I'm already convinced. Tell us a little bit about the Unbound, a little bit about your character, a little about your history, and what that means to the players of your table.
So, part of my personal character, Avina, that I've been playing, she is a warlock that really just wants, not necessarily for everybody to get along, but for everybody to just live their life. She doesn't want to be bound by whatever some god says. I mean, that's what the whole Dead Wars were originally about.
Right.
But she's also kind of like, well, maybe not an atomic bomb either.
Yeah. If those are the options, for sure.
So she's kind of like, you know what? Let everybody do their thing
Yeah.
the way they like it, as long as it doesn't impact everybody else
Mm.
in a harmful way.
Well, that's a wonderful mindset to have, but what are you going to do if other people aren't playing ball and you get attacked? Are you guys ready to put up the dukes?
Absolutely.
What would be your favorite way to defend yourself?
Favorite way to defend myself? Get up high and Eldritch Blast.
That's awesome. All right, we've been here with Sarah Williamson. Great job and good luck with the rest of the campaign.
Yep,
We'll
thank
check
you
in
very
later.
much.
You take care. Thank you. I just had a wonderful conversation with Sarah, one of our faction leaders. It seems like they're just about wrapping up Act 1.
Yeah.
The scouting and partnership creation is just about to close, and now we're entering Act 2, where they're going to be able to go for some objectives and seize some specific locations. So each of them are going to be able to go scouring the kingdom, scoring points, where they're working on seizing locations by sending their squads to tables to a certain location at the kingdom.
I'm interested. Did she say anything about allyships? That she's been any sort of thing that she's working on there?
Whoa, incredible. Hold on, let me see if you convinced me to answer that question. A 15. All right, that's going to do. You cleared the DC. Yeah, so they are the, let's see, they're the Unbound,
Yeah.
who are the people who represent the people without magic. They're sort of like unaffiliated folks.
Yeah.
And she would love it if there was no war. If they could just skip the battle completely and ally with everybody.
Not a shot.
So she basically said, we're going to go around and we're going to see if we can just ally with everyone so we can all have peace. We already had a huge war.
Yeah.
And if we don't do that, I'm going to go into a tree and I'm going to blast you with magic until you're dead. Yeah.
Well, I respect a game plan, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Is it are they your ally if you're basically like, I'm going to nuke you if you don't agree with this? Is that still?
Well, I think they're saying I'm going to snipe you if you try to kill me.
Oh, okay.
So I think that's okay.
That's fair.
You know, they take the speak softly and carry a big staff
okay.
sort of situation.
Staff, nice.
Yeah,
Good
yeah.
catch. I feel like everyone's a little like trigger shy on building any like true, I don't know, and making any allies with anybody. I feel like
Yeah.
everybody's like talking about it, but nobody's really doing it. Like everybody's nervous. It's like it's like, well, I mean, this makes sense. It's a bunch of nerds here. Everybody's scared to
And we're
ask someone
proud
to
of
the
it.
dance.
We're proud of it.
It's tough going up to the girl at the next table and be like, will you be my ally?
Will you ally me?
Hey, Jeffrey told Steven, told Samantha, told Jeremy that you might want to be my ally?
Yeah. This
Sort of
very much
situation.
does feel like those Nick and Vanessa Lachey reality shows.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, at the second part of the show, your job is to break each other's hearts. And everyone's like, but they encouraged us to make connections at this first one, so I'm just
Yeah,
here to
yeah.
make a connection.
Yeah. But that is, I mean, it is good to hear that at least, what was she? She was the Unbound, right? At least the Unbound has some sort of strong focus on it. I think she's definitely going to get an agreement from the Nature's Pathway people because they were scoping out for allies hard. But I'll be interested if the Unbound doesn't get everyone to be an ally, do they still want anybody to be an ally?
That's interesting. I didn't catch that.
So I don't know.
All right, we are 2 minutes into the first act until we begin Act 2. We're going to be getting an announcement from our DM. But these last 2 minutes, I'd like to know, if I were to ask you to make up a Dungeons & Dragons joke pun on the spot, what would it be? 3, 2, 1, and go.
Hey girl, saw you dragging that dungeon. Is that good? That good?
Yeah.
Is it wrong that it was a pickup line? Was the first
I
thing that
think,
came out?
I mean, technically it should have been, but I think it passes.
Oh, thank
hey, girl,
goodness.
you dragging that
You
dungeon?
dragging, girl, you be dragging that dungeon around.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I got one.
You got one?
Hey, girl.
It's also a
are you
pickup line?
are you two triangles put together? Because I would love to D8 you.
D8?
D means dice.
Yeah, yeah.
A means the side.
Okay.
And the D8 is well, is that a 6? What is an 8? Well, the one I had is two pyramids stacked up against each other,
Oh, okay.
which
So
would
it
make
should
sense
be-
that it would be 6.
Yeah, so it's got to be 6, right?
Yeah.
But you said 8?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
So you see how
I'm not
it would
persuaded.
make sense.
Can you roll that real quick?
Hold on.
Not
hold on,
persuaded.
Hold on. Come on, persuasion. Another
15, it passes.
Yeah,
it actually
that's
clears.
okay,
Yeah,
pretty
it clears.
good.
You're right. You were right. Ooh, you're so. Ooh, you're right. It is.
Your
an 8.
charisma's pretty low.
30 seconds out from Act 2, where once again we're going to be focused on key objectives and getting points. And these points are, of course, going to determine some of the advantages that they've got in that third act and where they're going to go from there.
Yeah, it's like basically like we know a big war is coming. We're finding our allies. We're finding our resources, and these will come into play later
Yeah.
on. So
Time
there's
to
no
grind,
one
grind,
act.
grind.
Yeah, and I mean, they've been rolling dice so much that some of these dice boxes are worn down to the nubs.
That's the thing, is a lot of these numbers you can't even read, and it's almost, I don't know, it feels a little confusing whether or not they're going to be able to
Sometimes
continue
you
on.
just feel the roll. You're like, what does that roll feel like to you?
Did you roll a 12? I did, but it feels like a 16, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does feel like a 16.
I thought they All right, we're going to be wrapping up here as we're going into Act 2.
Act 2.
Everyone get ready for an exciting Act
Dead
2.
Wars, this time even deader.
This time they're not coming back at all.
Players, Dungeon Masters, it is now time for Act 2. But before we begin, I need you to rally your courage. Arcane Registry, Industrialists, Nature's Pathway, Protectors, and the Unbound. Let me be clear. Act 2 will define everything for the rest of the game. Make your choices count. Dungeon Masters, to you.
What are you even doing up here?
Nothing.
I know.
Hello, we are here with another faction leader of Dead Wars. Hello, what's your name? Introduce yourself.
My name is Arissa, and I am the head captain for the Protectors of the Old Gods.
Okay, tell us a little bit about the Protectors of the Old Gods. What's your deal? What's your thing? What do you love? What do you want? What's your favorite color?
Well, we are exactly what we claim to be. We are the last worshippers of the Old Gods, and we are trying to reestablish faith in the land.
Oh, wow.
And favorite color, probably gold.
Okay. What's the oldest of the old gods that you like?
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
Because honestly, I kind of like all of the gods. And the
that-
oldest ones, we haven't quite recovered their names yet, but we're learning
Okay.
about their deeds.
But you're working on it. Okay, tell us a little bit of what you did for Act 1. And tell us a little bit of what you're doing now for Act 2.
So for Act 1, we've been talking, they've been exploring the different places, learning about the essentially different locations they can go to and the things that they could find, learning more just about the other factions and what it is that they're up to, what it is they're trying to accomplish. And so now we're making decisions about who it is that we think are okay and who of them we maybe don't think are okay.
Can you tell us who you're a little suspicious of?
Well, so half of my people are suspicious of the Arcane Registry, and the
Okay.
other half really like them, so that's kind of
Interesting.
confusing.
What's your opinion?
I want to wait and see.
Okay, a wait and see type. What has surprised you most about being part of this experience?
Honestly, one of the things that surprises me the most, I've done this for 3 years, is just seeing how many different kind of people come together for this.
Yeah.
I mean, within our faction, but also just across all of the factions. You see people from everywhere, every walk of life,
Yeah.
and you see people with some great senses of style.
Yeah. You want to shout out someone from your team who's been doing a great job or doing some crazy stuff?
Are we talking captains or players?
Could be anybody. Anybody.
In that case, I want to give a shout out to my fellow captains for Protectors of the Old Gods.
Okay.
They're doing great. They're helping out a lot.
Okay. How confident are you going to go all the way? Give us a percentage.
We are divinely blessed, so 100%.
Okay, God's on your side. All right, let's give it up for Arissa. Thank you. Or sorry, Arissa?
Yes.
Oh, nailed the first time. Doubted myself.
go.
This is Arissa. Thank you so much. Good luck, and we'll check in on you.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, take care. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I have someone with me so interesting. They have a name that I cannot pronounce. I'm going to let them introduce themselves.
Hi everyone, I'm Giga Cash Bordkath, but you can call me Gigi, and I'm a sorority sister, member, of the Unbound.
I can't quite place that accent. Where are you from?
Oh, I'm from the Givorkian Mountains. It's an orc community for other
incredible.
orcs like me.
You grow up in our community, or are you a transplant?
Well, now I'm here now because there's not enough pink and glitter, but it's really good.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about the stream that you guys did before this. Talk a little bit about the mechanics of what you did and how that went.
Oh yes, okay, it was perfect. So we pretended like all of the different factions here are sororities. It's way before the Dead Wars. And they were all trying to recruit me because I am perfect and good and everyone wants me.
Okay.
And so it's just us playing through the different factions. It was a combination Dungeons and Dragons and whatever we want.
Okay.
So there was Kahoot, there was origami, there was many good things.
Yes. How much was D? What percentage was D&D? What percentage is whatever you want?
Oh, do you promise to still watch it?
Yes.
Probably 20% D&D.
That's the perfect amount.
And the rest of it was pure fun.
Okay.
So it will still be enjoyable.
All right, so it was a little Calvin ball. You guys were playing pretty crazy.
Exactly, but it was lots of fun.
Okay.
Everyone had a good time.
All right.
Are you having a good time?
I'm having a great time.
Are you a member of a sorority?
I'm looking for pitches to join
Can we
one.
recruit you to the Unbound? Okay, we have a kegger every Friday.
Oh, nice.
We have the biggest parties.
Nice.
Yeah, and we recently, so that I could join the Unbound, we stole a party pig. So if you want to hear more about us stealing the party pig, you can watch my show. Well,
so is it a series or is this a one-off?
it's a series of 3 episodes on the We Geek Together YouTube.
We Geek Together, okay.
It's with role models who also participate in a lot of fun, silly, girly pop D&D. So if you're interested, I would check out their series as well.
So are you hopping on any of these factions, or are you still overwhelmed with your most recent sorority selection?
Oh, that was so hard, but I love to party, so I am probably wrapped up in the Unbound.
Okay.
I've heard that it's where all the hot people go. So stay trendy, join the Unbound.
All right, let's give it up for your name again, which is?
Giga Cash Bordkath, but you can call me Gigi.
Okay, go watch your show. It sounds awesome. We'll check in a bit. Thank you so much. You're awesome.
And we're back with another Nature's Pathway captain. Tell me first about this outfit that you got going on. Who is this character that you represent?
This is Lucian. He is a paladin.
Close to your mouth.
A paladin.
There you go.
He fought in the first 2 Dead Wars.
Oh, really?
Yes, he was in the cavalry in the first Dead Wars.
And he's not dead?
And he's not dead.
Look at that.
Which is why he became a captain.
Wonderful.
Yes.
So you've been here for other iterations then?
Yes, 3rd year.
Oh, that's awesome. Tell me, how does this one differ from maybe previous years?
Factions definitely throws a wrench in everything.
Oh, really? There weren't even factions previously.
No.
I didn't know that.
Before we had.
Right close to your mouth.
Before
Sorry.
we had City Guard, City Watch, there, you
Oh.
could be part of something different, but you were all working towards the same thing.
Oh, so now there's a little bit more competition. Throws in
Yes.
some different.
The first one with competition.
What do you think? What do you think about the competition? Do you
Ooh, it's
like
hard.
it? Dislike? It's
The
hard.
captains would like to steer their
Yeah.
tables.
Sure.
But the tables have their own. They get their own vote. We try to stick with their votes and try and persuade where we can.
Can you tell me a little bit what's happened there? What's already happened that's maybe gone that
Well,
way?
there are alliances being made.
That you're like, do we want that?
Do we want that?
Okay, fun.
Well, and it's some of it's up to the captains to persuade.
Yeah.
Some of my tables wanted to go all out and ally with everyone.
Oh, sure.
Other tables are apparently my captains are reporting that they're made of completely fiends and they want
Oh.
everyone to die.
Oh, shoot. Jeez.
Which is an option.
Which is an option, so you got to be careful.
Yes.
Now, you guys are kind of a smaller group, is my understanding, right? For
Our
Nature
faction
Pathway.
is one of the smaller ones.
One of the smaller ones. So
Yes.
I was told you might be a little bit more interested in gaining some allies. Is that still the case? Do you
That's
feel like you
true.
got some good allyship going on, or what's
It will
up?
be nice to gain allies.
Okay.
Our supplies are limited because of our manpower restrictions.
Yeah, that's hard.
However, we do pack a punch.
Yeah, I've been telling everybody, there's reasons to ally with you guys for sure. So tell me, now that we're entering this second act, what are some differences that you've already come up with? What's going on in the tables that maybe feels different from the first act to you?
Mostly just the interaction between factions that just wasn't there at all.
Oh, okay.
They're obviously got the tables have their own adventure going on.
Yeah.
But they have somebody at each table trying to think about alliances, trying to think about supplies.
Sure.
They can send supplies to any table they like.
So really things are just starting to get bigger at this point, it
Yes.
sounds like.
Lot
It was pretty
bigger
narrow at
scope.
first, where it's like, we don't even know what's here, we don't know what's going on. Now you got a better lay of the land. It's time to start making some decisions. Time to start growing those whatever you've got control over.
Yes.
Time to start flexing a little potentially.
Yes.
Well, that's fun. That's awesome. How are you feeling about Endgame coming up? You feel
Well-
like you're prepared? Long way to go? What are you thinking?
I'm excited.
Yeah.
I know that today's conflict will end up determining the fate of this kingdom
It's
for
true.
years to come.
Yeah.
So
it will be really interesting to see how today ends and whether or not that influences future years of Dead Wars as well.
It will.
Which could be fun. Because talking to Andy, who I'm sure you know, he said that he modeled this whole thing after a card game that did exactly that, where each year informed the next one, or each action informed the next card that was issued and things like that. So it'll be interesting to see. Maybe we'll have all Nature's Pathway next
Yeah.
year and different factions within that one
Kingdom
group.
of
Who
the
knows?
Protectors or Arcane, what have you.
Well, very cool. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for talking to me. Of
course.
Best of luck in the game.
Thank you.
All right, we're back with Andy, the DM, having just wrapped up Act 1, and now we are 25 minutes into Act 2.
Yeah, and this is where things get really dicey for the players because now they are entering combat with the other factions.
Okay.
So if you wanted to be...
I get it.
Yeah,
Dicey.
Very
if
nice.
you wanted to be allies with them and then you started attacking them, that's going to strain your relationships.
Do you know if anyone allied and then attacked almost immediately?
So there are factions that have already declared enemies.
Wow.
Yes. We will have that on our display, but we do have the Industrialist against Nature's Pathway. That is a declared hostility.
That
They
just
are
sounds
not
like a
working
natural enemy
together.
right there.
That's also a little nerve-wracking because my understanding is Nature's Pathways one of the smaller groups. So to have somebody coming at them so quick, they maybe thought that that was going to be a weak link for them, huh?
It's interesting because both of them are some of the weaker groups. So I
Oh.
was wondering if they were going to try to join forces against some of the stronger groups, but it looks like they're both squaring up against each other.
Quite the opposite. Who's the instigator for that? I feel like it's got to be the Industrialists.
Yeah, it was funny. I think the Industrialists are blaming everything on Nature's Pathway.
That's like Poland and Switzerland seeing a world war, and they're like, we're going to attack each other. It's time for us to take each other out.
Exactly. While definitely the biggest forces are the Arcane Registry and the Unbound.
Oh, okay.
Those are, as far as table-wise, some of the highest counts.
I do like the way that you phrased it early on where you said, yeah, if you allied with someone and then immediately start attacking them, that will strain your relationship. It's a good call.
Strain.
Very political.
Yes.
Wonderful. So tell us a bit about Act 2. We've got 2 hours worth of this that we're going through. Why is this act longer than the other ones? What are the goals? All that sort of
So
stuff.
there's a lot to try to accomplish in this. So first off, we have tactical points, and those are actually already starting to be reported in. Tactical points are kind of what your faction's health is. The more tactical points your faction has, the stronger or more power they have. And in the final act, the faction with the most will win. So they're all kind of racing to collect those tactical points. And they do that by sabotaging supply lines or interrupting communications or rallying citizens.
Are you seeing any faction with a particular advantage or a head start, or is it still pretty neck and neck?
Just in the first half hour, we've already had 2 factions score, which was the Arcane Registry and the Unbound. The other 3 factions haven't been able to score yet.
How soon can factions be defeated and kicked out of the game or whatever is going on?
So no faction will be defeated until the final act, which is all-out war. But right now, they're just trying to collect and harvest as much resources, tactical points as possible, because if you don't have that much going into that third act, you're probably going to be the first one eliminated, because your tactical points is pretty much your health. It will go down as the act goes on.
And you don't have to battle right now. There's other ways to get tactical points other than just straight up battle.
Absolutely, and that's some of the diplomatic things you can be doing. Rallying citizens or just delivering supplies to your own army does not hurt the other factions.
You know, I'm always torn in any sort of like video game or game that's like, do you want to do the good and right thing or do you want to go the evil way? I'm a good boy at heart, so I'm always like, oh, you got to do the right thing. But at the same time, it's like, it's a game. This is the moment to explore what is it like to be that awful person who breaks down supply chain.
And you have that same safety in Dungeons & Dragons, especially when you're playing against, 100 other tables. It's very interesting. There's a reality that this game, everyone could become peaceful. Where everyone decides, you know what, we're not going to fight. We're all going to ally. I don't know what I would do because that means there's a whole hour of, oh, I guess we're not fighting. We could sing Kumbaya. And
That's where Adam does his tight 60 minutes of stand-up. Because I know that the Unbound, like that was their mission, or at least their captain leader said they would let the best case scenario for them would be for everyone to join forces and avoid that battle. But it sounds like there's already some contention. It might not go that way.
Yes, and I won't say any factions have been downright like, we will never work with you, but they've already said, we do not like you.
Have you seen any sneaky, nasty play yet?
I haven't seen anything like that. I think it'll all come to light in the final act, because the worst thing you can do is ally with somebody and then say, actually no, and leave their army exposed to the back.
Now, in the first act, you kind of talked about how each of the factions have a different secret that they're trying to discover, nuclear option, if you will. Tell us a bit more about this sort of secret and when it'll come into play and all that.
Yeah, we can reveal those now because players have scouted those. So every faction has, their end game. Nature's Pathways growing a tree that will grow over the entire continent. But it has weaponized spores on it that allow you to share pain with somebody else. So if you were to stab me, you would feel like you just got stabbed. That's Nature's Pathway.
What's your opinion on the Unbound using their dark secret in sports? Do you think that's an unfair advantage?
Yeah, so those players already have access to that power.
Okay.
The Unbound players will have powers that allow them to push their characters more than any of the other factions because they don't have magic or anything like that. So the Unbound are developing a serum, and it's already been developed. It's now on the field for them to fight and use to their advantage.
And the serum is just steroids by the sound of it.
It's
is
fantasy steroids.
They've created
fantasy
steroids.
Yeah.
Well, also Nature's Pathway, that's so cool. So you designed this, of course. It feels very much so like, I'm going to put it in some other influences like Elden Ring meets The Last of Us sort of thing.
Yeah,
as if The Last of Us was
kind of
through the Elden Tree instead. We've got Nature's Pathway cooking.
Yeah.
That's cool. Awesome. What else we got for these dark secrets?
Sure, I'll speed run the other factions' end games here. The Industrialists are harnessing crystal energy. Think of it like nuclear power for fantasy, which is literally like a nuclear bomb or something like that. The Arcane Registry want to tap into the magic between the worlds, which would grant them terrible, powerful magical spells. The Protectors, this one's really interesting. They're trying to open a gateway for their gods to step into the mortal realm. Angels or demons or actual gods, but who knows if they're good gods or bad gods.
So we know a little bit about how these work in the story, and we know the spores, there's a mechanical element if you also take damage. Mechanically, how do these other dark secrets come into play in the game?
So every faction has a unique playable power. So if you're sitting at an industrialist table, by the way, you have your Arcane Automaton. That is powered by crystals, and as you use it, it's growing stronger as the game goes on. Every faction has their own unique thing, and it was really fun to design them because they're designed to be played as a table. If my table is working well together, those powers get better. But if I'm playing with a bunch of randoms who just want to do their own thing, the powers aren't going to synergize well. So I designed these powers to really force players to want to play well together.
Nice. So we're using some language that might be a little confusing if people don't know how the organization of Dead Wars goes. So break it down to us, because we're talking tables, we're talking factions, all sorts of stuff. Tell us a little bit about how everything's organized and how it pyramids out.
Sure. So the Dead Wars fundamentally is the biggest game of D&D. And when I tell that to people, they're like, how is everyone rolling initiative and keeping track of turns? Like, isn't that one turn of combat going to take 5 hours? So what we do is every table is playing their own game of D&D. I explain it like they're a squad on the battlefield. Think of like Helm's Deep. You're going to have a squad of archers on the wall, or the people who are just holding the front gate. That is one table. And as they do things like kill enemies with archers on the wall, or continue to press and hold the gates, they're completing objectives. They're doing things, and that gets reported to a captain. Now, there's captains over the different tables. The captains then take that information to me as the head dungeon master, and then I get to filter out what's actually happening on the battlefield, and then I take those reports and give it back to the dungeon masters so they get real-time updates on the battlefield.
So I'm hearing some intermittent woos throughout there. Is that a critical hit, or has someone achieved an objective or earned a point? What do you think those are?
Definitely, I heard somebody score, and that was a cheer as well. Also, in D&D, if you roll a nat 20, you got to cheer. Like, that's the rule.
Sure, sure. It's also very cool. I was talking to one of the captains from Nature's Pathway, who he said this is his 3rd year. It seems like you've got a good amount of people who are like coming back year after year, which that's very fun. It's a testament to what you've built. That's awesome.
Absolutely. There's definitely some veterans here, and it's really cool to see them come back and return. It means we're doing something right, because The first year, we had no clue what we were doing at all. It was just tables, and we only had 3 speakers to cover the entire mall. So we've definitely leveled up our game this year, and it's our most complex with different tiers of reporting. And now we're pretty much running 5 separate games because it's 5 separate armies fighting against each other. So it's 5 times the amount of computing that we're doing. But we've been working hard on it, and so I'm super excited to see.
It's really impressive. Do you know the farthest someone has traveled to be here?
We've had people fly out from Hawaii, California, Ohio. We've had some real life adventurers traveling around the world.
That's incredible. Well, we're so excited to see what develops here in Act 2. Keep up the good work. We'll check in a bit. Thank you, Andy.
I appreciate it. Keep an eye on that scoreboard as scores are coming in real time.
Heck yeah. Number represents in you, and then the other is what you think represents in the other person.
Oh.
So for instance, if I were to say the strength stat, I want you to think of, and remember it goes at 1 from 20.
1 to 20.
Actually, technically 10 to 20. You
10
can't,
to 20.
Well, let's just say 1 to 20.
1 to 20.
I think technically, mechanically, you can't go below 10. Let's just say 1 is you are the biggest weakling in the entire world.
Okay.
20, you are Arnold Schwarzenegger. You are known for physical strength.
For strength.
For strength.
And I'm thinking of my own number.
And mine.
And I'm thinking of your number. And you're thinking of my number and your number. And then we're going to compare, and then we're going to lose our friendship.
Yep, that's right.
Love this.
That's right. Okay, ready?
Okay, or wait, what are we doing first? Strength?
Strength. So
Strength.
from 1 to 20, I want you to think about what my strength is and
Okay.
what your strength is.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
As compared to who? Just human race.
No, 1 being the biggest weakling in the world.
Yeah.
20 being the strongest man in the world.
Okay.
Where do you fit within that range?
Okay.
For
got it.
strength.
Okay.
All right. So what do you think you are for strength?
Me?
Yeah.
Should we say our numbers at the same time?
1 to 20.
Say yours with me.
What?
For me.
What you think it is?
What? I've got my number
Okay,
for
so
me.
we'll
You've
say
got-
yours at the same
Okay,
time.
ready? 1,
2,
2, 3, 12. Gosh,
14.
dang it. No,
14.
you terrible
so much
person.
stronger than I thought. You're so much stronger than you
Copped out.
think you
No.
are.
Oh, is it mental
I was
fortitude?
going to say 13.
But you didn't. Wait, you said 14, then you just dropped it 1?
I was actually going to say 13.
Okay.
All right, for me?
Uh-huh.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 11.
12.
A little bit stronger.
I think we're both equals.
So you think you're a little bit stronger than I am?
I said 12 for me. I said 12 for you.
Oh, and I said 13.
Yeah.
So I think you're a little bit stronger
You
than I
think
am.
I'm a little stronger than you are.
Well, I know
think
you
we're
work out a
equals.
little bit more at that place that I went to twice.
But I've also seen your mental determination when I work out next to you, and you're like, I'm gonna beat him, and you always did. So there you go. So yeah.
Well, that goes to the next one, dexterity, which is
Okay.
agility, reflexes, and balance. And we're going to take a quick break from this game as we're getting ready for the next
We
announcement.
can do
from our
dexterity
Dungeon
right
Master.
before we do that.
Okay.
Dexterity for both of us. Okay, ready?
So, want to say our own number or what yours is? Let's start with me.
Okay. Okay, we'll start with you. Okay.
1,
2,
2, 3,
14.
9.
You don't think you're quick?
I have no balance.
Whoa,
No,
do
it's-
that
it's-
again.
It's not quickness.
Whoa.
All right, ready?
Okay.
Let's do you. 1, 2, 3, 16.
I'm pretty skateboarding, man.
Skateboarding, that's what I knew. You're pretty up there.
Perfect.
All right,
Okay,
we're going to take a break. We're going to come back to
announce
this
Andy.
game. We pass it over to Andy, the Dungeon Master.
Gamers, I have an update. Industrialists and Arcane Registry have formed a tentative alliance, as well as Protectors and Nature's Pathway have a tentative alliance. I will say there are already reports coming in. Arcane Registry in the lead with 160 points. Unfortunately, Unbound are in last with only 30 points. Good luck, players. That is our live update. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so you just announced some points. We got some Arcane Registries in the lead. Tell us a little bit about what those points mean and what some players can do to get back in the game.
Yeah, so points is everything. The Arcane Registry is in the lead. Now, this isn't a big surprise because they are the highest tabled faction. They have the most tables, so more chances to possibly score.
Are the points weighted? Is there a unique disadvantage for the smaller tables?
So we did put in some comeback mechanics for people to be able to, with the smaller factions, get a slight advantage. So the Industrialists and Nature's Pathway, anytime they score a point, it's actually 1 point, 2 points.
Is it too late to build an allyship with someone else so that you can build yourself up?
No, absolutely not. In fact, this is probably the time to now negotiate. Seeing that some negotiations have been made, it'll force the other factions to get on the ball and say, hey, we need to really get our alliances figured out. Otherwise, we're going to be stuck in dead last.
I imagine this is the time where they have that big incentive because you got the big bad with the most points. We're like, we both don't want that person to win, so let's join forces to bring them down a peg.
Yeah, having the Industrialists and the Nature's Pathway start out at the beginning at each other's throats, probably not the best move for them.
Yeah, the little guys, and while the big guys got even bigger.
Yeah, and Arcane Registry, we did just announce they already have a tentative alliance with another faction. So they're really looking good so
Who's this tentative alliance with again?
I believe it was Nature's Pathway.
Oh, there you go. I was just going to say, if I'm one of the small guys at this point, I'm going straight to the big guy, and I'm saying, hey, we don't got much, but we'll help you out for sure.
Yeah.
You know, you're at an advantage. But we can give you a little something, something. Let's move forward.
All right, I'm going to ask again. I am hungry for that hot goss and that tea. Is there any sneaky behavior, any backstabbing, any juicy deeds you can share?
So I'll tell you how another faction is going to betray each other. Now that we have some of the alliances, like Arcane Registry and Nature's Pathway, how the other faction is going to betray them is going to happen at the end of Act 2. What happens is Act 2, you have to decide where your army is going to be inside the kingdom. And so Arcane Registry and Nature's Pathway will say, hey, we'll work together, we'll put our armies in the same space, and then Arcane Registry can actually pull their army away and leave Nature's Pathway exposed, ready to be ripped apart by the other factions.
Are there any factions who are employing a strategy that you think is risky or a long shot, or you think it might pay off in a big way?
Right now, the one I'm most worried about is the Unbound. We'll see. They are probably the most prideful of them. So I'm
they think God loves them. And that's always a recipe for some pride.
That's the protectors. The
Oh,
Unbound,
sorry.
the
Never
Unbound
mind.
being
They hate
being that we don't need God.
They're the ones all roided up.
Yeah, yeah.
They're just too strong and moving forward. Where they don't. Their God is steroids, as we've been told in our ears just now. Yeah, they don't know what they're doing. They just know that they're stronger.
Yeah, so they're the ones to keep an eye on. Now, who knows what they're planning? Alliances can still happen in the third act, so there's still hope.
So when the Unbound juice up, what happens to their stats? Do they get like plus modifiers to their strength and other
Yeah,
stuff?
so their strength, dexterity, and speed go up. They also resist magic. So
Oh,
any
wow.
enemies that are using magic against them, they'll shrug it off like it's nothing.
Is there a negative effect of using that after getting that buff?
With how stable this serum is, there isn't a negative effect unless they are trying to push it past its capabilities. If they're continually using it, it's absolutely safe to use it once a fight.
The resistance to magic is interesting because I could see that going two ways. Either one, I could easily see someone being like, wait, we're resistant to magic. Let's go ahead and partner with some people with magic. It's not going to make a big difference either, anyway. Or I could see it going the opposite way where it's like, psychologically speaking, I don't think we would ally with these people. We don't even want magic. We're resistant to magic. We're against magic, you know?
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. We'll see how these next minutes shake out. Here's the interesting thing. The factions are going to start moving to taking their locations, and that's the whole turning point that we're about to
That's
get
when
to.
the drama happens. I'm excited to see.
That's where the backstabbing I know you've been waiting for.
I am so excited for it.
Then I can give you the hot tea.
I can't wait to see some roided up warriors just jumping head first through some Eldritch Blast. It's going to be so fun. All right, Andy, keep up the good work. We'll check in a bit. All right, let's go back to our game. Next up on our stats list,
Here we go.
we're doing Constitution. This is endurance. This is health. So I'm gonna interpret this in two ways.
Okay.
One is being like endurance is like, can you run? Can you walk? Can you hike? Or do
Yeah.
you get out of breath really easy? And health is like, how often do you get sick throughout the year? If you don't get sick that much, then you're probably fine. And then average those two together and give yourself a Constitution score.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
I got it.
This isn't necessarily like strength. This isn't
Yeah.
necessarily like athletic ability.
Yeah.
This is your constitution, the body you were blessed with.
Okay, are we doing me first?
Let's do you first.
Okay, I got mine.
All right.
Ready?
1, 2, 3, 17.
9. Way opposite.
Really?
I say 9. This last year was a doozy. And I got 2 kids at home who are constantly getting sick, so I feel like I'm always sick.
Okay.
And I'm very much so when I work out, I'm always like, let's push through. And then I'm like, nah, I got hard. I throw in the towel too quick.
All right.
I mean, like, well, all right. All right. So I say less than average. Why did you say 17?
I don't think you get sick that often.
You don't think so?
Well, I guess you did at several shows, at least 2 or 3 shows. You're like, I'm just fighting off a sickness. I hope that's okay.
Zach, I have cancer. No, this is
No, don't do that.
That's
No, you are a Cancer. That's your star sign. Very good. Born in July.
Sorry, actually, I have Virgo. That's
oh.
my bad.
Well, I have Sagittarius, and it's terminal.
Say your number 1, 2, 3, 20.
15.
Perfect 20.
You think I have perfect 20?
I've never seen you get sick in my life, not even a sniffle.
So I pretty much with clockwork get sick once a year.
That's it.
There's a couple years when I've had, like COVID year was a really rough year. Last year was a little bit worse.
I give that a 20, man.
But
as someone with Virgo, I give that a 20.
But my endurance is what knocks me down quite a bit.
Mm.
I cannot run. I can't fly. I can't crow.
Okay.
Like I can walk 12 hours a day and I'll be totally fine.
Yeah,
but
that's
if I
the other thing.
run,
You go on walks.
if I run a little bit,
Gone.
it's over. It's over.
So the health is there.
Yeah.
The endurance is not.
Yeah.
All right, 15. There we
The
go.
flesh is willing, the spirit's also willing, and the flesh is like, what are you doing? I'm tired. I'm going to sleep.
I love that. That's fun to know.
All right.
We're going to go to an interview here just a little bit. We're going to talk to one of the captains of the Arcane Registry because they're in the lead right now. 60 points, twice
Okay.
as much as the people who are down at the bottom,
Okay, so
which
they're
was
quite in the
the Unbound, right? At 30 points. And so we're going to talk to one of their captains to see what they're doing right.
Cool. Are you
So
taking
we're
this
gonna
next
go
one or
do
is it my turn?
Yeah, I'll take this one. We've got Jonathan here with the Arcane Registry, one of the captains, currently in the lead. Last time I checked, 60 points. Have you gotten more points since, I'm assuming?
I can at least add 10 to that right now.
Oh my gosh. So I want to know what is going on that is making you guys so gosh dang successful right now?
I mean, I think there's a lot to say about organization and keeping everyone together on the same page for one major goal.
For one major goal. So tell me a little bit about that. What do you feel like you're doing, your team is doing especially well in terms of communication and organization then?
Well, right off the bat, we have all the magic that we can do to that. I mean, you talk about either communication crystals or sending spells.
Oh,
we
there
can
you
always
go.
talk to each other, regardless of where we're at.
There you go. Spoken like a true arcane person, where you're like, the answer is, excuse me, magic, obviously.
Absolutely.
That's wonderful. Now, at your tables, you mentioned you're all like working towards one goal. Have you seen any infighting? Have you seen much like disagreement in terms of, no, we're not going here, we're going there, or anything like that? Or are you guys pretty much on the same page?
For the most part, we're on the same page. I've seen like one faction that's kind of broken away to try and lead up with against the Industrialists.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna kind of let that see where that falls with our alliance, because I know it's a little tentative, and I'm
Just
hoping
a
to mix
little
that up.
light
Yeah.
war, a little light war on the side.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
we're not going to fully commit at this point.
Exactly.
That's fun. What are you guys? I mean, broad strokes. What are you thinking for the rest of this act? Where are you headed? What's the game plan? What's going to lead you guys to success?
Yeah, I think that as long as we can hold our home base here in the Scriptorium, I think we're going to be solid. I want to branch out into the Adventurers Guild, because obviously we want to make a name for ourselves and be open and honest with having other people join with us.
Yeah.
And then also, just in case, hit up the waterways. We like to have access to a good resource.
You got to surf. Oh, that's right. Drinking water.
Mhm.
That's right. So as well, do you have any alliances right now?
As of right now, it's strictly just the Industrialists. We've been getting some offers from the Protectors of the Old Gods. I want to
Okay.
see where that plays out, but I am a little concerned about evil gods running amok just as much as the good ones.
Nerve-wracking, right? When you hear
Mhm.
someone who they're like, we'd love to join with you, so long as you obey. It's like,
Yeah.
all right, it's a little sketch.
It's a little bit, yeah.
Especially when you're playing with the arcane arts and
Versus
you're like,
divine. Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know that we're really wanting to throw that in the mix. Then.
Exactly.
That's awesome. Have you done the Dead Wars before? Is this your first year, or
This
are you
is
coming
my second year, but I was
Second
only
year.
here for the first year when we did the Guinness record.
Oh, really? And now
Mhm.
you're back. What has changed for the better in your mind? What's going right now that you're?
I
you're
like hitting
this?
that more human level where it's now the factions, not just us dealing with a lich trying to become a god.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Where it's a little bit more about like the mentality of the people actually in the room rather than just
Yes.
this. Because previously, we kind of mentioned before, previous games have been a lot more of like, we're all in this together, we're working towards one thing, here's one story.
Mm-hmm.
But now everybody's an enemy and everybody's an ally potentially, right?
Oh yeah.
That's
for
so
sure.
fun. Awesome. What are you hoping to see for the rest of the game? Or what are you hoping to see for the rest of the game that you're like, if we could just secure this, I'm going to feel good?
I think the biggest thing is I don't want to be in a tentative alliance with the Industrialists. I actually fully want us to go the arcane method. Let's invent Hex Tech together.
Oh, heck yeah, dude. I hope that happens too. Well, awesome. Thank you so much. 380 points. I was just told that you guys are at this point.
Nice.
So I'm going to let you get back to it because you guys are
Yeah.
winning. So yeah, thanks so much, Jonathan, and we'll check in with you later.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Are you battling right now?
I am, and I realized I am
Chosen
completely out of my
inopportune
depth. But anyway, I'll just answer that. All right, we are back with our fun game that I'm calling Stat Yourself.
Well, first, real quick, let's talk about who's sitting where as far as like points and stuff like that.
Let's do that.
I mean, I was just talking to the Arcane Registry, one of the captains. They're feeling a little cocky, if I got to be honest. They knew that they were in the lead, but they've slowed down compared to some of these other teams who have really worked their way back.
But they're also the biggest faction, right?
Yeah, they're the biggest faction with 390 last time we heard, but the other factions are pulling up quick. We got, last time we checked, Nature's Pathway was just 10 points behind them. The furthest away was just 300, so it's a 80 point difference, 90 point difference.
That's nothing.
And I mean, compared to seeing they were at double of what the other team was. So like, people are closing in the lead, and it's still anybody's game.
Yep.
Is really what's happening.
Yep. I'll be curious to see, was he just saying, hey, did they divulge their strategy or what they're going to do, or are they coasting at this point?
You know, it was interesting. They talked about how they've got, I mean, you can't control everything, which is cool about this sort of game, is that every faction is made up of tables, and each table can work slightly independently from one another, right?
Yeah.
And so he even mentioned, he was like, we've got one table who's trying to go off and start a war with the industrialists just a little bit. And it was very fun.
Just a little bit.
Because he was like, and you know what? Maybe they're going to do that. Maybe we'll test that out. Maybe we'll let just a few
Test a
people-
little war.
A little war.
Let's
just
A/B
a little
test a
sampling.
war.
Well, you got a charcuterie of war that's going on just a little
Just
bit.
a tiny little war as a treat.
Yeah, why not? So he's got like one table who's doing that. They've got other tables that are all in on getting an alliance. Whereas for him, he was like, we're arcane, baby. We're magic through and through. We're not allying with anybody. We
Yeah.
just want this magic, and that's how we're living. So it's fun, which
So-
is always a tricky part when it comes to D&D, right? Where some people are like, I want to use my brain, and people are like, throw away your brain.
Right.
You are a character. Use that brain.
You're
you
a
know?
level 3 intelligence orc. You don't know how to open doors. It's like, but I know it's right behind that. It's like, respect the fiction.
Exactly. Exactly.
Now are we ready to go back to the game I made called Stat Yourself?
I'm ready to go back
Okay,
to the
this
game.
next one is intelligence. So this is
Stat
book
yourself.
smarts
Copyright.
and reasoning.
Copyright, by the way. Just
Copy.
Yeah. What is the next one?
Intelligence, book smarts and reasoning.
Okay, book smarts.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Going off of you.
I'll just say off the bat, you won't hurt my feelings.
Okay.
Okay.
I won't?
You won't?
I won't hurt your feelings no
Well,
matter
we'll
the score
see.
that I give you.
Now I'm not so sure.
So it doesn't matter the score I'm about to give you. It's not going to hurt your feelings at all?
Well, I was
1, 2, 3,
15.
18.
18.
I think you're very smart.
I think that's pretty high.
No, I think you're very smart, and I think you're very good at applying your intelligence as well. This is fun. This is now becoming a love letter to our friendship.
Oh,
instead.
okay, very
You
good.
are someone who you're really good at like holding multiple things in your brain at once and seeing the interaction for them, which I think is like a very rare form of intelligence. So I'd say you're
I
one
think
of
I'm
the
the guy.
smarter people I've met.
There's this trope in anime that's been recently like searching about. You don't have to be a genius if you just really work at one thing.
Oh,
So
okay.
there's this anime where this guy, he's like, if I can just get good.
What's the anime?
I don't know what it's called. Or Demon Slayer is another example. I know a little bit more about that.
Okay.
Where everyone learns these different forms of breathing and swordplay, and one guy practices one strike over and over and over and over. So
Okay.
he only knows one move, so he knows it really well.
Yeah.
And that's what I feel like my genius of hard work is like, if I know how to do one thing, I can do it 10 times longer than anyone has the endurance for.
I said 18, right?
Yeah.
And then you brought up 2 different animes. I'm going to take that down to 17. Just
Yeah,
a little
that's
bit.
tracks.
You think you're watching a little too
And
much
I gave
anime.
myself 15, so you're
So
still
it's still
flattering.
above. It's still
All right,
above.
ready to do you?
Ready to do me.
Okay, 1.
Nature's Pathway just pulled ahead by 50 points, we're told.
Whoa. Then they're one of the smallest groups. It's
They're
one
one of the
two
smallest
smallos.
groups. They're the ones who are trying to bring spores of pain to the world, make it so that we share pain. I'm terrified of what this means for the
If
future
they
of Dead
win,
Wars.
does that mean Pedro Pascal will now star in the show?
Absolutely. Pedro Pascal, famously captain for Nature's Pathway. We will be interviewing him later. Just got in my ear. We won't be interviewing. He's not actually here. But
What's this? The producers lied to us to get it on the show? All right, he's never heard of us before.
But that is crazy that they just pulled away. That's a fun part of any game, I think. I hate those games where it's like if you start off with the right foot, then you win. I love a game where it's like, hey, it's still anybody's game the whole way through. you
It's
know?
like the last Super Bowl. We all knew 10 minutes in, it was over.
Which
And
one?
The most recent Super Bowl.
Oh,
Do
Super
you remember
Bowl.
that one?
No.
The most boring game in the past, like, decade.
I don't watch the Super Bowl at all.
Ever. It's the
No.
only.
I don't watch it.
It's only like sport game I watch.
But it was just like right off the bat, it was really clear who
Yeah,
was
like
going to win.
within the first few minutes, they scored a touchdown. Then they scored another touchdown. Then they got like a bunch of points, and then they just never even got
And it's
close
like
to
you're
catching up.
not going to come close.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
so boring.
Yeah, which is very fun, especially, I mean, Nature's Pathway, if you were here with us from the beginning, one of the first groups that I interviewed, and immediately they were basically like, we're desperate. We're people who are planting a tree. You think we don't need allies? We need every
We're in the
horticulturally
garden
based
section at Home
ally."
Depot, and we're supposed
Yeah.
to fight a war.
Yeah. We're like gnomes, but less powerful. Can we please get some help? And
Oh,
they were
we
worried.
killed to be a gnome.
So they were worried about getting alliances and all sorts of stuff, and now they're like in the lead. So I'll be interested to know if whether or not as
Which is
they
wild
go
because
out.
if you look at this up here, it's not updated yet. They were dead last, and now they have pulled
Oh,
ahead. And that
jeez.
is what the fun about this mechanic about this is the swing. It could go really anybody's way at any given
I'm
moment.
so interested. They said that early on. They were going team to team and being like, "Will you please ally with us, please?" And everyone was like, "We'll see."
And now they're
and
the
now
top
they're in the
dogs.
lead. So let's see.
Yeah. All right, at 6 o'clock, we are halfway through Act 2. Man, time is really flying. There is just one more hour for them to finish their objectives, seize locations, and secure points before the final act of betrayal and final battle. And holy
I
cow,
love
I'm
that-
excited for that hot goss and tea. I can't wait for some backstabs.
I love that we want them to betray each other so bad, and every time we talk to people like, you going to betray them? They're like, I don't know, it seems mean, and we're just there being like, do it.
Kill them.
Do it.
My wife's on the
Finish
other
him.
team. You know what to do. But yeah, it's just like, this isn't, I don't want this to be a feel-good D&D campaign.
I also want people to take big swings. If you're playing like a role-playing game, I say go out and take the biggest swing you can. Worst comes to worst, how fun to go out in a blaze of glory.
I totally agree.
Or
Like,
idiocy.
Would you rather go home and say, I won this game? Okay, cool. You're going to put a little certificate up on your wall. You're going to say, I was the gnome that jumped off of a Zeppelin into the Archmage's bathroom, and I
Yeah.
tried to stab him through the heart
Yeah.
using, what's that force called when you jump out of a plane? And a terminal velocity.
Terminal philosophy. Yeah. An old god.
Focus on ending. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I heard a Jack, and I'm Zach. But now I'm back.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
You're really good at rhyming. Has anyone ever told you that?
Yeah.
Did you know that about yourself?
And I'm surprised my intelligence score was so low, so people say I'm so good at rhyming.
Intelligence score. It's mostly related to rhyming, as we know for wizards.
Are you ready to do your intelligence score?
Have we not done mine?
We haven't done yours yet.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, 1, 2, 3,
12.
19.
19?
Well, that's crazy.
I think I've actively gotten dumber by choice in the last few years.
Really? Ever
Honestly,
since your PhD program, you've gotten dumber?
after dropping out of a PhD program and getting a master's degree, I finally decided maybe I should just do comedy and become dumber, and I'm so much happier for it. So much happier. It's so much better.
Oh my gosh, I hope this isn't too outside baseball of this, but I did an improv show last night, and I feel like I have been so spoiled by Musical Monday, our live shows.
Oh, yeah?
Which is basically just talk to someone and make fun of them over and over again.
Oh, 100%. Which you should check out Musical Monday, by the way. It's something Zach does. It's very impressive. It's musical improv comedy, and it's so gosh dang funny, and it's so good. I mean, obviously I'm biased because I'm friends with Zach, but I don't know that I am about this when I say Zach and his partner Shay and his other partner in Musical Monday, Caleb Wall, are literally like the three best musical improvisationalists in the world, in my opinion. Like, they are phenomenal.
That's so kind. And if you want to see the best stand-up comedian in Utah, go see.
in Utah.
No, Adam is absolutely phenomenal. Not only is his personal stand-up great, but if you go check out his show, Comedy Church, it is a wonderful, really cool experience for anyone, whether you're religious or non-religious or looking for a cathartic experience. Go check out Adam Brown
Thanks,
on all
man.
the socials there.
But for you,
Yeah, especially the Unbound. They don't like. They have rejected gods, and they're gonna love Comedy
Protectors
Church.
of the Old Gods might be less interested in Comedy Church, but other than that. So Zach, you were saying you had an improv show. You were spoiled by Musical Monday.
Because I realize it's a pretty lazy art form. It is just,
That
it's
is just like
I
poke
just
a
have to
button.
know what you're talking about, and then
Yeah.
I got to figure out how I make fun of that, which
Yeah,
is
yeah,
very
yeah.
different from creating art
Oh,
or
sure.
actually doing something smart and
Yeah.
intelligent. We're looking up here. It looks like the board is still not updated, but as far as we know, in my ear, Nature's Pathway is still in the lead.
Wonderful.
Which is incredible.
Wonderful.
All right, but yeah, back to your score, 19. I think one of the reasons why I think yours would be so high is I'll never forget the time where our mutual acquaintance, I don't know if he was really your friend, Davian Tabley, and you went to our home.
Oh, yeah.
And you had a religious debate. And knowing what I know about you now and your beliefs, and about then, you were able to apply logic and reasoning, even though I think we'd both agree religiously.
Yeah.
He's probably right. You smoked him. You smoked him so hard. I was like, I don't know. I was making some pretty good points. Maybe I should stay.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. I think that's less intelligence and more of just belligerence and being like, but how do I prove this person wrong?
Yeah.
That's a fun game.
Maybe that's charisma. Maybe that's there.
Maybe it's charisma. Maybe that's what it is.
All right, so we're just a few seconds from our next announcement. We are 6:04. We are in the second hour of Act 2. We're going to get an announcement here real quick for our Dungeon Master. We're going to see if Nature's Pathway is still in the lead.
Yeah.
All right, players, the time is 6:05. Game Masters, be ready to start running Hold the Location. We are now about to score locations for the next 40 minutes. A quick game update. Arcane Registry at 610 points. Followed closely by Nature's Pathway at 530. All right, with some tentative alliances in place, both of those powerhouses are allying with some of the factions with weaker points. That is your game update. Good luck, players, game masters, to you.
Okay, just in that amount of time, we have seen Arcane Registry already pull back, which is crazy. By quite a bit. They're quite a bit in the lead now.
Quite a bit in the lead again, but remember, they were over 100 points ahead before.
That's true.
And now I think they're only about 80 points if my math is correct.
And the other thing to remember is they've got the most amount of people, which can be an advantage because you've got all those people who are working towards points. But like we've talked about before, hard to keep everybody on the same page. You might have one table that's decided to go do its own thing. Compare that to Nature's Pathway, where it's a smaller group, easier to contain, easier to keep everybody on the same page as well. And then also, each time they score a point, it's worth 1.2 points. So they still have that advantage that they can
Later
come back.
on, because of the size of the faction, that's right. Yeah, there could be some firecrackers, some rogues in the party that do some of those big risky moves.
And
but
boy,
maybe
I hope
that's not
so.
advantageous. And I'm gunning for it.
I'm gunning for it.
I went over to the table, I said, you're going to win this. You cannot make a mistake, to see if they make mistakes.
I went over and I paid someone $5 real to go ahead and really stab someone in the back for real. That's what I did. That's how far I'm committed to Dead Wars. I'm
The
putting the dead
police are
back in it.
coming. This is shutting down immediately.
The police have just gotten wind of what I just admitted on this microphone, and they have actively called my family and told them.
Well, before the police come, we are coming back to Stat Yourself, a game I made up.
What's our next thing that we're running into? What's the next section for points?
Section for points?
Yeah, what are we doing? What are we statting?
Okay, wisdom. This is
Wisdom.
perception and insight. This is
Perception
your ability to
and
like
insight.
perceive the world and make connections and meaning to it.
Okay.
Right? So like wisdom, it's like you could just be able to look at someone and be able to discern some stuff. Or I also would consider this like self-awareness, being able to size someone up pretty quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense?
You do me first?
We'll do you first.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 17.
16.
Pretty close.
17. That's
Pretty
pretty
close.
close. I feel like I'm pretty good at that.
Okay.
I feel like that's the cynical part of me that kind of works out pretty okay.
Yeah.
I feel like that's when we run into Davey and Tadlin kind of situations where I'm like, that's not going to work out, but.
Yep.
like,
You see right through it.
Yeah.
All right.
Now we're going you.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3,
12.
8. This is the one that I was worried would hurt your feelings.
Nope, that totally makes sense.
You're such a sweet boy, Zach. You're
I
such
know.
a sweet boy who I feel like as soon as someone is like, this is my plan, you're like, and I believe you. And
I
I
have
feel like I'm
used-
always there like, don't believe them, Zach.
So I have used Shay as my social awareness compass so many times.
there you go.
We were literally in a writer's room yesterday.
Yeah.
And I was talking about this thing that I was like, oh, Kelly's totally going to be on my side with this. I was talking about child rearing and discipline
Yeah.
and all this stuff. And I thought it was going great. And then I got a gentle nudge from Shay. And the second I was like, I don't know what's wrong, but I know I need a 180. And I 180'd, and I was like, but you know what? I'm really glad that she's independent. She's making her own choice. And then Kelly said, yes, that's it. Yep. You know what? It's really important that young women be able to like, oh, and Shay was picking it up from the
Yeah.
get-go. No idea.
Love that. Love
No
that
idea.
for you.
So that, if you lack self-awareness, partner someone who's hyper-aware and thinks everyone
There you
hates them because they can sniff blood in the water from a mile away.
I think you are just the type of person who walks into your room and you're immediately like, isn't it great that we're all happy here? And it's like, no one has said that. I know that you want that.
Why are you making this assumption?
Not why are you making this assumption, but I think you just live in this base reality where you're like, and everyone's trying their best. And
Mm.
I'm like, some people are mean. Some people are mean.
Well, I also think it's because
You're a
they
sweet
say
boy.
they say people with depression have a clear perception of the world.
Oh, that's true.
And I'm a fairly optimistic fellow.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And so I'm just like, well, why wouldn't it most of the time?
But at the same time, it is part of the thing that I love about you. I think
Well,
it's
thanks.
great. I think it's very fun.
Well, and I love your depression.
Oh.
All right, this last bit before we wrap up this game is charisma. This is
Charisma.
charm and social skills.
Okay.
All right, let's go check in the scores real quick. They are
got
accurate
accurate scores that
up
are up on the
above.
board.
Arcane Registry at 650. Nature's Pathway
already coming back.
only 55 points away, so they are already making their back. Industrials Oh boy, all those mechanic heads, they are at the bottom. They're going to have to do quite a bit of work to be able to get back
They
ahead.
just got to hit that nuclear option, in my opinion, at this point. They've got the ability, right? They've got literally a nuclear weapon, crystal power that they're using.
Right.
They got to take that, and they just got to destroy as
Crystal,
much garbage.
uranium.
Yeah, crystal, meth. They got to just go ahead and blow up whatever they can. I think
Why not?
take some people down some. a
Why,
few
why
notches.
not just drop Little Big Boy on Arcane Registry? Take him out.
Absolutely. Or at the very least, take an ally ship. They have the option to partner up with someone, latch onto the same place, and then just jump ship. And I say
Or-
you got to try big swings.
This would be my tactic. I say, all right, we're going to nuke ourselves. You got it. There's no point. If you guys want to take over here, go. We got an empty castle over there
Yeah,
to
yeah,
coax
yeah.
people out. Boom, Winterfell situation. You hop into their castle. Now you own it. You're like, we didn't nuke anybody, you big ding-dongs.
Oh, nice. I like that. That's very clever.
And
all right.
All
Well,
right.
We're going to be taking a break for a little bit. We'll have people working the cameras. You can spot what people are doing at all the different tables. And, of course, Andy might chime in at some point, our head dungeon master. But we'll be back here at 6:30.
for another section of Stat Yourself.
Stat Yourself.
No, and it's Dead Wars. All right, see you soon. Bye.
Dungeon Masters, 15 minutes before the end of Act 2. Make sure your players can hold that location. If it is not scored by 6:45, those points are forfeit, or that location is forfeit. Good luck.
$30 for the bottom 3.
It's interesting. It really feels like it's been a race against Arcane Registry and Nature's Pathway.
They really did like pull away pretty quick, which has been interesting, especially talking to some of these captains. Just the attitude difference between them.
Right.
I feel like Arcane Registry this whole time has been like, we don't need people, we have magic.
Yeah.
While Nature's Pathway has just been like, please someone love us. Please
It's interesting.
anyone.
I wonder who will win, the meek or the arrogant.
Yeah. The meek will inherit the earth. One way
But
or
will
another
they
with-
win this game?
Will they win this game? I feel like they're gonna. That tree with the shared pain is such a like creepy thing.
Yeah.
That I don't know if it's happening that way for other people, but I would have a hard time allying with anyone who is just like, hey, you can be my partner. Just a heads up, we will make mutual pain shared in all experiences.
Well, it's really interesting from like sort of like a zombie hive mind thing.
Yeah.
So let's say there was a sentient zombie hive mind tree that came into our world. Let's just live and sit in that for a second.
Let's.
So for us, we're like, oh shoot, well, mutually assured destruction.
Yeah.
But their hive mind is like, we're willing to sacrifice people on our side because we're a sentient zombie hive mind tree.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So I can just smack this guy. You lose another one of your guys over there. How do you feel about that? We're willing
Ender's
to go
Game.
the distance.
Ender's Game time, baby.
Yes, Orson Scott Card, one of the best authors and least problematic people we know.
Jeez, yeah. I'm trying to think at this point, knowing a little bit more about the secrets and stuff like that, where I would go, knowing points are up on the board, who would I bond with, stuff like that. I'm interested to see if anybody tries to throw any Hail Marys out there, or the opposite, those backstabbings that we're so hungry for.
I mean, it's apparently that's happened in Act 3, so I'm curious to cue in there, but I'd like to take a quick moment to thank our unofficial sponsor, Panda Express, the fastest way to trick your brain into think you're eating real food.
Yeah, Panda Express, made with real bits of panda, turns out. It's for that reason that pandas haven't expanded and why masculine men all over the world are slowly losing their umption.
It's
real
the
bits
more
of panda will do
endangered,
that.
the more delicious.
The more endangered, the more delicious. Let's go ahead and let's bring back Andy, our lead dungeon master, as we're prepping for the third act, so that he can talk to us a little bit more about what we should be prepped for.
All right, I've got some hot tea.
All right, I've been waiting for this tea.
All right, no, I can't say whom because players might be actively watching the live stream.
Have you seen anyone tuning into the live stream for a little bit of
No,
extra advantage?
I'm seeing some comments coming
Okay.
from players. So, that being said, there's a faction that is moving to betray.
So it's going to happen.
So we
All
will-
right, let me
we
do the
will see.
stats on that real
Now-
quick.
now,
it's a
if-
20% chance it's one of these on another 20% chance. That's a 100% chance of more hot tea.
That's a great way to break it down. So let's just looking at the statistics. Arcane Registry dominating with points. So factions are either trying to ally with them or planning to ally against them.
Okay.
That's kind of the idea. Is since they're the big dog, maybe we all have to work together to take down the Arcane Registry.
Now, how does this point system work exactly? If, say, that Industrialists were to combine with the next team that's down the line, I mean, any two teams joining together are going to have more points than even the top dog. Does that mean anything or not so much?
So what will happen is joining together will share not all of your tactical points, but it will share a good amount.
Oh, okay.
And so the joining with more factions will absolutely give you more tactical points. But then it also puts a target on your back from the other factions. I think Arcane Registry, even though they are in the lead, they might be in trouble because since they're so far in the lead, all the factions might want to pick on them to try to bring them down.
Well, that does bring up the case where it's like, if you're just looking at the points as well, it's like, oh, they really focused on those points. But if someone's focusing on points while at the same time focusing on building an ally with someone else, I mean, great. You just did two things at the same time.
Yeah.
That can't be viewed through the point system, but could be advantageous in the end, right?
Yeah, the diplomacy is kind of the hidden mechanic going on right now. Like, we don't have scores on that. That won't hit until the end of Act 2. So it's still completely anyone's game. These numbers can change wildly in the third act.
What's the point of no return with the alliances? So what would stop someone from doing an alliance, crush, and then all of a sudden the last second, like, well, we have more points than you. See you later. We're the top dog now.
Yeah, so that is a possibility. And it really comes down to the morality of it and what you're willing to sacrifice to be
And we are
the
talking
winner.
about make-believe morality here.
Yes. This is fantasy D&D.
But also,
after
this is
all.
a bunch of nerds, and make-believe morality is sometimes worth just as much as real-world morality. I remember I used to play games with this couple, and any time that you did anything that would harm the wife's character in any of the games we played,
Oh,
she would just
no.
come at you. Even if you were like, but you saw how that helped me in that moment, and that now I'm not attacking you, and now we're on the same team, right? And she would be like, I don't care. You
So
caused
vindictive.
harm.
That
Yeah.
definitely might happen. If you betray another faction, they might just dedicate everything to bring you down.
Well, we haven't even talked about the post-game. Are there relationships, real-life relationships that are going to be ruined by backstabbing? Have you seen post-game drama?
Possibly. I know the captains were talking before the game with each other, so they were already scheming and planning.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring this up, but we do have a sword shop just right over there, so this is kind of a dangerous situation if things get out of hand.
We'll see. You know, with a bunch of nerds, you never know what might happen.
Are you interested in a death by combat next year for Dead Wars 4?
Look, I can be persuaded by many things. Yes.
All right. Also, what are you looking? What are you as the DM looking for the most? Are things going the way that you planned, or
So-
are they making moves that are totally unexpected?
The game system is working, which is very comforting because we never know if this will all just go up into flames.
What would breaking look like for you in game?
You know, I don't know.
And that's terrifying.
Yeah, that's the scary part.
Just one beat of sweat.
Again,
Like we could see Gabriel Golding's personal computer screen right now. If you might look closely, you see one of my personal
there we
texts.
The factions all allying would probably really break it.
But it looks like that's going to be pretty unlikely.
Pretty unlikely.
It might be 4 against 1, but it's probably not going to be all 5.
It definitely could be 4 against 1.
Yeah, you had, who was it that was trying that? The Unbound, is that who it was at the beginning who was trying to get five factions
5
allied
to
right
allied
from the
with.
top, right?
Yeah, the Unbound, we'll see. They're one of the underdogs. Same thing with the Industrialists.
Nice. So now we're heading into Act 3. Tell us, break it down for us a little bit about what's going on in Act 3, what we can be expecting, all that.
So, Act 3 will have all the consequences and betrayals and allies will all happen at the start of Act 3. And we'll really get a good sense of who is actually in the lead on the scoreboard. Then, every table gets to decide for the next hour, who are we going to beat up? And the more you attack that faction, the lower their TP is going to be.
Okay.
So if you are the number one, the highest one on there, but doing that, you had to betray the other factions to get there, you might suddenly have 4 times the tables coming after you.
Well, I'm stoked. I'm excited for it. Act 3, grand conclusion, coming up just here in about 20 minutes.
We'll find out.
Cool. Thank you so much, Andy.
Thank you.
All right, Adam, and things are heating up. I'm really excited for Act 3 because, boy, oh boy, oh boy, I am hoping some throats get slit. I'm hoping some kidneys get stabbed.
I have taped a dagger underneath 2 seats on each level. And I'm ready to announce to these
We
people.
poisoned 3 of the Mountain Dews in the building, and only 2 antidotes remain.
Yeah. We sprinkled the Domino's Tasty Crust by Domino's with a little arsenic in 3 of the pizzas. And I'm excited to see who eats them.
Adam, I have another segment.
Okay. Did we do all of our scores for the status?
Oh, let me see. Okay, last one, charisma.
Oh, charisma.
Charm and social skills. So for this one, a person like our friend David Padikin would be like a 19 or a 20.
Okay.
Just the ability to just handle social situations, bend people to their will by pure charm.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
All right. You ready to do you?
Oh, me first?
Or you want to do me first?
I would do you first.
Okay. Ready?
1, 2, 3,
10.
19. 10?
10. On the long game. I gotta wiggle into your life and make you love me over decades. But
You
give
think
me-
so?
So I'm good with 30-minute increments or decade increments.
Okay.
Anything in between that is pretty awkward.
Someone spends 35 minutes with you, and they're like, I thought I liked Zach for some reason.
It's a real George Costanza situation. It's like, I gotta end on a high note.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it all goes downhill from there.
Oh, I love that.
All
That's
right.
fun. Okay, me?
Yeah.
Charisma. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 10.
17. You think you're middle of the road?
I think so.
I think you have an uncanny ability to just attract people to you. Like you have these like groups of people. Like you're the type of person where like, you know Adam, accolade. You know Adam,
Oh, funny.
accolade.
I always think of myself as a person who, anytime someone's like, wow, that was a very interesting thing said from a person who is slightly dislikable. That's what I feel like is most of my life. Or like, that's really interesting information. I hope I never have to talk to him ever again. That's kind of the vibe I get most of the time.
Well,
That's so fun.
At least you don't have perpetual RBF. Literally every single person I've ever met and become best friends with, like when I first met you, I thought you were mad at me and I thought you were angry
Really?
with me. Uh-huh.
I didn't think that.
You think that about me?
No.
Well,
When
you
I
probably
saw-
you
when
met
I
me
saw
in
you-
my element though. You met me
Oh,
like at
that's true.
Comedy
The
Sports.
first time I met you, the only thing I could think of is, how do I backstab this man in Act 3? How do I make this work
Act
out?
3 of life.
One of the chairs I put the dagger underneath?
All right, this next one is, I researched some, we got another victory clap. I think that's from, it was a Nat 20 cut from Arcane Registry. All right, hopefully that doesn't mean even a deeper lead, although that could be good because the more points they get, the bigger target they get on their back.
Okay.
And the bigger the back, the more back to stab, and that's what I'm looking
The
for.
more back to stab, the more stab to back. You know what I mean? That's what they say.
All right, so I looked up some common riddles that dungeon masters might include into their game.
Okay.
And I'd like to give you these riddles and
Okay.
see how you do.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, first riddle.
We're going to find out which of us was right about my intelligence score.
Oh,
Here we
yeah,
go.
it could really go down. But you could charisma your way out of it. All right, I have towns, but no people. I have roads, but no ground. I have mountains, but no earth. What am I?
The mother was the doctor the whole time. I've heard this one before.
No, this one is sexist.
Oh, is this different? Okay.
No.
What is it? I have towns?
I have towns, but no people. I have roads, but no ground. I have mountains, but no earth. What am I?
I have mountains. I have towns. I have. You're a British village based on last names mostly. Hello, I'm Mr. Towns. That's what I'm thinking.
That's
Am
a
I
close second. The correct answer is a map.
A map?
A map. It's got towns. Spencer got it. Okay, you guys can chime in on the chat too if you want to.
Oh.
All
no
right,
looking
I
up, no
haven't. I
Googling.
accidentally peeked at number 2,
'Kay.
but I have no idea what number 3 is. Read
Oh,
number
okay,
3.
number 3. Here we go. Speak my name and I disappear. What am I?
Speak my name.
And I disappear.
Speak my name, and I disappear.
Yeah.
Alexa, darkness off.
There it is.
What is it?
No, it was that. It was an Alexa written in riddle. That's right. Technology is. This is actually a Black Mirror episode all of a sudden. Silence.
Speak my name.
The sound of silence. I should have
knew
given
it
you a
had
hint.
something to do. Anyway.
Simon and Garfunkel.
All right. All right. Next one. Forward, I am heavy, but backward, I am not. What am I?
Forward, I am heavy.
Forward, I'm heavy, but backward, I am not.
Dat booty. Am I right?
Forward booty, heavy. Backward booty,
No,
light.
you can back it up, but you don't want that back going forward into you. Backing it up.
Oh, it says here that's completely wrong. Is what
Huh,
it says here.
what did it say?
The word ton.
The word
T-O-N.
ton? Oh.
You spell it forwards, it's heavy. You spell it backwards, it's N-O-T.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's that booty though.
Oh, okay, hold on. ChatGPT said, oh, my bad.
We got
All right.
another announcement coming from our head DM. Here we go. Oh, in 30 seconds. So in 30 seconds, we can still plug a little bit of Panda. Panda Express, made with real bits of Panda. Are you tired of those pandas getting into your bamboo?
Fork.
Here we go. We got the last 6 seconds I'm seeing until we're closed up shop on Act 2.
is the end of Act 2. If you have not secured your location, that location is void. For the next 15 to 20 minutes, captains will be finalizing reports and reporting to the stage. Parties, in the meantime, you will be able to take a short rest, but you can also work with the inhabitants of the kingdom as you prepare for the final act. We will make an announcement when we have the results of Act 2. Thank you.
All right, coming into Act 3.
All right, this is the big one, folks. Betrayal and final battle.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. Let's see where everybody's at so far with scores. We've got 690, Arcane Registry, been in the lead, sticking with the lead. 615, Nature's Pathway. And then a distant third, we've got the Protectors of the Old Gods tied with Unbound. And then a final last place, the Industrialists, having a hard time. I think we should bring them up for an interview and just ask what is going on with the Industrialists.
I'm very curious to know. Yeah, I'd be curious to know. I know they've got like machines and Steam. Although what's really interesting about any technology play in D&D is they have to like dumb it down. It's like the other side. They got like dragons and spells and portals and genies. And us, we got a train. And this train, you can plug it into a thing that shoots out a bolt. It's like, well, I'd like to see real dragons fight up against the U.S. Army.
Yeah, well, I will say, though, as far as like dark secrets go, I feel like the Industrialists have probably the craziest one. They've got nuclear power.
But that doesn't mean they necessarily have nuclear destruction. So they have it's basically like renewable power. So I guess there
With
are
the
some
energy to power explosives and automatons.
Well,
it actually is destructive.
Well, hold on, let me read that again. Hold up. Oh, that's what explosive means.
That's what explosive means. They can explode things, but you know,
Creatively.
Isn't that what an engine is? It's just controlled explosions.
We're turning this mountain into into rubble. That's creation.
Yeah.
Final
Oh.
alliances are being decided right this moment. I believe this is the last chance for them to be able to form an alliance before the final battle happens. Now, it does seem like there can be some last-second backstabbing after the majority of the battle is happening, although, again, we'll see how that dynamic plays. But looking up at the scores, they're almost up. They're up
we got it back.
85 points.
Ooh.
The largest lead I believe that they've had, 65. Hold up. Yep. Nope. They're up 8. Yep. I should have trusted my math before. 85 points.
Well, I think the problem with this, of course, you've got I don't know how you play, but I'm a sucker for the underdog all the time.
Yeah.
If I'm one of these factions and I see, oh my gosh, the people with powerful magic and the most amount of players is winning, there's no way that I'm going to try to ally with those people because I don't want to help them win. I want to take them down.
I'm curious to know which faction in the game is like, I don't care about winning anymore.
Yeah.
I just don't want them to win anymore.
Oh, that is probably that's my favorite mentality in playing any sort of game.
Yes.
Where it's just like, you know what? I see what's on the table. I get that I don't have the cards. So what if instead of trying to play cards, I take out a chainsaw and break the table instead? Favorite way to play games. It's
Well,
the
I
greatest.
love you've got the crybaby who
Yeah.
they start losing in games
Yeah.
and they like bounce or they leave. I love the people who are like, I am in it to lose it
Yeah.
for as many people as possible.
Yes.
That's why I love it. I'm curious to know about just general gameplay for you.
Yeah.
Are you a rules guy or are you a loose guy?
I think it depends on the game. I think for role-playing games, I'm definitely a lot looser because I'm like story first. I'm like, that's what's really important here.
Whatever's interesting.
What's
Let's make it happen.
interesting is that we should all walk away with a story. That's why we showed up. That's why we're playing.
Yeah.
I'm not here for the math. I'm here so that 3 years down the road, Zach looks me in the eyes and he goes, "You remember that one time we played D&D? It genuinely hurt my feelings when you did this." And I'm like, that's great. That's what
I go
should
for.
happen.
You're like,
That's
whoa,
life.
where does the
What about you? Are you
where's
more
the
rules
character
or what are you?
So here's my thing about rules.
Okay.
I will do whatever loosey-goosey stuff you want to do. If you
Mhm.
want to play Monopoly and you want to make it that, the second you take Park Place, you're able to teleport to wherever you want on the board,
Yeah.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
But if you don't clarify those rules before, and then we enter the game, the
Sure.
default is the letter of the law.
Oh, gotcha.
You go to the rule book.
I think that makes sense because we both have kids. So I'm sure that we've both had that situation where you're playing with your kids.
What drives
They're
me
like, we're playing
crazy-
soccer. Oh, I didn't tell you that in this game of soccer, if you make a goal with your right foot, you get -2 points.
Oh my
And
gosh.
It's like, all right.
Have you? Do your kids play Foursquare?
Yeah.
My kids have 1,200 rules for Foursquare, and it drives me insane. And always they pull them out to make them win.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's like it's the people who are like, all right, we're just playing Risk, right? Are we
Sure.
connecting Australia to South America or not? Oh, we're not.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
whatever. All right.
Stick with it once
Can
you've
we do
created it.
alliances? Okay. Can we do treaties? Okay, whatever. And then all of a sudden, halfway through, someone goes just like, I just want to get Asia. If I get Asia, I'm out. And I'm like, no, it's world domination.
Yeah,
They're like,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
I'm just happy with Asia.
Yeah.
I hate that.
See,
That'll
I'm the
drive
type
me
of
nuts.
person where it's like, we're playing Connect 4, and suddenly I'm like, you know what? We're actually playing Connect 3. And I win. No.
I'm happy. I'm not greedy.
Yeah.
I'm happy with 3.
I'm not greedy. Yeah. Are we able to get a, let's do an interview with someone? Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, that's fine. Who you want to put money on, Zach? Let's make this interesting. What's the faction?
Well, what are the
What do the odds say?
Okay.
Let's see. Nature's Pathway.
A
Got
nat
a
20.
nat 20 for
Nat 20.
winning.
All right. I'm putting
All right,
money on it.
Protectors. 14. Sounds about right. Arcane Registry.
An
8. Gonna
Ooh.
get taken down. Front runner. Unbound. We're at a 7.
That makes sense.
Even
That
worse.
tracks.
Industrialist. At a 10.
Middle of the road.
Middle of the
Not
road.
true.
Nature's Pathway.
You know, it's really interesting. What I think is really cool about D&D and
Yeah.
this is it adds competitive play to something inherently very creative, which is a difficult thing to do.
Super tough.
So competition is the easiest way to tell a story in a way that really brings humans in. That's why almost any sport people are so rabid over,
Yeah.
because there's an inherent question and 3 options at the end of it,
Mm.
right? And so the problem with creativity and drawing big crowds like this has always been that thing. Like comedy struggles with this, theater struggles
Sure.
with it, the competition aspect. So I think it's an incredible way that they've been able to figure out how to combine creativity and hurting feelings at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And that's
Well-
what matters the most.
Well, it was interesting. I don't know if you talked to any of the captains about this, but something I thought was cool is I talked to 2 who this isn't their first year, and both of them said the biggest change is, of course, seeing the competition between the factions compared to having a bunch of different groups who are working towards one shared goal.
Yeah.
And how difficult and interesting that makes it as well.
Mm.
I think you're right. It's really just like it's that competition element that all of a sudden you work it in, and it's like, yeah, it just gives that a little extra flavor. It's a little extra fun.
Envelopes are now coming on the stage. Oh. You know what competitive play I'm like, not like super into, but surprisingly into?
What's that?
Competitive Pokemon.
Oh.
Have you seen that?
No. What is this?
So you play, I believe what it is, I think you get 4, and then
Okay.
but you play doubles. So it's doubles against each other, you're able to swap them out.
Like cards?
No, it's all through Nintendo.
Oh, okay.
It's all through like the game, and then every season is whenever a new Pokemon comes out.
Oh,
And there's
okay.
new rules, and there's new people that are whatever. But the amount of mental gameplay that goes on is insane. I have listened to hour-long essays from people talking about how they won the World Championship of Pokemon. And the
Interesting.
things that they go through to be able to get an edge on their opponent, it's really wild.
Any standouts?
Any standouts? What do
Yeah,
you
like
mean?
this. Like, was there a moment that you're thinking of right now where you're like, this one guy did X to win Pokemon? It was crazy.
Well, the point is just like they're able to min-max the game in such an interesting way,
Yeah.
where the whole thing comes down to maybe like 1 or 2 choices.
Mm.
I'm gonna totally make up a scenario, but like it'll come down to like, is my opponent gonna switch out Incineroar
Sure.
for Chikorita or whatever it's gonna be?
Yeah.
Which
What a
Chikorita is
swap.
an incredible. This level 100 Charizard for a level 5 starter Pokemon.
Yeah.
Um,
And that's what won. Because you
they
know
were
what
so
Pokemon's about?
surprised.
Pokemon's about heart. That's what it's about.
A guy took out
And
a
also
king
IVs
chess
and
piece
EVs.
on the ground and topped it over, and then shook his hand when that happened. So it's just pretty incredible. If there's any mechanic or things where, so bringing it back to this,
Yeah.
I'm curious to know if anyone's been able to figure out to min-max this or manipulate this in a way to give them an advantage. And I'd be curious to know if anyone would be willing to share
Well, I
that
think
with
the
us.
closest we got to something so far that we've heard of is very much so the Unbound trying to just. I think they read the game and they immediately were like, "How do we break this? Oh, we all ally? Then there is no war.
They saw the
Then
flaw.
there is no story." done.
They saw the flaw, but they
Yeah.
underestimated human aggression.
Yeah, they underestimate people who are like, but I want to win. And it's like,
Yeah.
we can all win. Like, there's no winner if there's no loser.
I
Sort of
love this
mentality.
game theory.
Can I also say, I think this is a very cool, just walking through the mall. My family showed up and I was walking through the mall, and even I didn't realize how far it extends. Like, this is very cool to see any group of people who have like a similar hobby get together and actually like, bond over it, and see people who are mixed around with like people who they wouldn't normally associate with and stuff like that.
I'm curious to know with the culture of D&D and just this huge, like, not even a resurgence. Like, it is way more popular even like, in the 70s or 80s.
Yeah,
when it
there's
was
no mother's basement who could contain it at this point, the way
No
that it could in
way.
the 80s.
But I'm curious to know what level of people are like, I've been playing for 15 years, but it only recently became mainstream, versus like, I saw Stranger Things in 2013 and now I'm into it. I'm curious
Yeah.
to know. And all are welcome.
It's
Both are valid.
definitely, in my opinion, it's become like a pretty normal thing to play D&D.
Yeah.
I don't think it definitely isn't even what it was when I was growing up, where I feel
Right.
like if someone's playing D&D, it was like, oh, you got a lot of time on your hands to do something incredibly nerdy.
It's like, oh, it's very niche, where it's just like, I got my
Yeah.
canasta group, and it's like, you play canasta? It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
every Thursday for 4 hours.
Yeah.
That'd be
Where-
unusual.
Whereas now, yeah, people say they play D&D, and it's like, oh yeah, tons of people do.
Did you see that Dimension 20, the Dropout show that they sold out Madison Square Garden? Did you
Oh
see
my
that?
gosh.
Yeah. Sold it out in, I think, in like 3 hours.
How is that show seen in terms of the D&D world? Is it exciting because it's
It is
out there?
It's beloved.
Is
so
it? Okay,
I
cool.
still haven't. So just as far as media goes, I'm an Adventure Zone fan. Season 1, the Balance arc, some of the best storytelling I've heard. It made me cry. It made me laugh. It was amazing. But people are saying, I will get reactions of people on TikTok saying, Brennan Lee Mulligan's most recent campaign, I would wager, it's not only the best Dungeons & Dragons stories, but one of the best stories of fiction ever told.
Jeez.
So it is beloved. There's Anna
Interesting.
Karenina, and then there's Brennan Lee Mulligan in Fantasy High. You know
Because
what
I'm
I mean?
always wondering, of course, because, sometimes things get popular, and the thing that made it popular, I mean, in stand-up comedy, that's one of the main things I do. Kill Tony is the thing that everybody wants to talk to me about when I go touring around. But as far as me,
What
I'm
do they
just,
want to talk about? How mean and cruel he is?
how much they love it and how it's like what stand-up is, and I'm like, it's the worst thing in stand-up right now. So it's so interesting. Sometimes the thing that popularizes is like not the thing you want representing your culture. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's cool. So it sounds like a lot of people are really behind it. That's awesome.
But what's really cool about it is like, as complicated as it seems, it really seems like the barrier to entry to enjoy it is so low.
What,
'Cause
Dungeons and Dragons?
Dungeons and Dragons.
Really?
Even if you're like bad at it,
Yeah.
I would say most people like they figure it out. Like even if they're like technically not proficient,
Mm.
the idea of just coming together and having this excuse to make believe with each other
Sure.
is like this incredible experience that most people don't get to do outside of high school.
Yeah. That is fair. I used to play like an extremely watered down version of kind of a D&D sort of thing, where my friend just called it the zombie game.
Mm.
And literally all it is he would start telling us a story that was supposed to be wherever we were set. We would do this sometimes when we would travel even. So we would travel someplace and it'd be like, let's play the zombie game here. And we
Mm.
would just imagine like what would happen if a zombie outbreak happened. We had to find our way out. And it was very loosey-goosey, very rare rolling and stuff like that. But it's exactly what you said. It gave an opportunity for people to come together, tell stories, pretend to be something that they're not for a little bit, try things
Yeah.
out,
Yeah.
all that sort of stuff. And it was so fun. So
I think
great.
it's cool. You did a couple of Nerdiest Adventure Hours with us, right?
Yeah, I think I did one or two, not too many.
So those of you who are watching at an improv club that we work at, there was we did a very loose role-playing show called Nerdiest Adventure Hour. This is it was a one-shot adventure that we do on stage in front of people, and it was a lot of fun. But what I realize now is like, I built that game hating the rules and hating the mechanics. I'm like, I just want to make some basic choices. But what I realized what the mechanics do is they offer legitimate stakes, and it offers something that's bigger than everybody.
That makes sense.
Because it's really tricky, like
Yeah.
within like a subjective world where you're just like, well, I chop his head off. I think I can do that. And then I'm
Yeah.
like, I don't think you can. And
Yeah.
you're like, but I think I can. And it's
Yeah.
like, well, roll the dice 1 out of 6. And it's just like, it's so little variability where when D&D is done right and you respect the rules just enough, it's
Yeah.
just like, okay, think about this.
Yeah, it becomes
Think
real-world
about
magic, right?
It's just real-world mechanics. Like, how would you actually go about and doing this? And I
Yeah.
think that level of play is very interesting.
And for those just tuning in, this is Dead Wars. This is one of the world's largest games of D&D. What we're about to see happen, we're entering the third act of this game. We've been here for 3 hours so far. First hour, we saw people establish kind of their different factions. Second act, they started getting their points, and we're about to enter the third and final act right now, where at this point we're going to start calculating points, and we're really going to go to war. This is an opportunity for people to backstab, people to follow through on their alliances, people to really start at war, and we're going to see who ends up on top. Could be one faction, could be multiple factions. There's one faction in the lead right now in terms of points, but points can only mean so much, obviously. This is, of course, D&D. It's a game of also interacting with individuals, and there are so many individuals here to interact with. We're in the middle of Provo Town Center Place, which is a mall in Provo, Utah. We've got so many tables set up. It is wild to see. I think it's so fun. Anybody who visited the mall today and had no idea this was going on,
It's incredible.
and they're just walking through and they're like, what did I stumble into? What is this?
And what a joy. And also, just to say, in the third hour is when I got Panda Express. Panda Express, if the panda didn't die this morning, it's free.
Yeah, that's the slogan we all know. But yeah, if anybody is just tuning in as well, the 5 factions that we've got Nature's Pathway, Protectors of the Old Gods, Arcane Registry, the Unbound, the Industrialists, all very different from one another, but at the same time, all working towards their own individual goals. But then at the same time, they've all got their own dark secrets, something that they can just like turn around and try to destroy other people or make the most
Hold
of
on,
it at the same time.
are you hearing that this update from the DM?
I don't know if we should be.
Should we reveal that, or
No,
is
we're
this
not.
inside baseball? Okay, all right, but there is something cooking and brewing. Some devastating news has been dropped in the internal chat.
Very exciting for the players who have been tuning into the stream to know that something is a cooking, but we can't
Something
say what.
you're doing is exciting us.
Yeah. Something you're doing is exciting the 2 people who are like, I hope that someone ends up embarrassed by the end of this. And it's happening. So yeah. So we should be seeing it here pretty soon. We're at the 7 o'clock hour, of course. We're just calculating some points. We're figuring out some positions. We're doing stuff like that. And we'll be tapping into what's going on just here in a little bit.
Adam, are you ready for our next section?
I'm going to say goodbye to my children real quick.
Okay, that's the next section. Adam cares about his family. Nice.
Faction to win it. I'm going to say the Industrialists, personally. They were dead last, but I think there's something cooking that can really turn it around.
No, I don't know a lot about D&D in general, but I do know that sometimes golf rules apply.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, you ready for our next section? While we're
Yes.
waiting for our big announcement?
Yes, please.
This is called General D&D Trivia.
Gosh dang it.
All right. Some of these are very specific, and I expect you to know. So I'm going to give you some multiple choice.
Okay, and if you're just tuning in, the vibe here is Zach has actually played D&D. I know nothing, and he's teaching me along the way. And I hoped to leave here dumber about this, but this might not happen. I might know
Another thing
something.
you need to know about me, I pay for the $200 a month ChatGPT subscription, and so I use it to create all my content.
Jeez.
All right, so the first question is,
Yes.
what year was the original Dungeons & Dragons published? I don't expect you to know this, so multiple choice.
1952.
Nope. So the possible answers are A, 1954, B, 1962, C, 1974, or D, 1989.
1974.
Ding, 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 correct,
Whoa,
1974.
look at that.
All right, who are the original co-creators of D&D? What are their names? I'll give you a point if you know one, but there are 2.
Gary Gygax.
Yes, ding, ding, ding,
is one
and
of
for a
them.
bonus point.
And the other one is Zach Atherton.
That's right, I'm a time traveler, and I got none of the royalties.
Ah, nice.
The second gold grader is Dave Arneson.
Oh,
Dave
that's
Arneson.
right.
All right. What is next question is what is the maximum?
I just know him as Dave. That was my problem.
Yeah, we're on like a first name basis. Like you didn't even
Yeah.
tell me his last name.
Oh, you know him as okay, interesting.
I called him Mr. D&D. All right, what is the maximum result on a standard D20 die? What is the maximum result on a standard D20 die?
A 20?
Ding, ding, ding.
I thought this was a trick question. I was so scared.
It's so tricky.
I was so scared. I was like, are we adding modifiers? Does that
Yeah.
count? Does that count?
Oh, that's right. There are some homebrew rules that if it lands on a corner, it is a 22.
Can that even happen?
Nope. Number 4, what is the most powerful arch-lich who became a god of secrets and undeath? And let me know if you would like a hint.
Is it the same guy as was in Stranger Things?
You're on the right track. Keep pulling that thread.
I don't remember his name though. Is it Stranger Things?
It's Mr. Stranger Things.
Is
That's
it
right.
Strangest
The
Things?
strangest one is what they call it.
Nice.
No, but you were right. It's the main villain of season 3, Vecna.
Vecna. There it is.
All right, which dragon type is typically lawful good?
Which dragon type?
Which dragon type? So there are different types of dragons. There's a red dragon, blue dragon.
And one of them is lawful good.
And one type of dragon is typically lawful good.
Gold.
Ding, ding, ding.
Was that right?
Yeah.
Nice.
Interesting. Your instincts. So see, it's an instinctive game.
Yeah. It's a good thing I didn't say white. That would have felt wrong.
And also, for a bonus point, what does lawful good mean?
Oh, I know that one. Oh, the lawful, yeah, it means that you are obeying the law as well as you are pursuing moral good, right? Kind of? That's how I would think about it.
All right, we're
Compared
going to
being
take a quick
chaotic and
break
stuff like that.
for a new announcement.
Here we go.
Players and game masters, if I can have your attention. As we are getting ready to enter Act 3, the consequences of Act 2, the allies, and the betrayal will now be revealed. First off, let's go over the locations. Every faction was able to secure and hold their own HQ. Protectors of the old gods were also able to claim the armory and the infirmary. The Unbound made a decisive strike on the bank. And Nature's Pathway was able to secure the waterways. Unfortunately, the Industrialists were not able to hold any extra locations. Now, for the real important scores, the allies. Wait, which one did I miss? Oh, the Arcane. I am so sorry. Okay. Hold it. We do need to give the Arcane Registry credit because they were able to hold the Adventurers Guild for 250 points. All right. The Protectors of the Old Gods, the Unbound, and the Nature's Pathway have formed an alliance. Those three factions will now be sharing their tactical points going into round 3. The Industrialists negotiated peace with the Arcane Registry and were stabbed in the back. The Arcane Registry unfortunately betrayed the Industrialists. The Industrialists will lose 200 points, and the Arcane Registry will gain those. Lastly, one more important news. The Arcane Registry have taken their Arcane Cannon and fired on the Unbound. Another 100 points lost. The Industrialists at 220 points. The Arcane Registry at 1,175 points. And for the final alliance, we have a lot of math to do. It is 1,735 points. That will be the standing for this going into Act 3. Tables, you now get to decide who you will be fighting against in this final battle. Good luck, players. Dungeon Masters, to you.
Let us know when we're back. Oh my goodness. The tea has been spilled. The drama ensues.
I don't think there's ever been a moment in history where more people in unison shouted, "Screw you, Arcane Registry." What an incredible moment in D&D history this is.
I will say, what a wild way to put a target on your back, being the strongest player and being like, and while we're at it, let's go ahead and give a wedgie to these people down below.
Yeah, it would be like the Library of Congress partners with a single franchise of Jiffy Lube and then bombs them.
Yeah.
Like, boom.
Why
take
not?
that.
Why not get an extra 100 points out of the way while we're here?
Well, I'm really excited. It sounds like they are making their decisions right now of who their targets will be, and we know who the biggest one is.
And I don't know what the Industrialists plan on doing at this point. I mean, they're pretty close to basically being out of the game.
Well, here's the thing, though, is that they might be small, but they might be enough to tip the scales.
Yeah.
So that would be my strategy of going in there. Look, like, I know by myself I'm nothing.
Yeah.
But if you let me put in these couple extra, that could be the difference between another faction that's joining up with someone else.
Well, are you thinking it's going to suddenly become an ally situation between 4 factions against 1? Is that what you're saying?
So if it's like 2 and 2 versus 1. Let's say
gotcha.
let's back up. That 200 could make the difference.
But that's assuming we've already got one strong alliance of 3 different factions, right?
That's right.
So there's nothing stopping really the Industrialists from joining in and being like, look at what these guys just did.
Yeah,
to
this
me.
is a group project at 11 p.m. the day before. It's like, and we
100%.
also helped.
Yeah. While at the same time, if I was part of those other 3, it would be like, but you also tried to partner with the big baddies.
Yeah.
Don't be surprised.
Like, yeah.
Hey, all we are is Mussolini in this situation. It's like, but you are still Mussolini. Is that not true?
Oh, yeah. Were there any losers in the war who came back to America last second? Like, we've always loved you guys.
I mean, Italy kind of did that a couple times.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what we're saying is we are saying the Industrialist is Italy. All right, let's go back to our D&D trivia, unless you have something else you want to talk about.
Real quick, I just want to acknowledge the energy that's in the room, that everybody, of course, was cheering and shouting, and right now it's just like, not chaos, but it is scrambling that we haven't seen up until this point.
There is a noticeable buzz, and especially from a table over here, I saw genuine hurt and betrayal on someone's face.
Yeah.
And that's what I was looking for. If I
Arms
could
were
capture
thrown
that
up.
and tattoo that onto my thigh, this will be a night well done.
I saw a guy run out of here who looked like he doesn't run anywhere, so I was very excited.
Oh my gosh,
Never
I
ran
was
in his
like,
life.
you know, give me an official clock and timer. This guy might qualify for the Olympics.
But I'm excited because there's clearly some like personal vendettas that have just been built based on knowing what just happened.
Wait a second, hold up. I just saw the scoreboard and I saw it tied. So now that they are factions, do they share points?
They do. Yeah,
Okay.
they share points as an alliance, but not quite all of them is what it sounded like.
Okay,
Yeah, so we'll
very
see.
interesting.
All right, we're going to take a quick break for just some technical changes, and then we'll be back to interview the head dungeon master. So stay tuned for that.
See you soon.
So that tea was pretty hot.
That tea was hot.
Oh my
That tea was hot. So what? Tell me the little bit of the details of the big betrayal between Arcane Registry and the Industrialists. So like, how soon before they formed the alliance, before they revealed they were going to stab them in the back and steal their points?
So it was up until the last. No, it wasn't until the last minute. The Arcane Registry. This was premeditated. This wasn't opportunistic. They had declared even before they needed to. We intend to stab him in the back.
So is there a little bit of game theory here going on? Like, what if, is it just the big dog wins in a betrayal fight? Or could the Industrialists have betrayed Arcane Registry? Or were they just too small?
Yeah, I think the Arcane Registry, unfortunately, this betrayal did put them in the lead as a single faction, but it now put them as enemy number 1. And now they have 4 mad factions who are going to start gunning for them.
Oh yeah, big time. And then I've been hearing some chanting up on the balcony. What was that? What was their chant?
I've heard quite a few different chantings. I think that was the Unbound just now chanting fight for freedom. And then I heard the Arcane Registry chanting. It sounded like Marco Polo? I don't know. I didn't. That one I didn't
Maybe it was
understand.
a sponsorship for the app.
Yeah, I'm not getting paid, so I need that.
All right, so we are in the thick of it. Do you know yet? Well, you haven't revealed yet who's fighting who, or do we know what the battle's taking place?
Every table is declaring themselves who they're fighting, and right now points are starting to come in. 80 points have already been dealt damage to the Triple Alliance.
Wow.
So, but they have a lot of points to spare.
So different tables, even of the same faction, can be attacking different parts, different
Yeah,
alliances.
it's all out chaotic war.
But you assume, and we can assume, a lot of people are probably going after the big dog.
Yeah.
One, because they're the winners.
The Arcane Registry, yeah. Because they painted themselves as a traitor. And because they've been in the lead the whole time, yeah.
How does Arcane Registry pull this off, though, you think?
So if they are able to stay alive for the next 40 minutes, they will still realize their end goal.
Oh, all right.
Yes. So, unfortunately, it looks like the Industrialists will not be able to use their end goal, their end game, if you will. But Arcane Registry still has a chance to pull it off, and it looks like the 333 definitely are able to do that.
Nice. Do you have any insight? What happened with the Industrialists? What was it?
Oh man, my heart goes out to the Industrialists. I adore that faction, and they are probably just one of the most unluckiest factions. Because we ran a mini version of this at FanX, a social game instead of a D&D game. People had to vote for their favorite factions and go out in FanX and do quests. And the single worst performing faction was the Industrialists.
Oh, wow.
In the lore, they've been exiled from Kingdom Grand. They have come back. They've tried to be in the fight, and it's just never worked for them.
So in the universe that you have created, what will happen to the Industrialists if they lose this badly at the end of the night?
So they will be routed, destroyed. Their leadership will be destroyed. It's not that every single Industrialist will be wiped out, but their army will be broken, and they will have to seek refuge and flee Kingdom Grand, probably permanently.
So you're saying there might be an Industrialist revolution?
Yes.
Nice.
Hopefully.
Adam, back to you.
How does this make you feel then, as the creator of all this, to see one faction perform negatively in terms of outlook of people voting for them, and then negatively here? Does that mean you're like, oh, you know what, we need to rewrite a new one in, or is this just like, hey, someone's got to be the least favorite and the least lucky? That's just how this thing goes.
So the heart of Dungeons & Dragons is letting the players tell the story. And so I had many different ideas for all the factions, including the Industrialists. I was really excited to bring out airships and steam automatons and put those in the world. And those aren't going to appear in our lore, at least for a long time, because of this. And then I'm not going to change that. Like that was their choice. That was
Sure.
the choices of these players today.
Which is a bummer. I'm a sucker for steampunk. You put a monocle on a hat, and I'm interested. As far as like voting, if I had like looked at this and I was like, who's the most interesting one to me, I would have chosen the Industrialist, to be honest.
Yeah,
This is exciting.
My heart goes out to them because I do have a soft spot in my heart for them.
So is there no nuclear option? Is there no like, well, if we can't win, at least this person's not going to win?
Yes, there is. So, if a faction drops to 0, they're given a brutal revenge roll where they're allowed to all roll their dice together and focus on one single target and deal massive damage.
What is is it if they rolled maximum? Is it enough to take out someone like the Arcane Registry with as big a lead as they have?
Very possible. As
Okay.
in, like, it is in the realm of possibility because everyone is rolling a d20, which is the biggest die, one of these. So every single one of those industrialists will roll this, and whatever they roll, that'll all go negative points to the Arcane Registry. So hey, you get enough tables rolling high, can be brutal.
But we
Can
will walk
absolutely
away with a
change.
winner, right? Today. We will have a winner of some
We
form? Is there a
will
way that
have-
it's all destroyed?
We will have a winners, people who have completed their end goals. And in fact, I have made something for the winners. Give me a second, though.
Yeah, go grab it. I'm excited.
Well, thank you, Andy. All right, we are closing.
He's
in-
going to be back. He's just
Oh,
grabbing
gonna-
some envelopes.
Never
real
mind.
quick to
Hello,
show us.
Andy, again.
You are the first to see these, but I'm going to announce this to the rest of the game.
Okay.
We have envelopes for every faction based on if they win or lose. Wait, there we go. So
they get a loser envelope or a winner envelope?
In this, there's both the win and loss. And what will happen is I will tear up the other part of the envelope, and no one will know what could have happened.
Oh, interesting. So you've got divergences and universes in there of how the world could have developed if it went a different way.
Yes.
That's fascinating.
And so,
is there anything, now I don't want you to reveal anything, but is there something in here? You already talked about the automatons not developing like that you liked. Is there anything else that you're going to be really disappointed? You're like, man, as the creator of this universe, it would have been awesome for it to go that way, but it's going to take a step back.
oh, there's a lot of heartbreaking stuff in here. There's a lot of heartbreaking stuff. Pretty much, it was really tough to write these because if a faction were to die, it would feel really bad if you came here and played and your faction got wiped out and it didn't feel like it was all for nothing. And so I have to pay respect for the players and for the hard work they did. Even though you lost, you're going to leave a lasting impression forever in the game. And so that's what these are.
Can we find the complete history of lore somewhere, of the history it's been through these 4?
There's quite a few ways to digest the lore. We've done a real play before.
Yeah.
We've done, we write our own adventures. Honestly, the best way to get the lore is play. Just play in the store. Because we do a new adventure every week.
Nice. So we've got about 30 minutes left of Act 3, right? Is that about right? We'll
Yep.
be ending Act 3 at
Yep,
8 o'clock
at
promptly?
8 o'clock on the dot.
So what's happening in this last 30 minutes that we're seeing?
It's
What's
all
going
out
on?
war. It's a bloodbath. The factions are at each other's throats trying to take down their tactical points. And we'll see when the dust settles who's alive and who has fallen.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited for the next 30 minutes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Andy.
Thank you.
All right. It is exciting, folks. It is very fun. It is fun to see. It's it really.
Are you able to do any more interviews? Very exciting to see what's going to happen in this next half hour. My mic died? Oh, there we go. Zach's mic died. Excited to see what happens in this last half hour.
I think my mic just wasn't turned on. Can you hear it now? Perfect. Yeah, I'm
For
curious
the next
to know.
30 minutes. If we're able to get an interview, that would be awesome. Ideally with someone from the
The Industrialist.
Industrialist or the Arcane Register. I think would be most interesting.
Yeah, I'm curious to know. I mean, like, I
Look
love,
at you. You're playing with a D20 stress ball right now. That's how you're feeling. Let
how
it out.
stressed am I? 8.
Oh,
Not
you're
bad.
doing fine.
I'm fine. I'm chill.
It's fine. Do you want to do some more of that trivia?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. I'm fascinated.
All right. Okay. Hold up. Scroll by the riddles. All right. Which spell allows a caster to teleport up to 500 feet instantly?
Magic missile.
That's an attack spell.
It's the only spell.
You could transport someone to heaven if heaven's 500 feet away.
And there it is.
I don't know how you would get this one, but it's Dimension Door.
Yeah.
Dimension Door.
No.
Okay. I should have given you a choice for that.
Play along at home.
Which D&D race is known for their resistance to magic and lives deep underground?
Deep underground and resistance to magic, so it's got to be dwarves? All I'm thinking of is Skyrim, which I have played, and the Brennan are the ones
And
who
they
are.
do?
I think Brenton? Something like that. I can't remember what it is. I don't know. Who is it?
The
Deep
Dark
underground.
Elves or the Drow.
The Drow live underground in this. I didn't know that.
What is the name of the plane where the 9 hells are located? I'm going to give you multiple choice because there's no way
Okay,
you
thank
know.
you.
1, Ninjar. 2, Kralim. 3, Bator. Or 4, Hellish.
I'm going to go Bator.
It's Bator.
It
Because all the
sounded
other
the
ones
most.
I made up the most, and they sound like gibberish words. Dingledops, Florbians, Andriel, or Zigglewig.
Dippin' Dots.
All right, here we go.
Myconites.
Which alignment, you know what an alignment is,
Yes.
would best describe someone who values personal freedom above all else, but has a good heart?
Chaotic Good?
Chaotic Good, you nailed it.
That's what I aim for in life. That's my dream.
Yeah, I try to be chaotic good.
Yeah,
I'm
I
like,
think
what's
it's
the
fun.
point of rules otherwise to serve us to maximize our happiness and joy?
Yeah, I genuinely like the point of life is to have a good time.
Yeah.
And not selfishly so.
Be a good hang
Yeah.
and let other people have a good hang.
100%.
What is the name of the iconic red dragon often featured in early D&D art products?
Smaug?
It is Smaug.
Is
No,
it?
No, it's
I don't know how tied these are.
Vermithrax pejorative, but the most iconic is Tiamat, the 5-headed dragon goddess.
Ah, my boy and girl. Should have said it. All right. I think we're going to have an interview hopefully here soon. All right. So let's get soon enough that we can get set up. Soon enough that we can get set up for that. Nice. Okay, we're going to get set up for an interview.
Okay,
So here we go.
What's that? All right, hello. We are with Corbin Gray.
Hello.
You are a captain of the Industrialists?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right. It has been, the Industrialists have been labeled the unluckiest faction.
It sure feels like it. That's fair.
Okay, I want the deep dive. I want the tea. What happened? What went down?
Ooh. It felt like a great start. It was this alliance was proposed almost from the very beginning to the Arcane, as you know. And
So
it was like
you proposed it to Arcane.
I think officially, yeah.
Okay.
It was the concept of like Magitech, and a lot of our stuff, it relies on crystals as is, right? But I think there was some confusion, unfortunately.
Huh.
There was a moment where we understand we're like a smaller group. We wanted to try and create a non-aggression pact, not like a full-on treaty.
Yeah.
But a non-aggression pact with the Unbound. Be like, hey, we offer these items just as a gift from us. Say we won't mess with you.
Of
You won't mess
goodwill.
with us. Yeah.
Okay.
Just to be nice, if you will. And I think that got misconstrued, unfortunately,
As another alliance.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay, so it wasn't total nasty. They thought that maybe you were double dealing a little bit.
The classic game of telephone, and
yeah,
it didn't go in our favor. That's for sure.
Okay, well, at the end of the telephone, all these people are thinking the Arcane Registry are nasty boys. So we'll see what's going on. What is your strategy for the last 30 minutes of the game?
Definitely living. That's a goal. That's always a desire. There's definitely a lot of dissidence, a lot of upset.
Okay.
I'm sure there will be a lot of revenge ploys, but we'll see what happens.
What do you think? Do you think you should hunker down and try to survive, or are you trying to take some folks out before you end the game?
I mean, the goal is always to hunker down and live. But
Yeah.
if you can't do that, you might as well go out with a bang.
Go
what
down
else do we do?
swinging. Okay, cool. Do you want to shout out anyone from your table? Any crazy moves? Some weird things that have happened that were really funny or interesting or weird?
It doesn't quite pertain to the Arcane, which kind of has been our focus, I'll say. But
Yeah.
I know I've got a table. They wanted to, when we were initially focusing on that Nature's Pathway group,
Yeah.
they wanted to actually try and just straight up dispel their entire tree.
Oh, wow. They
I'm
wanted
not
to
sure.
remove the magic from the spore
Yeah,
tree.
Yeah, I don't know how well that went, but
Okay.
that was definitely one of their goals. I think they're trying to do something similar in the Scriptorium.
Okay.
Who knows?
Awesome. All right. Finish strong. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Everyone give it up for Corbin Gray, holding out strong with the Industrialists. We'll be checking back with you soon. Thanks,
All
man.
right.
Hey, everybody on the chat. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll be back for some announcements and more fun. And the finale. See you in 10.
players, this is the last 10 minutes of the 5-faction wars. Make your strikes count. Get those reports in. 8 o'clock, dice will go down, and we will roll the final strikes. Thank you.
All right, we're down to the final 10 minutes. Are we expecting any upsets?
I think at this point, it's kind of set into stone. The real question is, can Arcane Registry survive for the last 10 minutes?
Okay.
I think their move to sabotage the Industrialists will keep them in the fight. That one move.
That is so fun to hear that, because on one side, I mean, I love a you get your just dessert sort of situation. I think that's so fun. But on the flip side, to have that same act of betrayal be the one thing that keeps you alive, that's a fun story.
It was enough points, I think, to just pad it that they might just make it.
That's fascinating. I had a conversation with a member of the Industrialists, and they revealed that it might not have been as cold-blooded as we thought.
Oh?
So they said that they started a relationship with Arcane pretty early on, but then they started an unofficial relationship with the Unbound, sort of like a
situationship.
A situationship, yeah. They were like, you're stepping out on us. Well, we're kicking you out the house.
We know those get messy.
Yeah.
Do we have any insights? I was really surprised that when we announced the betrayal, there were some of the people from the Arcane Registry who were like, what?
Yeah, so the Army's working as a majority vote. So I can see how some players in the Army were trying to act as good citizens while the majority decided to drive that knife in the back.
And is it the vote by the captain? Do they each get one vote for a table, or is it a whole collective of votes?
So the captains did run it by every table to see what each table was feeling. So it must have been a majority that the captains came together and said, this is what our tables want.
Okay, we want to take them down. All right, fascinating. Any last, anything we should be looking for? What are you most excited about as we're closing up the third round of Dead Wars?
So the last rolls that everyone is going to do, we'll see. If the Industrialists are defeated, they get to do that vengeful strike at the end. And that can be a lot of damage. Now, the Industrialists, nobody is attacking them and kicking them while they're down. So they may also just squeak by.
Oh, fun.
In the end, maybe all factions survive, but only the top 3 are going to really realize their end game, while Arcane Registry and Industrialists will be allowed to live.
With this year's game starting to come to a close, how soon do you start planning out the next storyline? As you're seeing all this, do you already have it done, or what's up?
I mean, we don't have it done, but we definitely have been scheming, that's for sure. Every year, I want to try to tackle it earlier to save myself personal stress, because it's a lot of work putting this together.
Well, it seems like common consensus from people who've been here year after year is it just keeps getting better and better and better. So that's been really exciting to hear people talk about. And the factions especially has been a new element for this year, and it seems like it's added something that wasn't there before that people are enjoying quite a bit.
I don't know if the next one will be competitive. I really do like bringing everyone together under a banner to fight a common enemy, but I really do love the factions. So instead it might be the 5 factions uniting against an evil that's bigger than all of them.
There we go.
That would be a really cool sequel to this, after this war, where they come together and fight something bigger than themselves. All right, we're just about wrapping up. You know, this has been an incredible brainchild of yours. Real quick, are there any other people on the creative team you would like to shout out as a final thank you before we close up?
Absolutely. Well, first off, both of you, thank you for coming in.
Thank you. All right, we're good. Let's head it out.
We also have 50verse Productions and Desert Penguin Audio, the AV brains behind this whole thing. Like, if the live stream and this was up to me, it would be a webcam, and we'd just be talking to each other.
It'd be
with
one
no
iPhone on Instagram Live.
Yeah,
That'd be it.
so the fact that we can put on such a production is really big thanks to both of those companies and the people running those companies.
Awesome. Very impressive. I think the real winners of this whole thing is everyone participating, because this was so fun, so incredible. Let's finish strong.
Heck yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, the real winners of this is everybody besides the industrialists. I agree. Those are
Yeah.
the ones- Kick them while they're down.
All right, everybody, that's going to be it for us. I am Zach Atherton. If you want to follow me, I'm at the Improv Guy on all different sorts of socials. It was so fun to hang out with you tonight.
Yeah, and I'm Adam Browd, and you can follow me at Adam Browd on any social media. And yeah, thank you so much for tuning in, and please, we hope to see you in person here at the next one. Let's keep growing this. It's pretty awesome.
And if nothing else, we'd like to thank Panda Express for slaughtering thousands of pandas for me to eat food. Thank you, Panda.
Thank you.
All right, see you later.
players, that is the end of the 5-faction war. Most of you have fought valiantly. For those who want to make their way to the stage or tune in on the live stream or view inside the We Geek Together Tavern, we will shortly announce the winnings and the results of the game. We also do have raffle giveaways and prizes that will be announced after the story. We will give 5 minutes for everyone to safely make their way or tune in on the live stream, whatever is convenient to you. With every faction alive, we will not be rolling the last stand, as everyone would rally to gain TP points, and no one would be knocked out with that. Thank you. Players, when I worked on this game, I created 5 envelopes. And each envelope was the success and the death of each faction. 2 of these envelopes are never going to see the light of day. Okay, good. I ripped the right ones. That's good. The 3-faction alliance with Nature's Pathway, Unbound, and Protectors of the Old Gods. I will now read from these envelopes, and we will all see the results of the 5-faction wars. I will start with the Protectors. The Protectors of the Old Gods have finished their divine bridge. The clouds overhead turn gold, and light rays slowly descend around the Creed district, picking up the wounded and healing them. Since the first Dead Wars, you feel a familiar presence as the goddess of peace, resurrected and returned, steps off the staircase. In reverence, those who feel her presence throw down their weapons. For Nature's Pathway. Nature's Pathway has established the Life Tree. In the development district, a rumbling is heard. The tree grows to a towering height, putting the nearby neighborhoods into shadow. The canopy blows in the winds, and gold dust drifts from its leaves. As those who fight continue to wound each other, they can feel their pain ebb away. And as they look at each other, they feel a connection between them, something that they haven't felt before. For now, the Life Tree has connected you with the others. Lastly, the Unbound. The Unbound let out a war cry. Too long have the other factions held power over them, but against all odds, they have evened the playing field. The Unbound cut through the opposition with efficient force, appearing from hidden alleyway and sewer with grim determination and overwhelming numbers. Peace is forced on those factions. This is the end of the war. Arcane and Industrialists, well played. Thank you for playing. And to the victors go the spoils. Thank you everyone for playing. We do have a costume contest that we're going to announce, as well as a table decoration contest and a raffle. After that, I have a big thank you I need to do, and then we'll announce the raffle prizes. All right, I will start with the costume contest. If I can have my 3 judges approach the stage.
Hello, everyone. Oh, it is on. I think it's on. Hello. Oh, there I am. Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming out. We saw like super amazing costumes from everyone today.
There were 93 people who signed up to do the contest. We had no idea there were that many amazing, talented people who wanted to dress up.
Yeah. So, my name is Sky of Serendipity Sky. I have been taping together costumes since I was like 7. And then I went on to get a costume degree, and now I own my own business making costumes and clothing.
Hello, hello. I am Lviv Cosplay. I have been making costumes since I was like 12, and I've been dressing up even earlier than that. And I work professionally in theatrical costuming.
Hi, I'm Kaya Cosplay, and I've been cosplaying since 2014. I took a break to have kids, and now I'm glad I'm back with this skillet. So that's it.
All right. Oh. What's up? Wait, what? No mic? This mic? What's happening?
The prizes will be collected after. AV, they want to do your mic should now be
That's insane.
no, this one.
All right. All right. I have been told that this is mall-wide, which is very intimidating.
Yeah. Sorry, real quick. I am Sky.
I'm Lviv.
And Kaya.
All right. We are going to start by giving our Judges' Choice Awards. For me, I decided that I wanted to give my Judges' Choice Award to somebody who was extremely in character. We had a full conversation in character as our cats, and this goes to Huey C. Cottonbottom and Mary Peterson. Okay, you will get your prizes upstairs, but if you at the merch booth, but I would like to present the award. Are we giving them the award there? I was gonna have them come up on stage if they can. Do we have Huey C. Cottonbottom and Mary Peterson?
All right. We'll get that award to her.
Well, okay, we will go to the next one.
Okay. My Judges Award, something I really love about like cosplaying like D&D characters and like D&D style characters is when people bring the magic to it. And this person specifically showed us some magic, and it was beautiful. They had a lovely little twirly stick with a rainbow ribbon on it. So this goes to Clara Barr for her Vivenna cosplay. It was absolutely beautiful, and I hope that she can twirl the stick on stage for us, because that would be absolutely wonderful. I'm sorry to put you on the spot. Give us a little. Woo! This is for you. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay, so the one that I'm giving away is, I loved how clever it was for the props that this person made. And I loved everything about it, the costume, the makeup. So I had to. Easy Watson.
Okay, now we're moving into our categories. This one is going to the most fancy. This one, we were surprised by a lot of the details on the outfit. They were very stunning, and this goes to Sean Springer.
All right. For this category, I really wanted to have a most whimsical category because there's just something about like the nature vibes and just the fun like springiness of it. And this award goes to Jackson.
Okay, for this one, it was a really good work with the armor. This is best armor, and this is for Mason Rapid. Good job.
Thank you.
Choose which one you want to give.
I don't know. The next one, we chose best makeup is this category. This one was also very difficult. We had so many beautiful makeup, but I think this makeup look really accentuated the entire outfit, and this goes to Megan Lowe. Thank you very much.
All right. So we were not anticipating to have any sort of group category for this contest, but we came across this one table who just had the most fabulous array of characters, and they were all just so fun and so whimsical, and a lot of them were animals, which was really, really fun and also really hard to wear for long periods of time. So this goes to an entire table, People's Pride. Careful, I'm so sorry.
Woo! Okay, this one is gonna be for best prop, and how can I say this? I don't know. It was just amazing. It's not the normal prop that you would see around, so it was pretty clever. And we loved it. And this is for Tina Noyes. Tena. I love that guy. Woo! Hey, Dragon.
Okay, I think we should all say something nice about this one. Okay. So our last category is going to be our best overall. This is somebody we felt like knocked it out of the park in pretty much like every category.
Okay, yes. Oh, amazing. Every detail. I was even looking at the nails, were detail. Everything was so nice. Good job. Nicely done.
It was fantasy, it was like giving makeup, it was giving hair, it was giving outfit, just everything that you could think of. We absolutely loved this person. Am I good to announce it? And best overall goes to Emily Rose. Oh, girl. They made that hair. Can you imagine? Thank you so much. Of course. Absolutely gorgeous work. All right. And that's everything from us?
Okay, we're going to pass these to Andrew.
Judges, thank you. All right, before we get to the other prizes, I do have a special announcement from the legendary Duke. On the table, sorry.
Hello, everyone. Did you guys have a good time at Dead Wars? Heck yeah! Right on. Awesome. First off, thank you to Andrew for putting this together and his whole staff. Give them a round of applause. I just wanted to come on stage really quick and announce that we are doing a live D&D TTRPG sketch comedy show happening at 9 at the We Geek Together store. It's by the door right next to the JCPenney's. It's going to be starting at 9. It's about an hour and a half long. Tickets are going to be about $18. You guys might see some of your favorite characters of mine, possibly the Bard. I might throw it back. We'll see how it goes. So hope to see you guys there. Thank you.
All right, now we are going to announce the table decoration prizes.
Alrighty, now this was pretty hard because there was a lot of great looking tables out there. There was probably about 24 or so different tables that I had to take a look at and decide which one's the best. So we'll take a look at the first one here. And yes, this was Arcane Registry table up with the VIPs. They had a lot of detail. So they had goblets. My favorite part is hard to see, but there is a green mug that says, if I remember, oh yeah, not just a basic witch. That was my favorite part of it. That table was the VIP table, Registry Royals. Yeah, Registry Royals, your prize will be up at the booth. All right, next one. All right, Nature's Pathway. This one had a really great centerpiece. It had skulls, flowers, and this amazing armadillo creature. So that one really put it over the top. This was the Bark Strippers. Bark Strippers. All right, let's take a look at the next one. Yes, this was the Industrialists. They had a really great piece here. Treasure chests and gold and weapons and silver and everything. Really put this one over the top for the industrial ones. This was the Rivet Rangers. Give it up for them. Also, the almost, oh, what's his name? Winter Soldier looking guy. You really added to it. All right, the Freedom Fighters. They made their own custom banner for their table, which was pretty cool. Lots of 3D printed props and weapons in the front. Easily the best Unbound table. And last but not least, Protector of the Old Gods. This had easily the single best miniature battle setup that I saw today. And so that's what really set it over the top. This was the Divine Disciples. Well done, everyone. But everyone did a great job. I loved seeing all the different tables and all the touches you put on everything, but I could only choose 5. So thank you.
For those table winners after the rest of the show here, you will make your way up to merch to claim certificates and some extra prizes. Thank you. All right, I did have some special thanks I need to get to, and then we'll do the final prizes. But there's a lot of people who go into putting this together, and I really have to give them credit because it's just an honor to work with such an amazing team. So first off, I need to thank the Provo Town Center, this amazing mall, for letting us do this. You guys have no idea how accommodating they are. They work with the community. I truly believe they are the future of malls, and that's why I'm here and I will always be here. I also need to thank our volunteers, our captains. Thank you, captains, for making the game possible, and everyone who's helped set up and take down. I need to give a big shout out to our audio video people. This is Desert Penguin Audio for the whole audio system, and 51st Productions for the whole stage and the live stream as well. Thank you very much to both of those teams. And the heroes of the game, the Dungeon Masters. Thank you. Absolutely. Every year I am blown away for how many Dungeon Masters are willing to read my packets, which are a mess, and tried to decipher my rules. So it means a lot that those people are there to help. All right, I do have a special thanks I need to give to the We Geek Together staff. If I can have the We Geek Together staff up on stage. We got Reese, we have Kevin here, we have Everett. Kevin has helped so much with the overlay, the statistics, helping me proofread. And I have to mention, of course, Chelsea, who is still manning the merch booth. Everyone cheer for Chelsea over there, please. She has taken the ugly task of trying to keep me on task, and so I am so scattered. She has done an amazing job helping me bring this all together and all of her work. Everett, of course, being the muscle and the mind behind a lot of the setup, and of course, Reese with helping with the entire captain system entirely by himself this year. So thank you to all of those We Geek Together people. Last but certainly not least is all of you. The fact that all of you decide to come here today to support us, to support the mall, to support these local vendors, to support these local businesses, to play a game of D&D with me. Thank you so much. All right. Reese has a giveaway to do, and then we will announce the winners, especially I know people are waiting for that big metal D20. We will get to that one, yes. Thank you, by the way, for your patience for this long-winded after-hours show.
All right. Hey, thank you guys for all coming. We're going to now announce all the hard work that you guys put in. So, the table that put in the most number of supplies sent to other tables, with a total of 34, the Supreme Defenders. Now, an astonishing total deaths amongst the table. We have the Masters of None. 36, wow. All right, next we have the most healing done, the total healing. This was from, it's not you, I promise. The Storm Stewards. Now the most unfortunate table, the table that rolled the most natural ones. With a total of 26. At least it wasn't 13. What's that word? The Wandering Wizards, I'm so sorry. Now, this is incredible. The table who got the most natural 20s at 32 natural 20s. The Wheatgrass Warriors! The final giveaway I have here is for people who purchased a buy 3, get 1 free for our one-shots or campaigns. I have the raffle number that I'm going to pull out now. So if you there was only 4 people, so hopefully one of those 4 people is here. And I'm going to pull that number out now. If you have this number, please come to the stage and scream. Otherwise, I'm going to pick a new number. 1, 6, 4, 7, 9, 1. Hey! He just got a set of prismatic dice. You got that? Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, thank you guys. And a final thank you to Andrew. We got to give it up for Andrew. I can't hear you. What? What?
All right, that's good. Thank you. I'm gonna cry. Okay. Thank you. I am people blind here. I need to. There's two more people. Crucial people I forgot to thank, and that's just because I'm people blind. If you're not in front of me, I forget you. And that's not purposeful because the Melons, both Nate and Jenny, they did the art. If you saw the beautiful logos of the Dead Wars, they helped us with the dice creation, with the lanyards that everyone is wearing. They were in charge of the merchandising. So that was Nate and Jenny Mellon at Sea Dragon Cove. So give them a cheer. They're upstairs. All right. We can now do the final raffles. Okay? Boy. Okay. We have a lot of gifts to give away. So a lot of local game stores offered prizes to us. We're gonna do these pretty quick, okay? So I'll need people to be quiet. Hold it, my dad is calling me. It's my dad, you know. All right. With a donation, this one is a $25 gift certificate to Bit Jump Games. This is going to Nathan McGriff. This is Nathan McGriff. Hey, all right. When I call your name, just remember, Nathan, I called your name. I don't have the prizes here. They're up at merchandise. So Nathan McGriff. And I'm going to be sending the list upstairs real soon. Okay, a new adventure dice set. This is from Haster Games, and this is going to Emma Jenkins. Emma Jenkins. All right. Is there an Emma? Emma Jenkins? Going once, going twice. Going to Jay Milo. Jay Milo. Going once, going twice. Going to Brenna Liano. Yes. All right. I'm so sorry, your name. Okay. Nathan and Brianne, thank you. From Printed Garden, this is a bag of dual game controllers, so video games. Timothy, maybe? Timothy. Hey, all right, make sure to make your way over to the booth. Timothy, you got the controller, okay? Neffeltoffel, this is by DJI in Salt Lake City. 2 sets of Neffeltoffel going to Kenneth Salmoson. Salmoson? We got it. All right, there we go. Yay, good. You're going to go up to merch, Kenneth. All right, an unactivated dice set. This is Hex Case and 2 custom engraved dice trays. This is going to Jenna Day. Jenna Day. Jenna, good. All right, Jenna. You got the UV activated dice set. Okay. And that was provided by Level 1 Gamers. They're a great local game store. Game Grid in Spanish Fork did 3 gift cards. That is going to Ian Schmind. Ian? Yes, all right, you won 3 gift cards. Don't come upstage, it's at the merch booth, okay? You won 3 gift cards from Game Grid. You remember that, Ian, Game Grid? Great. Wingers did 4 dice trolls. Wingers? Wingers did 4 dice trolls. Interesting. For Danny Llewellyn. Yeah, Danny. You get the 4 trolls. Okay, I hope this person likes Magic the Gathering. From Mana Vault, it's Aether Drift, my favorite set. For Ronald Nielsen.
Ronald Nielsen, you got the Magic the Gathering stuff. I'm glad you heard. Okay. Dice, scroll, and book cover from Game Night Games to Sam Anderson. Sarah, Sam Anderson. Going once, going. Okay, there's the Sam Anderson. You got it. Okay, you got the dice, scroll, and book cover from Game Night Games. All right, you guys, we're almost there. We've got 6 more, and then the big one. I know. Okay. Okay, this is 3 free haircut coupons. Wow. Who needs a haircut? It's Wally Wildboom. Wally, you got 3 free haircuts. All right. That's the one right there. 2 D&D books. This is a whole Dungeon Master kit. This is going to Joseph Stamps. Oasis Games donated that, Joseph, so make sure you get the 2 D&D books, loose D20s, paint kit, miniature, from Oasis. Freddy's got 2 prizes. This is Freddy's, this is the Utah fry sauce and free meal, all right? This is what you guys have been waiting for, all right? So this is 2 prizes. So we're gonna go with Joseph Stamps. Hey, you get some fry sauce and free food, and Braden Our Camp. Okay, your brother? It's Braden. Oh, Joseph Stamps? Okay, yeah, you won then. Darren Westberg will be the other winner. Is it Darren here? Darren Westberg. All right. Keith Hayes. Keith Hayes, you got the fry sauce and the meals. All right, we're almost there. Thank you. Gojo Games, 5 mystery dice bags, is going to Arissa Huffcutt. Arissa Huffcutt, one of the captains. Okay. And then we have Huffcutt. You won. It's at the merch booth, and it was 5 mystery dice bags. All right, last one, and then we'll do the big one. Riftgate Games, 3 beautiful sets of dice, is going to Alan Knight with a K. Alan Knight? Yep. Yes? Okay. All right. Thank you for your patience. The big $500 metal D20, the thing we give away every year. All right, this is the one. Pause for dramatic effect. Shanna Allen. All right, if you heard your name, you're going to go on up to the merch booth in an orderly fashion. The rest of you, please travel safe. Have a good night. And if you want some extra points, we're going to be folding chairs and tables in just a bit. You can hang out by the stage, and I'll give you advantage. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to the Dead Wars 2025. We will see you next year.